Hello, everyone. I'm Clifford Johnston with the Mojave Podcast Transmission. I am your host. It is 5:37 p.m. Let's get right into this. It's July 10th, 2026. All right, here we go. China was shaken by 13 quakes in one day. Hail, floods, tornadoes leave the whole nation in ruins.
Entering July, China has been seeing natural disasters and accidents almost every day. While the flooding in places like Guangxi has not ended, Gaoxian County, Yibin City, Sichuan Province, was hit by 13 earthquakes within 2 days. According to the China Earthquake Network Center, a magnitude 4.8 earthquake struck Gaoxian County, Yibin City in Sichuan on the morning of July 9th. The quake had a depth of 6 kilometers, followed by a magnitude 5.1 earthquake and another 3.2 earthquake in the same area. In addition, at around noon on July 9th, a magnitude 3.7 earthquake hit Aksu Prefecture, Xinjiang. This earthquake had a depth of 22 kilometers. Earlier, on July 8th, Yibin had already recorded 10 earthquakes, with the two strongest reaching magnitude 5. This means Yibin City experienced a total of 13 earthquakes within just 2 days. Some people online said, "I'm really terrified by the shaking. I'm even starting to feel anxious from earthquake fear. It feels like everything is shaking all the time,
Man,
and I
those
feel
cats
dizzy."
are
Another
terrified.
person said, "The earthquakes are happening so frequently. I'm really scared. I'm afraid a major earthquake could come." Videos circulating online from July 8th show buildings in Yibin shaking violently. Many residents rushed outside to seek safety. Some buildings showed cracks in their exterior walls. Sections of walls appeared shifted out of place, and tiles fell across the ground. Local residents were so frightened that some fled their homes wearing only pajamas. People living on floors above 10 stories said the shaking felt like they were on a swing. After the earthquake, people in Chengdu and Chongqing reported feeling strong tremors. Some said the shaking woke them up. One local resident said, "This place is no longer suitable for people to live in." It's already the fourth earthquake. There was one at 4 a.m. this morning, another at 5, another at 6, and then it happened again just now. The shaking was very obvious. It was definitely above magnitude 4. It's terrifying. I really can't stay here anymore. It has left me extremely frightened. I was about to take a shower and go to bed. Then I was woken up by the shaking while I was asleep. There was another earthquake just now. It's really frustrating. Local people said, "It's so scary. My heart had just started to calm down after the last few days, and today I'm terrified again." Another person said, "My legs went weak. I checked the surveillance camera at my hometown, and seeing my parents run outside at that moment was heartbreaking." Another comment said, "There were 7 or 8 earthquakes within just a few dozen minutes. The shaking was so intense that people felt completely disoriented." Before the earthquake, people online claimed there were unusual signs in the area, including birds flying in confusion, fish jumping out of the water, and strange clouds appearing in the sky. After the earthquake, the water in a small natural stream surrounded by bamboo forests in Yibing suddenly turned an unusual red color. A witness named He told Chinese media that the water had originally been clear enough to see the bottom, but while people were playing in the stream, the water gradually turned red. Local authorities have not yet provided an explanation. On June 29th, a shallow magnitude 5.5 earthquake also struck Yibin. Strong tremors were felt in many areas, including Chengdu and Chongqing. Buildings shook violently, and many residents rushed outdoors for safety. Surveillance footage showed fish suddenly jumping around and leaping out of the water, while cats and
Wow.
dogs ran around in panic. Before the
Yeah, I've
earthquake,
seen the
unusual
cats.
scenes were also reported in the
Those
skies over
fish are
Yibin.
terrified
On the
too.
night of
Look
June
at those
28th,
birds.
locals filmed large numbers of swallows flying
It's
around in the
because
air.
here.
The birds also gathered on.
Okay, so you know there's a lot of things that are going on right here. We don't know what's going on because a lot of us aren't connected to, which I have a video in here in one of the 40 videos we're going to show today about the third eye. We're talking about it's not fringe science, it's not metaphoric. We literally have a third eye. And I believe animals have some sort of this thing too. Birds have something that sense magnetic fields. And during earthquakes, I'm sure the magnetic fields are not the same. As a matter of fact, I know they're not because let's just put it like this. If you have piezoelectric energy from your lighter just clicking like that, imagine what thousands and thousands and thousands upon hundreds of thousands of tons of quartz crystal does on the San Andreas Fault when it's sitting here and it's locked. And then it just slips. That's what I'm worried about. That's where I'm at in my life. But yeah, it's not going to be good. Talk about people getting hit with lightning on the beach. Yeah, well, this is because that's on the same ley line, the same type of activity. It could happen just because it's connected to these. You got to learn into it was Plato's 12 triangles of the world, and that's something that I would give to you to look up because I want to do a little video on that with you guys later. But if you want to look it up before I do one, then the 12 triangles of Plato. Thank you. Go ahead.
Have their nests even at night. With multiple earthquakes in Yibin, some people have questioned whether the frequent tremors could be related to a local shale gas development. Public information shows that areas including Changning County,
They don't
Gongxian
come out
County,
though.
and Xingwen County in Yibin are part of the National Shale Gas Demonstration Zone in China. In recent
I
years,
don't have a
both Chinese
DIY
and
printer,
American
okay?
studies have found that hydraulic fracturing and related wastewater injection activities can, under certain geological conditions, trigger earthquakes. However, there is currently no evidence proving a direct link between earthquakes in Yibin and shale gas extraction.
为什么我总感觉好像会有大事情发生一样的？你看，
Why do I always feel like something big is about to happen? Look, the aftershocks just keep coming every day. There are so many earthquakes in one day that I'm almost numb to them. There were the floods in Guangxi, followed by tornadoes in Hubei. Is another disaster coming? Actually, disasters have already arrived. I just hope they won't become too severe. It's really frightening. Recently, multiple provinces in northern China have been hit by persistent hailstorms. Massive hailstones have damaged entire villages. A reservoir in Guangxi suddenly
happens when you
collapsed.
answer the door and you
Tornadoes
die.
swept through streets in Hubei, and earthquakes have continued to strike in Sichuan. Viewed separately, these events are just individual news stories, but when put together, they appear like a disaster movie unfolding at an accelerating pace.
talking about that
On
clip,
July
fan?
5th, Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei,
No, I know.
Henan,
Look, see
and
that cat.
Shandong were all hit
Have
by
a
rounds
cat.
of thunderstorms,
name's
strong
Ragnarok.
winds, and hail. In parts of Puyang, Henan, wind speeds were reported to be comparable to those of a typhoon. In central and southern Hebei, large hailstones fell from the sky.
Oh my God!
Videos
I
uploaded
died,
online
like,
showed
within
severe
12 feet of my
hailstorms
home.
hitting areas
Like,
including
I was
Handan, Xingtai, and
76.
Shijiazhuang in Hebei. Some hailstones were
You're gonna
reportedly as
love it
large
on
as
this
goose
computer.
eggs.
I
When
can
they
just
hit the
computer
ground and
this.
rooftops, they
Look
caused
at how
damage
much
with a
better it
force
looks.
compared by some to falling grenades. A member of the Chinese
Do
Writers
I need to
Association
explain
wrote
why
on
it looks
Weibo,
better?
"This is the first time I've ever seen hail this violent."
The
On
monitor's
June
native
28th, Suida
resolution.
County, Shanxi,
Yeah,
was
look at
also
him up
hit
there.
by a severe hailstorm. Strong
Oh.
winds, heavy rain, and hail pounded the area for more than 20 minutes. Many vehicles and crops were damaged. Video showed some hailstones as large as an adult's fist, which is extremely rare. This type of severe hail has continued across many parts of northern China for more than a month. On June 4th, Beijing and Hebei province were already hit by unusually strong winds and hail. Some footage showed layers of ice covering the ground, making it look as if it had snowed. Because that day marked the 37th anniversary of the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre in Beijing, some people online linked the unusual weather to what they described as unresolved grievances. On the night of July 6th, areas such as Huanggang, Hubei province, were hit by a rare tornado. Winds in the city reached more than level 15, leaving several towns severely damaged. Some residents said they watched helplessly as their parents were lifted hundreds of feet into the air by the powerful winds. In Huanggang, a man was reportedly blown out of his home on the 12th floor and fell into a residential green area below. He was later to the hospital and placed in intensive care. Aerial footage showed widespread destruction, with the scene resembling a war zone. According to official reports, the disaster affected 14,600 people in Hubei province, leaving 11 people dead and 1 person missing. On July 7th, in Longnan City, Gansu province, a group of people hiking to a forest site for work encountered a landslide. Massive amounts of soil and rocks suddenly collapsed, burying 33 people within moments. Authorities later reported that 21 people were killed and 12 people were rescued. Since the beginning of summer, many parts of China have continued to face flooding disasters. On June 24th, a video filmed by residents from an upper floor showed floodwaters suddenly rushing into Longgang. Shops on the first floor were quickly submerged, and the water rose to the height of an adult's shoulder. One man was seen pushing a plastic barrel through the floodwaters. Inside the barrel was a small baby. No other family members could be seen nearby. Some local residents accused authorities of releasing floodwater from reservoirs without adequate warning. On June 23rd, large parts of China were hit by flooding. In Dongtang, Guizhou province, floodwaters rose to the second floor of buildings, leaving an June
Right here.
rose to the
That's a
height of an
baby.
adult's shoulder. One man was seen pushing a plastic barrel through
Yeah.
the floodwaters.
Yeah.
Inside the barrel was a small baby.
Yeah.
No other family members
You
could be
see
seen
that guy
nearby.
with a stick that was like
Some local
25
residents
feet long?
accused authorities of releasing floodwater from reservoirs without
In
adequate
China?
warning. On
'Cause we're
June
not supposed to
23rd,
like China.
large parts of China were hit by flooding.
That's the
In
problem.
Dongtang, Guizhou province,
Why do you think
floodwaters
I'm
rose to the
showing
second floor of
this?
buildings,
Because I think
leaving an
it's
entire
terrible, and
village
I think we
trapped
should be
without
helping them just as much. Yeah, it is terrible. This is
electricity or water.
apocalyptic.
In Jingzhou, Hunan province, heavy rain
Look at
forced
them.
schools to
They're
suspend
in their
classes.
waist high
Jingzhouzen
in
and
a
Jiangxi was
school.
also hit by
Look
flooding.
at that.
6 provinces,
not
including
AI.
Guangxi, Guizhou, Zhejiang, and Anhui, activated level 4 flood control emergency responses. Across the country,
Shanghai,
20
Shanghai.
rivers exceeded warning
Whoa,
levels.
wow.
As Typhoon Maysak approached, on the morning of July 6, the
July
Liulan Reservoir
6,
Dam in
2026.
Nanning, Guangxi suffered
July
a major
6th,
breach. Two
by the
sections
way.
of the
That
dam
was the
collapsed,
dam-
creating
that was the
openings
dam
with a
break right
combined
here.
length
It
of
was
about
just
50
showing this
meters.
dam that broke.
Massive floodwaters immediately rushed downstream, submerging
No,
2 nearby villages and
July
towns.
6th,
The water level rose above the first
2026.
floors of
That was
many
4 years
buildings.
ago.
The flood arrived suddenly and with extreme force, leading residents to question whether human factors were involved.
To question
Villagers
whether
from
human
Dutian
factors
village
were
near the Liulan
involved.
Reservoir
It
said they
hit
did
so
not
fast.
receive emergency evacuation notices until the morning
But
of the
when you build
disaster.
dams with
Within
the
less than
drag-
30 minutes, the entire
with
village
the
was flooded.
quality
Many
that we've
houses
been
were washed
seeing,
away, and some residents were trapped inside
doesn't-
because they had no
no.
time to evacuate. Other residents said the reservoir gates
Doesn't
were fully
compute. Look,
opened at
that-
6 a.m. that
that's
morning,
what it looked
but
like
they did
before
not
it broke.
receive evacuation notices until 6 a.m. that morning. But they did not receive question whether human factors were involved. Villagers from Dutian village near the Liulan Reservoir said they did not receive emergency evacuation notices until the morning of the disaster. Within less than 30 minutes, the entire village was flooded. Many houses were washed away, and some
Less than 30 minutes, the entire village was flooded.
residents were trapped inside because they had no time to evacuate. Other residents said
Right here. So here's so the waters crept up over the side over here. See, this is the dam, and how a little bit of water started to break over here, but it's mainly came around here, and like completely it's flooded. So like, see how they blurred it? Because like in China, like in order for this stuff to be, because this would be considered a disrespect to the China's you know how they kill themselves if they're dishonored, that type of shit. Like, you dishonor thy family, now you die, type shit. So this is a way of covering up this guy so he doesn't get killed. He's not showing directly the waters going around on dirt, but enough of this, and the whole dam broke. Okay, this right here is this. Whoa. Where is it here? Well, it's all because of that, yeah. But oh, it's early here.
hit by a rare tornado.
Sorry, here we go.
Dongtang,
I don't know why it's not showing any small thumbnail above it. Usually it
Some
does.
local residents accused authorities of releasing floodwater from
They said that
and placed
they
an intense
accused them of releasing
floodwaters
floodwater,
suddenly trapped without
and
electricity.
then
Typhoon Maysak
see right there.
approached on the morning of July 6th.
You notice it now?
The Liulan residents
Did you notice that? Did you notice the same pictures now that we're looking at? All right, so look at this. So eight. I remember it was 9:35. So guys, this is the water level was cresting over the structure, and you couldn't really see. But look right here. Come on now.
the morning of the disaster.
And they only showed it for
Within
a
less than
split second because they
30
don't want to
minutes,
get
the
killed.
entire village was flooded. Many houses were washed away, and some residents were trapped inside because they had no time to evacuate. Other
Right
residents
there. Okay, so you see the difference? This concrete structure is gone all the way halfway up. It's gone. The amount of water that it just took it all out. This is completely gone. Not really. It's not no Hoover Dam. Let me just put it that way. They built. Hold on. Okay, so they have over almost 100,000 dams. And it says this massive water management network accounts for nearly 40% of the world's large dams structures exceeding 15 meters in height. So it was probably about 15 meters high. And it is completely full, and they weren't letting water out managed. So when it goes around on the dirt, it erodes the dirt quickly, and it becomes a Grand Canyon on the side, and then all that water just keeps rushing. The amount of volumes way better, instantly better. It's sad how bad it was before. I was actually not really into the game. Now I'm wanting to go explore some more. Yeah, it's pretty sick, isn't it? And like the letters, down to the letters, babe. Like I couldn't read this. I couldn't. It's a whole new world. Okay, so anyway, here. So I can't believe that this is being hushed up. This was 4 days ago. And like it doesn't really show I mean, let me see here. So see? 7-6.
Zhou,
This is a
Hunan
school.
province, heavy rain forced schools to suspend classes.
Heavy
Qingdezhen
rain
and
for
Jiangxi
schools
was
to
also hit by
suspend
flooding.
classes. That's what that
6
was.
provinces, including Guangxi, Guizhou, Zhejiang, and Anhui, activated level 4 flood control emergency responses. Across the country,
Level 4 flood responses. Do you see how much water is rushing? That
20
is
rivers
because the
exceeded
dam
warning
broke.
levels. As Typhoon
Look at
Maysak
that. That's I'm so glad they got a picture of it. Look at that small little bit of concrete right there. That little piece. And then it's dirt, fill, and then a little slab of concrete on top. It's like what you do with with your trees. They just built a little tree berm for a dam and called it a dam, and slapped some concrete on top of it and called it good. And now people are dead. I mean, can you believe this? You can see it. It's dry dirt. It wasn't even wet when they put it there. That was dry fill.
To me, this is the Great Tribulation.
But like that's not us. That's just them.
But to me, that's us,
No.
the human race.
Just because they're taught wrong doesn't mean that we were taught wrong.
It still
We
makes
have better
me
standards than
sad
that.
because it's still some of those.
And that
people
they chose not to
are
learn from
innocent
us.
and they were just born there and they didn't know any better.
The baby in the basket it should be a testimony. Like that right there, we should be following that kid throughout his life. You know what I mean? Like that shit right there is insane to see. Anyway, I wanted to look this up. So Lulan naming here where it was and if the death toll, sorry. Lulan naming Guanji dam break 76626. How cash Ooh,
It's already 7.
39.
I'm supposed to do the cats. It's gonna get dark.
Okay, guys, so this is kind of dark. So 39 people are dead in that. China is,
That they know of, so
yeah, it just happened. It, it killed, and it displaced thousands of people and a landslide killed 21 forestry workers. A landslide alone killed 21 forestry workers. The central government allocated 50 million won to restore roads, schools, and other facilities in central China's Hubei province, and another 20 million won to help rebuild homes and resettle residents there. State media said 11 people who died, hundreds were injured Monday night in violent thunderstorms and rare tornadoes. The government also allocated 30 million won to Gansu province, where the landslide buried the forestry workers. The money came on top of 100 million won. It's 14 million in our currency. Allocated earlier for schools, transport, hospitals, and other infrastructure in southern China's Guangxi region, where severe flooding inundated cities and stranded residents after heavier than expected rainfall from a tropical storm. So a tropical storm gave way more rainfall and made this dam fail. Lu Zhaifei, who works in Shenzhen, a tech hub near Hong Kong, said her brother's family was stuck at his house in Lu Village in Quangtang District. His brother was with his wife and 9-month-old baby, their parents and grandfather. This photo shows released Xinhua news agency shows flooded villages after these names. I mean, it must be their family name mix. I don't know how to do it. Lulan,
Lulan Reservoir.
right? Reservoir breached. So that was the name. So that was the water that was behind the dam that broke. That was what it was called. The lake's name or reservoir was Lulan. So the Lulan killed the 39 people or whatever, right? So that's what the water that rushed right here that you're seeing on the photo. That's savage. And due to heavy rains in Hangzhou, Nanning City, South China's Guangxi, Zhuang, Suwang, anonymous rain on Monday. Anonymous region on Monday, July 6, 2026. The water in the house is over one person's height. They have to move around to the second floor. The person has been out since yesterday morning, and now they don't have running water either. Well, damn, right? I mean, because it was probably tied to the infrastructure of the dam, right? So, damn, literally. Lu said her brother told her that the water level rose last night and their situation was so dire that the drinkable water would soon run out, and local authorities had no way to reach out to them. Many villagers nearby were facing the same challenges, she said. Others called for help on social media, showing videos of their flooding surroundings, highlighting their lack of resources. Reservoirs were breached or burst after tropical storm. This is the name here. So if you want to look it up, people, it's Tropical Storm Maysak. Hit the southern eastern Zhuangzi region, sending torrents of water into towns and cities. 6 people were reported dead, and about 130,000 have been evacuated. Damn. So only 6 people were reported dead because of this. So I guess the title was combining that. So 20 dead and 27 missing out of the flooding surrounding China's capital in Beijing. Thousands evacuated. So that's kind of like maybe the updated, and this was the original. You know how that works, right? Okay, so more than, when you get updates. Anyway, more than 8,000 people and 5,700 boats have been deployed in the rescue operation, according to Jiangxi's regional.
I hope this isn't showing on your.
No,
But see what I mean about Temu?
yeah,
Like, why is it even coming up?
babe, you don't know what an
How
ad
was
is?
the POR on Temu?
No, no, it wasn't.
There
But
was someone spreading it. It was bad. They need to ban that. It's because it's about a Chinese news thing, maybe, but it should not be coming up.
babe, I mean, my mic is on and anything. I mean, come on, don't spell out anything like that at all. Like,
I just
please,
think the
Jesus.
ad was
Okay. Okay. Well, it wasn't on the screen because I prevent shit like this.
Then why did he? Is it on this news thing?
Because I only crop a certain section of the screen. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, according to the regional propagandist office, so there's 8,000 people there with 5,700 boats to help, but we don't know like what's going on yet because it's only been 4 days, so I don't know. I'll have to look up more updates. The Associated Press could not verify the reports, so what they're trying to say is they said that they sent that, but we're not sure if that is actually what was happening. Is it what they're saying? But a statement released Wednesday from the regional office said snakes have appeared in some waters. Ooh, after multiple villages in, I know, right? I know. And you're trying to get water and then like the poisonous snake comes out of nowhere. I know. Tell me about it. Hangs will probably hangs in an area where it's submerged in water. It does not give details on where the snakes had come from. Wow, it's crazy, huh? It was also said the local hospital has increased its stock of snake anti-venom. See, there have been venomous. There's only a reason why snakes would be a problem. It's because the venom from the snakes,
That's just a disaster.
right? To meet treatment needs. Jesus. High rain has been battering parts of Jiangxi since last Sunday with cumulative rainfall of 10 to 40 centimeters. Jesus, that's almost how many feet? 3 feet of rain in some areas. So four, no, so sorry. So 2 feet 2 inches. It says right here, 4 to 16 inches. Wait, no, 16 inches. 12 inches is a foot. So it'd be what is that? Like 1 foot and 4 inches off the ground, which is not 3 feet, but still. Anyway, there we go. Fact checking. In some areas, and more than 90 centimeters or 35 inches. Oh, see, so there was some about as high as that. So 36 would have been 3 feet in hard hit areas. The National Meteorological Center said. Jesus, there's a lot of foam. I gotta drink some water here. It's right here. Yes.
Wondering if there's anything. Anastasia was just sleeping in the sunroom, but I was asking her if she wanted to go in the other room because it's cooler.
I see that KBS is dropping on the bottom. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to check it out. This right here, this is the signal strength. I'm not even doing anything. It's kind of weird. I guess because it's in standby mode or something. Not really sure. I hope it's not lagging too much. I'm gonna have to check to see what's going on here, guys. Hold on. Oh, see, so look, it's going up now. Good.
See, I should put this in the fridge because I'm not going to drink even after that.
You're gonna take it in with you, right though?
Well, I want to see what they're doing. I have to go probably like 7. But obviously they all have to feed them before I go. I don't
1 minute, folks.
It's just, it's way,
I gotta say goodbye to my girlfriend really quick. She's
it's just too hot.
Just exiting the vehicle here. We should name this thing. I call it the retro rig right now, but like when it's in podcast, we're different modes.
Because it's cooling.
For Dragon Ball Z, it could be like the time chamber they have, like the cryobaric time chamber or something like that. That's Dragon Ball Z terms. What this is, so this they used to call it, like a clubhouse name. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to make it something you understand, like we used to have like secret houses or whatever, clubhouses. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you just want to. I had a couple of them in the desert even. It was a dugout with sticks, but it worked.
Ours is narrow. It's because it was a tree house. Right? Point is, they gave us, the dad was like a construction worker, so it was like a real wooden house we had, or whatever we ever did with that. You know, we had the roof, it had windows with just both of them open. Like built with a actual house.
like I think this whole shit where like we're just shoving money at problems needs to kind of like end. We need to teach the people how to fish, not like to fish, become fishermen, and go out and like help other people, not just receive help. Like if I'm gonna help you, if I'm gonna help you, you have to be able to help other people eventually. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm not into this having somebody think that they're gonna be the infinite help. Help me forever. Like fuck that. Who wants to deal with that? Even in video games, babe. Even in video games, like World of Warcraft, where people sit there and beg for money, people will sit there and be like, "Oh my God, in a month, in a game, we're gonna be sitting there and begging." You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't want to know you in real life. You know what I mean? Like not even close. Oh, I'm sorry. Go. See you in a minute. Okay, I love you. So another typhoon hit Bravi in the forecast to hit southern China over the weekend. In Taiwan, some farmers rushed to harvest their rice ahead of the typhoon, which was moving south northwest in the Philippine Sea. Elsewhere in Asia, severe weather also caused deaths. Landslide triggers by heavy monsoon rains in the southeastern Bangladesh killed several Rohingya refugees, including 5 children. Oh, it's sad. Rest in peace. Heavy monsoon rains battered parts of the neighboring India, leaving over a dozen of people dead over the past few days. Sorry, I want to collect this stuff really quick because there's like a time thing here. Takes time to. All right, there you go. For it to respond. Y'all want to come up here and get, if we play 76, Valkyrie is my name. You see it. There you go. Have fun with that. Jump on here and get some free ammo, yeah, for yourselves. It's Project Ammo Nation. So something I wanted to show you guys. And this is pertaining to something that happened in like 1977. But I think it ties into this infrastructure stuff that we're seeing in this video really quick. So I kind of wanted to play it. Because it's just like for us, we don't, like, even though the government, like, you know, faltered sometimes, like the majority of the government stuff that I've seen is truly protecting the people. Like they're really are not just trying to sit there and like maim you. Yes, it is like one person died from this, now you can't do it anymore. But I mean, like, honestly, like eventually that will save somebody. And it makes you learn it to a point to where you know why that was made. When you understand the reason why a law was made, then you understand the enforcement section of it. If you can't sit there and understand why a law was made, then you have no right sitting there enforcing it. This is my opinion. And that's what some people need to understand. Like when some cops couldn't even learn the Miranda rights and they're sitting there with a little placard. Like, bro, come on, bro. We used to, them the airmen, we used to learn the airman creeds and executive orders, and you're sitting here and you can't even learn Miranda rights. So, like, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, what the fuck? You know? That's just a food for thought. Sorry for the French word there, but I mean, honestly, it is a WTF moment for me. And they can't even, oh, they're that out of their mind. They have to have a card with Miranda rights so they can't flub it. Like, bro, come on now. Some of this would just go away, I think, if you had a 2-year military like installation where like anybody that exits high school gets to go to military, or any kid over the certain age gets to go to the military, so they learn to survive. And if they're going to be an asset to the society or they're going to be a bane to society, and like, should they go back to high school or should they go to the real world, you know, and not even college. You're not going to college. You're going back to high school. We're going a high school that's made for adults, not C school. Well, another high school. Like, you get what I mean? Like, there needs to be like more thinking outside the box, because like this paying for this shit. Like, I'm not going for like, you think cutting class curriculum, 4 core classes, adding more shit into their like extracurricular activities, and all the changing demands of our society. You're telling me that with the old system that we have in our schools, me knowing that the No Child Left Behind Act failed and then they had to make another one, I was in that. I was in that bureaucracy. I was seeing the teachers struggle. You know, and I was wasn't part of the solution either. I didn't have a solution. I was a kid. And we're sitting here with this influx of people who don't even know how to speak English, and like they're the people that we have to wait to learn the stuff, and then we move on. And that stuff, let me tell you, eventually they took those people out of the class. I don't know what they did with them, but they took them out of the class. So there were stuff that happened that like nobody knows. We want to think about things that are like unsung. That's something that I want to know what happened to those people, because I know like they didn't learn English. So did they get taken out of school? Did they get sent home? You know what I mean? Did they go back? And nobody talks about the go backs. Nobody talks about, oh hell, like I was forced to go to school over there and I didn't want to be a part of that society, so I came back to Mexico. Like, we don't hear anything about that. You know why? Because they want to come over here and they want to just keep living off of a free system. They don't want to be forced to do anything. They want the handout. Most people in reality, let me tell you this. If you were homeless and impoverished by any means, and you heard somebody say, hey, look, why are you doing this when you could go over there with a free something, this or other, and become just as rich as the richest Joe on the block, on the biggest society ever created? And why not? Why wouldn't you do that? It's like, let me put it in WoW terms. It's like, why wouldn't you join a guild to help you get bags, to help you progress in the game? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Like, unless you literally were stuck there and you're like, I don't have an option, so I got to grind and figure out how to make a bag. You know what I mean? Like, unless there's no drive to do it, you're just going to go for the people who are giving it out. So why are we allowing and enabling people to not benefit their own culture, where they come from? They're just saying that they're sending money back, or they're saying, like, but it's like the needless thing to, like, in the Bible, it taught people to like fish, become fisher of men, not becoming dependent on the people giving you fish. So like, that's another moral trait there, that like some things, like you can see that with American integrity like this. Like, so here's my little segue into that, and then we'll talk about Venezuela and everything. And I do eventually want to get a better chat widget, but don't worry about that today. People, if you're chatting, thanks. You know, stick by me. Eventually we'll get a better system going here, but we're in the retro rig. All right, so here we go. I want you guys to understand what I said to it. I said, hey, we went over something a month or two ago in the Mojave podcast that pertained to infrastructure, and it was on the buildings regulations that we stumbled upon. One of the bids was not correctly done, and they needed to reinforce a building that would have basically been collapsed. I forgot what city it was in. Can you research this? And I was either thinking Chicago or New York, but I didn't say it. And this was a big name. It was a big name building, and there was a lot on the line, and a lot of money ended up fixing it, and it still stands today. Which building was that? And then here we go. And it was talking about the Lexington Avenue one here. And if you're not familiar with New York, then you wouldn't know any of this. So maybe this will shed some light
You are
on
almost
the Big
certainly
Apple's
thinking of the City Core
regulations.
Center, now known
they
as
have
601
regulations.
Lexington Avenue in New York
Everywhere
City.
has regulations.
It is a
They're
legendary
not the
case study
problem.
in engineering ethics, disaster prevention, and the secret history of skyscrapers. The building is famous for a
It's
near
the people who don't
catastrophic
know
design
why
flaw that was
to make a
discovered
law.
only after the tower had been
Just
completed in
On a whim, let's
1977.
make a law. Stop
The
the
story
Shirley
is a
Act, and it does
quintessential
nothing.
example of how small, well-intentioned changes and a major calculation oversight nearly toppled a city block. The near miss at 601 Lexington. The building was designed by William Le Mesurier, a prominent structural engineer. The crisis arose from a perfect storm of three factors: The quartering wind oversight. The building was designed to withstand winds hitting it
Winds,
head on.
quartering winds.
However, an undergraduate architecture student, Diane Hartley, prompted Le Mesurier to check how the building would handle quartering winds hitting the corners at a 45-degree angle.
angle, bro.
It turned out the building was
Yeah.
dangerously vulnerable in that scenario.
Yeah, you
The
talk about
bolts versus
overthinking.
welds change.
It's already
The original
built.
design called for welded, full penetration joints to handle the stress. During construction, the contractors switched to bolted joints to save money, a change Le Mesurier approved, but he had assumed the
Yep.
bolts would be strong enough based on his flawed calculation of the wind loads.
Right.
The risk.
The
Le
numbers were
Mesurier
wrong
realized
because he
that a
didn't
severe
understand
hurricane
the
could
shear
theoretically
forces at
cause the bolted
45-degree
connections
angles.
to fail, leading to a progressive collapse of the entire structure. The secret
He wasn't a
fix.
civil engineer.
Once
He
Le
just
Mesurier
spent
discovered
money.
the error in 1978, he didn't panic publicly. Instead, he worked with the bank and the city to reinforce the building in total secrecy. Round-the-clock reinforcement. Starting in August 1978, welders worked at night to wrap steel plates around every one of the 200 critical bolted joints.
200.
Hurricane preparedness. As the work continued, the city developed a covert evacuation plan for the surrounding 10-block radius in case a major hurricane hit before the welds were finished. Emergency backup. Emergency generators were installed for the building's tuned mass damper, a massive 400-ton concrete block at the top of the building designed to reduce sway, to ensure it would function even during a power outage or storm. The work was completed just before Hurricane Ella threatened the coast. It ultimately veered away.
Yep.
The secret was kept for nearly 20 years, only
20
becoming public
years.
knowledge in 1995. The building stands today, and thanks to those extra welds, it is actually one of the most structurally sound skyscrapers in New York. It is likely this is the story you heard.
So let me tell you this. The fact that these people can't even make a 15-meter dam is distressing. Okay, and like they think that their way is better. Like that this is the problem. Like this is the ignorance is bliss until you're dead. And then like you're really neither here nor there to that person anyway. So then that calculation is obviously in their favor. So like how many times are you going to let that be in somebody else's favor? Like how are we going to let like the bums feel like they have the keys to the street? Like how are we going to do that, bro? Like for real. Like how? Because they got rights? Are you fucking kidding me? The right to remain silent. Because the majority of them are on substances that would be illegal anyway. So why are we going to sit here and think that like, oh, they're the one that's a victim of society when they choose to do drugs? And like we didn't have drug wars for a very long time, and we fought in school to say like don't do drugs, and then like we have a society that's now just doing drugs. Like I'm so not with it. Like this is the problem, and like if you can't understand that it's a problem, then you're a problem. And like we need a high school for high schoolers or adults. You know? Like up back to high school. And you get them in a room. Like and it's going to have to be like prison because nobody wants to go back to school, because we wouldn't be in this situation if we had schools that actually taught people. So this would have to be a new type of school that actually teaches people, or they actually learn because they can't get out until they're actually done with their course. Then they have to learn it. Unless they're stuck in that situation where they think they're going to plug the system and sit there and, well, eventually they will run out of food. It'd be like Hunger Games. It would be like, hey, guess what? You don't get any food unless you pass this course. They'd learn really fucking quick, bro. Let me tell you, they learn really quick. So you give them the Warden burger for a week. You don't have to starve them, but we'd have to make them think that, like, you know, like, why not learn stupid shit to like be normal? To us, it's like second nature, common sense, but to them, it's like, oh, it's a whole fucking golden ticket, and it's like, if they want the golden ticket, give them what made America. Don't give them America. Give them what made America. Does that make sense? So, like, if they want to come over here and say, like, this is what built America, we didn't come over here and have a government to give us dollars during the Great Depression, bro. I want people to understand how stupid everyone is. Like, this whole concept of whatever people think, like, communism is going to do, or whatever socialism is not going to work for what we literally were founded on. So why do you think they're going to do it? They're going to do it because it's going to work here, because we have built a society that actually could function and emulate a communism and capitalism and socialism and authoritarianism and all of them in one, because we're just that badass. We could emulate all of them at one. Do you know why? Because we're America and we could do whatever the fuck we want. But that's the thing, is most people do not understand that we were built on an idea. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the pursuit of property that was stricken to pursuit of happiness. And what that really means right now, for some people, pursuit of happiness is different than just surviving. So that's the thing, is like they want to live off of the government's like autistic fund money to fund their happiness. And that's where I want to teach them again. I just want to teach them again. They're going to learn. It's not going to end crazy or anything. They should be in a loony bin, but we should teach them. We should teach them, and maybe they can go back, not into our society, but maybe they can go back into the other society that they came from and actually begin anew. How's that one sound? But their government better be able to keep their people that come back from there. You better keep track of them. You better understand what they're doing, because they could just fall back into the same plot. So we're talking about like a NATO probation. You want to deal with NATO probation? NATO parole? You want to start stepping up the ante here? You really want to start throwing money at the problem? Or do you really just want to start fixing the problem where it is, in the soul and the heart of every individual? Now, I want you guys to understand that morals and ethics do not come from outside. They come from within. And you need to learn that, or you will not understand like what a handout is. It's generous at best. And it's to get you that grit, that motivation to go forward and to say, you know what, that person believed in me, so I'm not going to give up. Even if it was just one person, bro. And that is literally sometimes all it takes. Some people, I guess they need more. But like to me, it was just that one thing, like that one take. And it helped me. So I just wanted to help you guys with that statement today. And like, you could be the thing that helps the next generation. Like, you can be the next, like, what if you want to become a politician or whatever you want to do? You can be the next Plato. You can be the next Socrates. You can do anything you want to be. You're literally here in this time and age. It doesn't need to be in America. We've spread America around the world. I'm not going for you need to be in America to understand these things, these civil liberties that we call. There should be a place in everywhere that, like, if you honored us, like, to, like, you know, maybe put that somewhere in your city. Not like a statue, but like, if what you expected the LA to be, where you got little Koreatown, little Chinatown. Why isn't there little America in every place, bro? Why? You tell me that right now. Because supposedly you guys think that we're these neo-Nazis and these colonists and these... I don't see that, bro. I see people that want to teach. They want people to understand how we got here. And we want to help you, but I don't want to be gang raped. I don't want people thinking that, like, that's how we got to where we are. That's not what happened. And, like, it's something that is appalling to me, that this is what we've succumbed to, that we literally let these things overwhelm the most powerful nation in the world, to the point to where we're like that one time and instance where the Romans were circling that encampment on the top of on the bluff, on the top of the I forget which ones it was, but I'll say it really quick. Sorry.
You are thinking of the ancient fortress of Masada.
a towering rock plateau in the Judean desert of modern-day Israel. The event you're recalling was the Siege of Masada, around 73 to 74 CE, which marked the bitter end of the First Jewish-Roman War. A radical Jewish splinter group known as the Sicarii had taken refuge in the seemingly impregnable mountaintop palace originally built by King Herod. To break the standoff,
Hold
the
on.
Roman temple...
So you understand kind of what's going on here. This is the grid over here on the right, this rampart that the Romans built up here. This is the grid of everyone, every person that tries to prevail any type of idea forward. Even if it just starts as a grain of sand, it will become bigger. And I want you to understand that that works both ways. Okay? We could either be building a bridge to happiness or a bridge to death. And, like, I want you to understand that there are people jumping off the American boat and cliff here because of the ideas of these other people that they're bringing in. And they want that. And that's just their plan. So, if we actually stood up and we fought every fucking problem the way that we wanted and we ought to fight, we would never have an enemy that had the gall to do what we are having to deal with right now. You understand that? And it just is on the back of every American to pick up their phone or pick up anything that they can do to start spinning the ball forward. And then we start instead of just talking about it, eventually start to doing things, and we have better community efforts, better, we'll talk about town hall conferences, just things like that, better things that help society from the ground up, not from the government down. And that's when we really start. See what I mean? Like, they started from Romans started at the bottom and built up to them. And that's what we have to start understanding. The pyramids were built from the top down. It's nice to know how to do all that, but if you can't do that, then you build from the bottom up, bro. You know? So think about that. And then let's listen to the little history here, and then we'll continue on our story here. Sorry about steering us so far off of China
You were
stuff,
thinking
but I
of
wanted
the
you to
ancient
understand.
fortress of Masada, a towering rock plateau
all
in
in
the
here.
Judean desert of modern-day Israel.
The pineal gland.
The event you're recalling was the Siege of Masada, around 73 to 74 CE, which marked the bitter end of the First Jewish-Roman War. A radical Jewish splinter group known as the Sicarii had taken refuge in the seemingly impregnable mountaintop palace originally built by King Herod. To break the standoff, the Roman 10th Legion spent months constructing a massive earthen siege ramp up the western face of the cliff. They moved thousands of tons of earth and bedrock just to get a siege tower and battering ram up to the fortress walls.
A siege tower.
Remarkably, the
Siege
spine
tower
of that ramp
and
is still
battering
visible
ram.
on the side of the mountain today. There is one small correction to the popular legend, though. They didn't jump off the cliff. According to the 1st century historian Josephus, when the defenders realized the Romans were going to breach the wall the next morning, their leader convinced them that death was preferable to being captured, tortured, and sold into Roman slavery. Because Judaism strictly prohibits suicide, the men drew lots and systematically killed their own families, and then each other. The final man alive set fire to the palace and took his own life. When the Romans stormed the fortress, they found 960 bodies and only 2 women and 5 children who had hidden away to survive. Want to know why modern archaeologists are questioning this story?
That was a little deep. I thought, because, they don't know everything. And that was what I was taught. That maybe they just didn't want that to be, shown. But, so I want, everybody wants to think that, Christians are, don't commit suicide. So then, they thought that was the solution was to deem the house leader, the murderer, to go around, kill everyone, because that was it. It was better than becoming a slave to this other fucking country or something, bro. I'm telling you, that is literally what is happening right now. That is the mindset. That is what we are calling back to. And I think you need to understand that energy and how to fight it, because those people that were sitting there hidden alive, they still have that memory in their genes. And we're walking through the time scar of all that negative energy and aura and trauma that when they got there, they knew that it was over. They didn't have an arsenal of Gatling guns to face a legion of people. They didn't have anything like we have. And yet we are still being ramparted up to, gone under our border with disrespect, just constant. And we're sitting here still trying to sit here and give talks to Iran. You tell me right now why we're talking to these people. Why? For 47 years, they said death to us. Why should we sit there with the biggest arsenal in history of humanity, the most intelligence in any civilization, and we've only been around for 250 years? Why should we sit there and have mercy? Are they having mercy for 47 years doing the opposite? Were they having any struck of mercy? And now they have a cult. They have the IRGC. They have people who literally have made a militarized cult to go against something that they deem as a great Satan, when they literally do not understand what Satan is. And that is what I have to leave that with. So, yeah, kind of deep, but yeah, anyway, let's squeeze back over here, and yeah.
Back approached. On the morning of July 6th, the Liulan Reservoir
like
Dam
green
in
light
Nanning,
from my
Guangxi
Xbox.
suffered a major breach. Two sections of the dam
I'm
collapsed.
like, oh God,
creating
I'm
openings with
green.
a combined length of about 50 meters. Massive floodwaters immediately
I'm
rushed
blue.
downstream, submerging two nearby
I'm
villages
blue.
and towns. The water level rose above the
Blue,
first
if I
floors of
was
many
green,
buildings.
no.
The flood arrived suddenly and with extreme force, leading residents to question whether human factors were involved. Villagers from Dutian village near the Liulan Reservoir said they did not receive emergency evacuation notices until the morning of the disaster. Within less than 30 minutes, the entire village was flooded.
So the morning of it, people were sitting there and like, oh yeah, that's we're underwater. Oh yeah, we're underwater. That's so much warning, bro.
Many houses were washed away, and some residents were trapped inside because they had no time to evacuate.
Like,
Other residents said the
what
reservoir
about Jim
gates
on the
were fully
first floor?
opened at
I
6
think
a.m.
he
that morning,
died.
but they did not receive evacuation notices until around 8 a.m. Many villagers fled without being able to
Fuck.
bring basic medication.
No, not
On the
Jim.
mountainside, there was no flat or dry areas for people to rest. Many elderly and children had to spend the entire night standing in the rain or sitting in muddy ground. Secondary risks also emerged. A nearby farm was destroyed by the floodwaters, allowing hundreds of snakes to escape into the surrounding forest.
Snakes.
Trapped residents had to worry not only about staying warm and dry, but also about snake attacks. Reports
Snakes.
said several people had been bitten, with some cases resulting in deaths. On July 9th, authorities in Nanning said that as of 11 a.m., the Liulan Reservoir flood disaster had caused 26 deaths and left 7 people missing. Across Guangxi, authorities reported a total of 39 deaths and 9 missing people. However, because the Chinese Communist Party has often been accused of withholding disaster information, people online question the actual death toll. Fangchenggang City, south of Hangzhou, also suffered severe flooding. Local residents said multiple reservoirs released floodwaters, while affected residents did not receive government assistance and were
Listen,
largely forced to rely on their own efforts.
That's
Some experts pointed
deplorable.
out that 91.8% of China's dams are earth and rock-fill dams, which are considered among the most vulnerable to failure.
I showed that earlier, okay? I pointed that out. We didn't need you to say that. I showed that it was literally no rocks. It was just dirt. It was just dirt. We'll help you. There's the baby. Save that. We need to follow that baby around. We need to know what happened to that baby. Okay, we're right here. Alright. Okay, here.
Zhejiang and Anhui activated Level 4 flood control emergency
Level
responses.
4 flood
Across
control.
the country, 20 rivers
That is too many waterfalls worth of water, like horizontally on the ground. Anybody there is now dead. Sorry to say that. They're dead. Their lungs got filled with earth and they got pushed to the bottom of the lake.
exceeded warning levels.
The reservoir.
typhoon-
Look at the dirt. Look on the left. It's all dirt. They have one little, you can see the vertical piece of concrete, but it is all backfilled with dirt that is probably dry at best. Man, oh man. Just cynical. Just cynical. The amount of force that, like, it would take to break that wall is negligible, by the way. A sledgehammer can hit that and break that. So What makes you think some water seeping through and the amount of weight seeping through it would just eventually cause cracks and decay? But like, it's only supposed to be 15 meters. How much water could that be? Where is it here? That much water. It's like almost up a full skyscraper's first floor in 30 minutes. And like no one's talking about this. Like this right here, we need to talk about the engineering differences between the United States and this, because when and if we go over to some place and we decide to build a dam, when we decided to build the canal, there is now not like this big gap and like a hurricane hit it and now it's like this biggest problem and the waters are brackish and everything's terrible. It's not, there's nothing like that. Like we thought things through, like through and through, like through, up and through, down, sideways, up and down, through and through. This is shoddy. This is the most cheap. And I'm talking, the Great Wall of China was built cheap. No disrespect. Like, it was just dirt in some places. This is not the same culture. This is not the same culture that built the Great Wall of China that held back the Mongolians. This is not the same culture. And I'm gonna say that. I'm sorry to say that. They should understand that. But how do we get back to where we were? We need to have total recall and not lose touch with your ancestry, lose touch with everything because you want to follow the mainstream culture. This right here, you're telling me that you literally thought that when you're standing on top of the Great Wall of China that there could be a lake on the other side of it, bro. Bro. The Great Wall of China was way taller than this. This I think is only 15 meters high. And so here, wow, here we go.
Pointed out that 91.8% of China's dams are earth and rockfill dams, which are considered among the most vulnerable to failure. They said 87.1% of existing low dams were built before 1979, and nearly half of all dams are now more than 50 years old. Some of these structures were built during that period using what critics describe as mass mobilization-style local construction methods, creating safety risks today. People online said that we're still living with the risks and consequences left over from the Mao Zedong era. Water resources expert Wang Weiluo said
Could
the
you
disaster not
imagine?
only exposed the
Could you imagine if we were like living on the mistakes of like the first, like, we're only 250 years old, bro. Could you imagine if we were living on the mistakes of something that happened before this nation was even founded? Because that's kind of what's happening if you think about it. The amount of like time those other cultures have had to get their shit together, and we're like 250 years and they want to come over here and be a part of our culture, like bro, and then they won't even assimilate, bro. Like, that's the shit that gets me livid. That is like, why couldn't you do that in your country, bro? Like, are you telling me that it was impossible, or are you telling me you guys are just thinking that this is the easiest way to do whatever you were going to do for your lifetime? You didn't have any goals outside of making yourself do whatever the hell you were going to do for your life, the entire life of your life. So now when you hear something that you could increase that by 1,000-fold, why wouldn't you do that? Like, this is the situation that Joe Rogan placed, and numerous of different podcasts have said, and I don't even care about saying it. I think I called this. I called this before it was a big deal. I said, okay, look, this is great and everything. This is great. I feel so happy that these people have such a big life and have such great help, opportunities, friendships, but they abuse it and they act like they're giving shit home, and their literal place in Mexico gets hit with a 8.0, and we still have to send people. You know, like, this is the shit. Like, I don't understand. Like, it is just completely foreign to me. Like, how does it get to the point to where you are just blind to the fact of your, like, cancer being a cancer, or a parasite that is, call it for what it is, a parasite, and that the cure to that is to remove the parasite and remove the cancer before it kills the host. And that is the only way to move forward from this. If you can't spot the greed, the shortcuts, the negligence, that our information has been out here for years now and they still can't build proper dams and shit, that's disparaging. That is not only just their choice, what it is it's planned. They're trying to do the lowest of the low to say, you know what, is it better to do the capitalist way, or can we get by with just doing it this way and then we have to redo it again and everybody's dead that remembered that we failed. Like, that's the fucking trauma that I'm trying to say. Like, we're going to be around regardless, but the people that saw their other people fail, like the people in the Orion regime who got murdered, the 40,000 people before we went over there and did this, they got slaughtered overnight just for fucking saying something against these lunatics. Those people shouldn't have any less of a right to history than the people who they think, that the RGC think that should be at the top of the history books. So, if they were crying for help from the United States, it's because they knew that the United States was the only one around that had any type of assets that could do anything. To do anything. Because they know that they're infecting NATO. They know. That's how desperado this whole situation is. It's all starting to crumble down on the one man that it was never supposed to be. The guy that's the king.
Weather.
They made it so he has to be. Do you understand that? They have made it so because they got so tired, I guess, in the past of whatever this, whatever that, regulation, just do that. They didn't want to deal with that anymore. And they're like, you know what? We're going to have to go after the guy who just keeps making executive orders because, and then like, you know, because that's tyranny, apparently. Having to do an order that's helping everyone is you're apparently a tyrant now. So, I mean, I don't know. We used to understand, like, what the kingship was and what, like, the connection to God was and why we had a royal family in the past, not America, but in general, what that lineage was, you know, for. It wasn't like a cult. It was because they were supposed to be the keepers of the connection to the divine, and they were not supposed to do sins, and they were not supposed to do this and that to dishonor their name or the country's name and this and this and that. And everybody that was supposed to say, hey, look, honor these people because they honor the gods and this and that or whatever. You get me? Like, it's been like that for a long time. Talk about shamans, talk about anything like that. The Aborigines, any different type of Indian tribes had these shamans. So where did all the shamans go? Like, I don't understand. I think she's gonna go to the cats. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Did you need anything? About to do this. Quit saying that. Don't say that. Because, listen, the more you say it, the more blasphemous it becomes because no man is supposed to know the hour or the thing. You can keep saying it could be this. You could say that it's pointing out that it could be similar to what they're depicting. You could say that, but I wouldn't say that it really is the end times. You know what I mean? Like, no, but I'm just saying, anyone who does, I would never say that, even if so, because that's not exactly how this works. You're not understanding what I mean by it.
I mean, I'm not trying to say it's happening now. No, I know that scripture quite well. It's part of why I don't believe God and Jesus are the same. But I'm saying there's two different
Here.
floods and other places too, and fires. There's another new fire.
You know who also can start fires? Jewish space lasers. Just kidding. That's a big conspiracy theory. Jewish space lasers. That's a thing. Here. No, I mean, here. Just here.
Pay attention to her if she's there.
You gotta lean in more. It's like a freaking hurricane out there. Huh?
She brings her into yeah, it was.
Emissions. I didn't see it get red 3 times.
Well, I can stop. It's good. If I feel it.
Alright, see you then. Gonna get stuck. Okay. No, I'm talking about in general, Vanessa. You get what I mean, though? Okay, that's all you gotta say, yo. Oh my god. I hear you. Okay, well, I don't know why. Thank you. Ah, damn. Ooh. Freaking on a roll there. Damn it.
Highlighted problems involving reservoir safety, flood management, information transparency.
That's a crack. That is a crack with water coming
and the
out of it.
implementation
I want you to understand that if that ever happened to Hoover Dam, there would not be any water. They would never get to that point. You guys got to understand how, like, the level of negligence this is. Like, I got to turn this down a little bit now. But the level of, like, I just don't understand how the hell do we get here? Like, how do we get to the point, and this is not America, by the way, but how do we get to the point to where they try to copycat us to the point to where their pipes, even on the pipes on the infrastructure that they walk around, aren't straight? You see those yellow pipes? They're not straight. It's bulging outward. And they're just like, this is normal day, is nothing. It's nothing. Oh, look, we got a little mist from the
of
dam.
disaster prevention systems.
Look at this.
He said official disaster reports
That could have been AI, I think.
and the safety of water projects
It had
requires
to
a
have been.
comprehensive
Those
review.
really weren't
in his
people right there,
highlighted
really.
problems
Like,
involving reservoir safety, flood management, information transparency, and the implementation of disaster prevention systems.
that
He
couldn't
said
have been
official
real.
disaster reports and the safety of water projects requires a comprehensive review. In his view, the area where the Chinese Communist Party's disaster response works most effectively is in information control. On July 9th, in Hangzhou, Guangxi Province, where a dam breach had occurred, 2 volunteer group notices circulated online. The notices said that if foreign reporters were found entering villages, residents must immediately report them to village officials, who would then pass the information up through the Township Propaganda Department and the City Committee. The notices also instructed residents not to accept any interviews, claiming it was to prevent foreign countries from smearing China, and to avoid falling into the trap of people with ulterior motives. Screenshots shared online appear to show several foreign reporters being questioned by police. Some people online mocked the situation, saying, "The happiest countries in the world are North Korea in first place and China in second. Let's dream of becoming a great power together." On June 29th, during a regular press briefing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun said that in addition to the previous cash assistance provided to Venezuela, the Chinese government had decided to provide another 100 million yuan in emergency non-repayable humanitarian supplies for earthquake relief and post-disaster reconstruction. He said the aid would be delivered to Venezuela as soon as possible. In response, some people online questioned, what happened to the disaster relief funds for the floods in Guangxi? Were they all sent overseas? Why help foreign countries while leaving people at home without assistance? A vlogger posted a video claiming that during the handover ceremony for the first batch of more than 80 tons of emergency supplies to Venezuela, Chinese officials were seen repeatedly shaking hands with Venezuelan officials for photo ops. The Venezuelan officials then read from a prepared script, saying the people of the two countries are brothers and share a common destiny. Meanwhile, the vlogger claimed that flood victims in Guangxi had largely been relying on their own efforts to survive. He cited desperate online messages, saying, "We haven't eaten for 3 days. We've been calling rescue numbers for 2 days, but no one's come. We can only save ourselves." The vlogger also claimed that similar requests for help on social media platforms were quickly deleted. A blogger named Xiao Kun said that when these disaster events are viewed together, the question is whether they're merely convective weather reported in forecasts. Xiao Kun said that after each disaster, people are evaluating whether there's transparency or information restriction, efficient rescue efforts, or officials shifting responsibility. He said a natural disaster can destroy homes, but a system that has lost public trust can create even bigger problems, like fear and panic. He described the disregard for people's lives as one of the biggest problems facing society today. On July 4th, a strange scene appeared over Zhangjiakou, Hebei province. Dark clouds cover the sky. Videos circulating online show a group of tourists stopping at the Heifengkou area. At the time, dark clouds appeared to cover the sky. The clouds seemed to press downward from above, appearing almost within the reach of people on the ground. The entire sky looked unusually dramatic and intimidating. A woman filming said,
You could
"Oh my
say that
god,
again.
this is so scary. The pressure is incredible. I feel like
That's
it's about to
awful.
swallow me."
Yeah.
Someone
well,
else could be heard shouting in the video, "Is this a tornado?" On July 9th,
Yeah,
a resident in
pretty
Jinan filmed the
much.
night sky with a cloud-like formation that appeared to change from red to purple. Some people online speculated that it could
Whoa.
be a so-called earthquake cloud. One person commented, "The shape of this cloud really is unusual. Is this a strange weather phenomenon? Is something big about to happen?" But one thing that cannot be denied is that across China, extreme weather, including heavy rain, heat waves, hailstorms, earthquakes, and coal mine collapses, have continued to occur. In response to these disasters, state media has continued its usual low-key reporting approach, with critics accusing authorities of downplaying or concealing casualty figures. Meanwhile, CCP leader Xi Jinping and Chinese Premier Li Qiang have once again issued instructions, calling on local authorities to make every effort to organize rescue and relief efforts. However, critics say that even for public appearances, they have been unwilling to visit disaster areas in person. Commentator Mei Lingshuang said, "How is this what Xi Jinping calls putting the people first? It's clearly putting power first." She said that such instructions and directives appear insignificant in front of people who have lost their homes or their lives. She added that based on previous government responses, these statements have not prevented more disasters from recurring, because, in her view, authorities have failed to recognize the deeper issues behind them. She argued that influenced by the communist ideology of atheism, Chinese leaders do not believe that disasters could be connected to their own actions. Ancient Chinese thinkers developed the concept of the connection between heaven and humanity. The core idea is that heaven represents the highest moral authority, and that heaven and human beings are interconnected. More specifically, the
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. There is that. Thank you. You guys said it. Sorry. You said it, I didn't. No, I said it earlier. But the thing is, I didn't see this part of it yet. And this is, I know they have this. Okay, I know it's in there. I don't remember when they first started it, but like I remember we were talking about the Yellow Emperor, and he was basically divine. So for them to be atheists is like literally crazy to me. Like that is like it's a gnarly slap to like the first person. Like that thing in the sky looked like the Yellow Emperor's craft to me, bro. That's pretty gnarly. Like that, it was like this there, like just very upset with like the whole like, how dare you, like not like, it was almost like disrespected like by what they've become, you know? Like I didn't give you all the herbal medicine to become like this, you know? Like you guys have like failed and they're being punished and trying to be convinced other than somebody coming down, like their Jesus coming down, you know, like that's I mean, is that the only thing that's going to change these people's minds? Like, is it? Like, do we have to like get to that point to where we have to see God to believe he exists? Are we that naive as humans to think that we could even see God with our little eyes? Like, oh, I mean, what the hell? Like, we know we can't see certain spectrums. Like, what are we talking about? Like, how could somebody that created it all even manifest themselves only in one section of that? How? How could they do this? So, like, you need to really think about that. And it's through the pineal gland. Let me give you a hint. There is a way, but it's through the pineal gland. And I want you guys to do deep research into it yourselves. And it is the seat of the crown. It's the seat of heaven to me. Like, it's the ladder. It's like Jacob's ladder. It's like how we get there.
Concept suggests
It's the
that
whole
natural
mission.
rewards and punishments follow from human
And like,
behavior.
we don't want to calcify that. We don't want to drink and pollute our body, the holy temple, in a way that is just completely disrespectful. Like, what it's making it that we are losing our connection to the divine because we are creating toxins that block that connection, including 5G and different things like this. And he has to come through somehow. And if he knocks out the internet and the 5G towers and he gets in for a little bit to try to get some people up, then he saved Lot and the other, and it's not really his wife because his wife looks back, but you get what I mean. Lot, the Sodom and Gomorrah. If we look at that as any instance to where something bad could happen at any instance and wipe out anybody, you should really have a better moral background to when you think if you're just going to be vaporized instantaneously, you don't have to sit there and think that, what am I going to say? Like, that should never cross your mind in reality. But I know that some of these people don't even believe in God. So if you go up to them and be like, if you died and you spoke to God right now, what would you say? Like that. Like, they don't have an answer. They just think that isn't going to happen. And that's just such a slap in it to every single person that's here. Like, on this planet, it is a slap to us too. So that's why I don't really understand, like I've been slapped in the face by an atheist. It hurts. Like, they don't give a fuck. So like, it's something to me that like hits close to home. It's like, what will it take? Like, his thing was like, did I have to do this for you to listen to me? Like to him, it was like he was asking me to like gratify his like guilt. So he felt guilt. This atheist felt guilt. Do you understand the meta, like, cognitive skills that you have to be there to be able to communicate with somebody who just slapped you? Like, that type of stuff. So, like, and broken your eardrum and you can't hear out of that ear, but you're still talking to that person. And you're bleeding out of that ear because you had, like, peroxide or something poured into it and it foamed up and it was bleeding and it hurt so much that you thought you were going to die. Like, I never thought I was going to die before. That hurt so much. And, yeah. So I know it's there. I see it in people. I'm not stupid. I know God isn't stupid. If we're intelligent, God's intelligent. What is this? If we're supposed to be made in the image of God, then obviously he's going to be intelligent, if not the most intelligent thing that ever existed. So like that's going to have good and bad in it, because we are a manifest of this. So like, in a microcosm of that chaos and order, are we going to choose to, in a entropy universe full of chaos, are we going to just continue that on our own little piece of heaven here? Or are we going to fight to make it a sturdy, permanent piece of heaven? Not just this shoddy dreg, thing that they're doing with like the showboating. Let's see how much I can make this dollar stretch. Let's see how much I could, generate from this 15-foot high dam, how much the farmers and all that stuff, like all that, it probably did a little bit, but then, some people died. So, but then like, in the grand scheme of these people, they probably don't care about them. They're like a martyr almost. They're like, well, because they don't believe in God, they don't even believe in the martyrism. They're dead. That's depressing as hell. That's like if you're walking through a field of ants and you stepped on a couple and the other ants ate them. Like, that's the type of shit that I'm starting to see. And it's just like, I don't want to like say that people need to like find God to fix themselves like that, but you need to understand what it was, the religion, and what religion was all for. You need to understand that. In order to truly be an atheist, you have to understand that. So I see a lot of fake atheism, because they never knew God to turn away from him. They just thought they knew God. They didn't actually see something that was out of this world. They didn't. So consequently, their opinion means nothing to me, and that's fine because I know what I've seen. So if somebody sits there and thinks that they're all like this and that because of their belief, but they, haven't seen it to believe it type thing, and then they're like, I don't know. It just doesn't look good for the people who have actually seen that there's a better way. Like I say, with all of our infrastructure and stuff like that, and engineering and doing the math and having all this, we did it right. We completed a building in 1977 and it wasn't up to specs for a hurricane, so we spent even more money to fix it before anybody got hurt. Do you understand how crazy? And in a way that it was silenced and not even heard of for 20 years, nobody knew that that building was unsafe for a hurricane that almost hit when it was completed. Like, not 1977 when it was completed, but when they were renovating it to fix it for the hurricane, that it then steered off into the Atlantic. It didn't hit New York. But it could have. So there's that. And like, people want to just say that that's luck. Like, what are the odds? Like, that was like something for the history books. It's like somebody up there saw that we reinforced that building and they were like, yes, something finally. Now I can give you guys more water and that building that you worked so hard on isn't going to fall. Like, that's like, I don't need to like show you guys how stupid you are now. So like flatten all the skyscrapers now with some big divine wind that saved like Japan in the past from China's invasions. And they don't believe in the divine kamikaze. They don't believe in that. Like, how could you not believe in that? You walk around on this earth and you don't know how you got here, but yet you don't believe in divine kamikaze? Like, are you kidding me? So like, that's the stupidity that we have to live with, right? And then we are supposed to think that culture is supposed to be superior to ours when we know that we've only been here for 250 years. And at least we don't have dams fucking flooding over and breaking down every now and again. Like, at all. Like, really. Like, they have 98,000 dams in China. And like, we know that they can't make enough people to upkeep that. You can't tell me you have enough people over there that want to deal with that. Especially when they see all this devastating news about the Venezuelan dredge construction and all this stuff in their Belt and Road Initiative, the billions put into that it could have been used at home to actually really build the home front to face the next century's stuff. But no, we got to make China's like touch go global or something. Like, what? Like, no. Like, you had a Silk Road moment. You did that. You only like cursed these people because you at home weren't fixed to be able to help other people, because then you basically cursed them with your unfinished like demonic energy aura of just like, you know what, F it. Like, we'll build this with like little itty bitty pieces of rebar and not girders. Like, this is the F it I'm talking about. Like, we need to be humble enough to think that we don't know it all, so planning for unlimited is probably better. Not and sustainable. Not just unlimited, but sustainable unlimitedity. Close to it, right? How to do unlimited energy, how to do unlimited things. It's the first thing you want to learn in a game. How do I get unlimited money? How do I do this and that? You know why? Because it's a restriction. And as humans, we want to bypass these restrictions natively. Why? I think it has to do with sinning. I think it has to do with the never-ending sense that we are either doing good or bad, and there's evil and chaos in the world. And how do you quell that search? You have to lean on the everlasting arms, as it's called, or find the crimson cord. Do things in your life that like allows God to work through you, then you understand what it's all about. Like, if you never put yourself out in a missionary aspect, how would you understand if you'd ever be a missionary? You Most people wouldn't even think about it, but then you're sitting here and you're like, you know what? Like, I've seen something. I'm gonna turn my witness into a testimonial. And like, I know what I seen. And it's like Elijah that saw the tornado in the wilderness and was like, I shouldn't be afraid of man. I should fear God.
And that disasters and unusual changes in nature can be warnings caused by the mistakes of those in power. Throughout history, wise rulers in ancient Chinese dynasties took warnings from heaven seriously. They reflected on their own actions, accepted the warnings, and changed their policies. May said that if leaders of the CCP refuse to reflect on themselves and fail to understand the root causes behind disasters, then even more official instructions and directives will only be symbolic gestures. She said they themselves will eventually face the consequences.
Okay, so that was that one, guys. Hope you guys liked that. That was China Observer. China shaken by like 13 quakes in one day. Hail, floods, tornadoes leave the whole nation in ruins. So there's that. And we're going to move on to he thought China could steal from, or I'm sorry, he thought he could steal from Americans until today. And that's Cash Jordan. See it? Iranians carry kill Trump banners. Trump says he is #1 on the kill list for Iran. This is Fox News. Super El Nino in Southern California, hype versus reality. Trump says he left instructions if Iran assassinates him. And this is a lot from our news about this assassination shit, and I don't like it. It's like, yeah, sure, like, okay, so like, why put so much pressure on that dude, bro? You literally made him go back into the old Air Force One, bro. This dude's 80. He doesn't need to have that much fucking stress on him, bro. Just let him do the job. Quit talking about, oh, I'm gonna kill you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this stupid game we play with each other. And it's like, ever since Kennedy and the assassination of Kennedy, and oh, I didn't kill him. Oh, it was for this political reason. Oh, I have a super gun. I gotta use it. Like, no, like, you know, I'm so over that mentality personally. Anyway.
Governor Newsom is in a lot of trouble. Watch this.
I already have. You've had 20 years on my taxes. Yes. I know you love taxes. Donald Trump, when's he releasing his?
What are you saying is so different from Trump?
Well, I am, because that's why I've released all my taxes for decades, and you will have all those new tax returns, because I have no reason why you haven't gotten them already. So I have no problem.
So then where are they? So then where are his tax returns? What is he hiding? And why did
But
the
that's
FBI
deflection.
plant
Yeah,
an
where'd they go?
operative in his inner circle? Listen to this.
FBI infiltrated Gavin Newsom's inner circle by convincing governor's ally to wear a wire.
Gavin Newsom. Now, he wants to
Wow.
be president, but there's a lot of questions about the family's finances. And the FBI have been investigating it, and apparently someone's been wearing a wire.
This is crazy.
Is this a fit-up job from the Trump FBI?
This woman
A
who's
wire?
high up in his administration
wear a
wearing
wire.
a wire for the FBI.
Oh my god, that's
Like,
some
and it was Joe
that's some
Biden's
old
FBI
school
that
shit
unleashed
they
this.
didn't
Oh,
even
I mean,
fucking
this wasn't
think
a
about.
Trump.
Oh, it
A
wasn't.
wire?
It carried over, but it was begun under a Democratic president.
Oh.
And for this
You're not
woman
wearing
to
a wire,
actually
are you?
be deputized effectively by the FBI to tape him, there's just no question he was the center of it. That he would have to be in order for them to
Right.
allow this.
But Donald Trump
Fucking
is
nuts.
apparently going after Gavin Newsom because of a very specific reason. Watch this.
He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
Yeah, only it wasn't Donald.
He's such a blind asshole. He doesn't understand he's pissed off half of America. This is so fucking
Trump's
crazy.
FBI that put someone in
my
his inner
God.
circle trying to catch him. And wait till you hear what else happened.
and get permission for this, and then another person in the administration who was being taped. So one doing taping and one being taped means they had a lot of good faith reasons in order to
Yeah,
target
and
him.
Biden did it.
So we don't fully know exactly what he's accused of doing or what he's suspected of doing. We do know the wife has got these charities that seem pretty sketchy, that are overwhelmingly, and by sketchy, I mean overwhelmingly paying her bills, her
Right.
fees, her salaries, and those are the ones around her.
They figured out that his wife's charities pay her an amount of money that greatly eclipses what other charities that bring in the same amount of money as hers pay their executives. She's
why
like one
doesn't
of
everybody
the
just get
top-earning charitable
a third of
executives in
the
entire country,
donations
but her
from a charity? Why
is not
doesn't
one of the
everybody
top
just get
charities
a
in the
third of
entire
the money?
country.
There's
But
one person.
Look at whose fault this is.
Yeah, look, I'm.
Fuck.
We got to take back the House of Representatives, or we'll lose
Look,
this republic. I've
look.
talked
We
about
gotta
this
do
Trump
something. You know why?
administration.
Because I'm letting it all the cards out, and I don't even know how to stop giving the cards out. You know why? Because I never knew what the cards were to begin with. Because I can't read.
Is the great
Sorry.
grift, because this is a corruption story.
Really?
We will lose the republic. I made a point.
A republic actually has people in office that know how to read without the words being underlined.
On July 4th, if you haven't seen my speech, you should take a look at the speech. You'll know
Did you have to say it with a teleprompter that had the words underlined?
exactly my mindset. We will lose this country.
You know what? If more people like you ever come into office, we will lose this country. And I'm not laughing.
Unless we're
What?
vigilant about what's going on in terms of election security. This is
Yeah, we need to pass the Save America Act. This is terrible that you allowed this to happen. How dare you start to spin this? Cash, I'm with you, bro, but I have to say something.
code. This is serious. It's a 5-alarm fire. This guy.
5 alarm fire. You know what that means? Why didn't you evacuate that warehouse fire with all that meat in it? Why didn't you evacuate that when the solar panels were burning before you declared it an emergency? Why didn't you evacuate the area? That's a level 5 fire, bro, and you have no idea what level 5 fire is.
He's not screwing around. He's just winding
You know
up.
what? You're not screwing around, are you? I think you're projecting.
He says America is going to lose itself if it doesn't get serious about election security. And he
God,
says
makes me
this
sick,
from
man.
California, the largest sanctuary state. But before we get to that, there's a new corruption story
But wait,
floating around out
there's
there,
more.
which involves the governor, surprisingly.
40 million
Fuck.
diapers, as many diapers will be distributed this year as Californians.
That was Governor Gavin Newsom about 2 months ago at a press conference announcing California's new free diaper program and a
Free
multi-million
diapers.
dollar contract with a nonprofit.
Hold
Save a
on.
Baby. But immediately
Hold on. Listen here, motherfuckers. If you're having that many babies, you think you need to have support for the diapers, I'm sorry. But the entirety of humanity has actually worked without diapers, so I don't think we should be spending money on diapers. I don't. I think we should maybe get on regulation about if you really have to get to this point to where diapers are costing this much, where you have to subsidize diapers, you shouldn't be giving federal money to people to buy these products at an exorbitant price. You should be fixing that price so that the makers actually have to make their profit at a certain threshold. That means that their quality of their product might drop a tad, but it probably won't drop that much because they were probably overcompensating by charging so much the whole time anyway. So we need to get back to a status quo that actually fixes problems instead of just feeding these fucking assholes more money through these greedy dumbasses who just think that they need to give American money to the corporations like Wally World and different places that are kind of supposed to be American, but ended up being a very thick talon of communism in there. So you need to understand that there's a double-edged sword in all this. Like when Wally World did the price checking and everything, and they said, hey, look, if you give me a receipt where you can find it cheaper, we'll pay the difference. That shit's communism, I think. And I don't, if you want me to ask AI that, then I can, but like, you know, I'm pretty sure that's communism. So like, there's no capitalism in that. Like if somebody can't charge a little bit more for something to make their overhead room, and a bigger corporation is now going to like say, hey, look, I can get the same thing to you for $15 less. And then now that guy doesn't get his money at all ever again. And that's what's been happening for a very long time. So then those corporations that have the big deals with Huff, like Charmin, Ultra, all these different types of toilet paper manufacturers, stuff like that, they're only shipping to these bigger areas, causing an influx in supply to these areas, but a demand nowhere else means that they can control the prices. Do you understand what that means? There's a lack of different type of what we call competition. So in reality, when you make these big super corporations, big American corporations, you snuffed out the American middleman that was actually just trying to get by, the people at Dollar Generals, the people who have these people like products that are actually American made, that are just trying to make it, you know, just trying to do the dream. And you don't take a risk on them. Like that's you, bro. That's you. Like that has nothing to do with like you're lazy that you won't like take a risk and go out there and do that. Do you not think that the gold miners took a risk when they came out here to California? You know, the people who made money in the gold rush? The people who made the shovels and sold the shovels. Think about that. It's the same thing that we're doing with the RAM inflation and all this shit. When we're making AI, we're using AI, we're taxing the shit out of AI. Now all of a sudden, I'm paying for cloud storage that has AI upgraded attached to it and shit. And I don't even need it, want it. Now I have to pay more for a fucking AI attached to something that I just wanted my cloud to have. Cloud, not an AI in the cloud. Now it's there. So now I'm sitting here like, this is great. You know, like what a time to put all your shit on the internet. Now there's a God looking at it for sure, not just some stupid geek that might be jerking off to your, like, you know. It's awful. It literally is awful, bro. And I don't even mean it. This could just be creeps out there looking at your actual photos. I'm not saying like I have anything like that. I'm just trying to say, like, you know, there's actually been movies of like that instance where somebody uploaded that stuff to the cloud. That's why I was referencing it, because it was kind of a funny movie. And I never thought, like, what would happen if the plot of that movie changed to now there was an AI on there. That whole mission where the dude had to break into his neighbor's house to, like, delete that video from his freaking neighbor's cloud and everything like that couldn't have happened if it automatically uploaded to the AI and it went, and the AI read it and it, you know, spoofed it to every other place. Like, that's the shit that we're getting to, bro. So, like, I mean, I don't understand if you guys think that you guys can hide or what you're doing, but, like, you better start, like, being pretty meek, okay? Like, I want to talk about being meek for a second, and the meek will inherit the earth. And we're sitting here, and you're thinking that you need money for diapers when you just, I don't understand, bro. You need a job. Like, you needed to not be in that situation to think that you needed help for diapers. Like, why can't we get to that look? Like, oh, wow, something must be wrong with me, and not like they're the problem. Like, why does it always have to be like that? Like, why is it never soul searching within? Like, yeah, sure, meet the people where they are, but sure, give them some shit. They're supposed to fix themselves. They're not supposed to just be there and like, okay, well, I had it right somewhere along the line, I was okay, and now I just need to get back there. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, but like, if you don't even know where you were doing right at, then how are you gonna know when you're doing wrong? And that's just the whole order and chaos shit that people need to understand, that like a lot of this is constructive. A lot of this is just disaster mitigation. Like, we haven't had like government that wants to make us completely perfect, because I don't think that the government can function if the society was perfect. Does that make sense? Like, who needs a government if every person was perfect? You just be empowering different people that are perfect, and then that would be better than just one organization that does it all. That way you can get a correlation of people together that actually understand, and we band together like the Lord of the Rings, and we're not sitting here with just one sword. So I think that a lot of that money, like, that went to the military industrial complex, if we could have just divvied out a little bit of what came back into the other branches and to solidify a more, like, you know, reins to this chaos, then, sorry for the Warcraft name, Reigns of Chaos, but yeah, if we can have reins on this chaos here, it would be better than it just going nuts, you know? Like, that's what government's kind of turned out to be right now. It's just like, it's going nuts and we don't know how to get the reins back on it. So we need to figure that out. And we need to understand what the people really need and want. And we need to stand to that. And when you can't just let these, I don't want to say left, because I hate using ideology like that, because nobody even understands what it means anyway. But the people who don't understand what's right for America, the left, that think that every idea is good, that nothing, and that it has to be implemented with no repercussions, no say back, no nothing, just shut up and take it, and this is how it is, and no remorse. So I just say an eye for an eye makes the world blind, but eventually these people will get what we have received from them for so long. So I hope they like the fact that it's been this way, and we gave them a little chance to show their true colors, and now they've sided with terrorism and Antifa and all these different, like, movements that supposedly were good at one point in time, and now have just literally become holidays now, and now we're supposed to sit here and think that, like, Like the Black Lives Matters riots like didn't harm us, so Juneteenth and everything should still be fine. Like it causes division. Like when you see that like the cops didn't do anything to that, like you could see the people left. Like they didn't. Why am I paying all these taxes? Nothing happened. I don't want to be the guy that got looted from. I don't want to be. Why would you? Why would you be in a society that just allowed that chaos? That's a little taste of what's happening, and it's strong in California, and people need to understand that if California was to change, the country would be a better place. We're talking about Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, like it was such the biggest thing in the world. I think it's gotten that far into the country because we let California go by unnoticed for 30 years. And they thought that they can infect the rest of America without anybody fucking saying anything. And I think that was a very stupid decision. And I think that they're biting their toes for it.
Critics pointed out that his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, also had a relationship with at least one of the co-CEOs.
Sits on Gen's board of directors. Gavin Newsom is claiming there was this huge, rigorous process to figure out which group to partner with for this free diaper program.
You can't make
this
this up.
a rigorous process if you're best friends with the CEO of this company.
I don't think so. We did a little fact check, and you should definitely go check out the story we did last month. But we could only go so far.
So far, the state will not give us a copy of the contract or the competitive bid scoring sheet.
Oh, so we can't get the scoring sheet, we can't get the contract, and we can't get the governor's tax returns, even though he says there's no reason why anybody doesn't have all this stuff. And the fact that they're still doing this funny stuff with these charities and these contracts while being under federal investigation, it seems like they don't think there's anything wrong with this.
4 days after that very high-profile press conference, we simply asked the governor's office for a copy of that contract that everyone was talking about.
Yeah.
They told us, reach out to California Health and Human Services.
Okay.
They told us the contracts were with yet another agency.
Oh.
That agency told us our request had been received. That means legally they had a maximum of 10 days to tell us whether or not we're going to get them.
Okay.
Exactly 10 days later, now 14 days after the press conference, the state replies citing an unusual circumstance clause in the California Public Records Act, giving them another 14 days to decide if these are disclosable records. California law clearly states any executed contract is a public record.
Except for when it's the governor and it's his wife and they're up to something and it involves 40 million diapers. Like this, this is a joke at this point. It's a circus. They're robbing America somehow on TV, talking about how it's actually Trump who's doing it while being under investigation. It's like they have absolutely no fear.
And so are competitive bid scoring sheets. Fast forward 14 more days.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, they are disclosable records, but the
Yes.
state would need another 3 to 4 weeks to get us copies.
Why?
Translation, the state waited 24 days to promptly notify us that it would need another 28 days to get us a copy of that contract that the governor announced nearly 2 months ago.
So do we have it?
Bidding process.
Then, the day we were finally supposed to get the records,
Here we go.
July 3rd, a state holiday, the Newsom administration told us they would need 2 more weeks.
It's unacceptable.
That's Jenny LaRue. She's with the First Amendment Coalition.
You should have had it in your hands the day they were talking about it.
She argues documents like state contracts shouldn't even require a public records request.
Do you think there's a world?
So given that there's all this mumbo jumbo going on at a time when the governor and his wife are under federal investigation and won't release their tax returns while they talk about how Trump is destroying and looting the country, reporters have questions that they would like to ask the governor about this, and wait till you hear his answer.
On the FBI federal investigations into you, your wife, your staff.
Not much more than has already been provided. I mean, this is purely political. You've seen some of the reporting. I'm not sure. Maybe you guys have reported it as well. People have stated pretty clearly they were directed to find something.
Oh!
Have more people been contacted in your circle?
To find something. Just directed. Find something.
Huh.
That's everything you need to know about the United States of America under Donald Trump. And so.
But what about Biden?
We continue to, maintain vigilance as it relates to the just weaponization by the Department of Justice and other power ministries.
So the interesting thing about this is that he doesn't want to talk about how it all started under Joe Biden. He only wants to mention Trump for some reason, which reveals the only politics getting played here are getting played by the guy who says it's all political and that he's completely innocent. But wait till you hear how he tries to get out of this.
Under the Trump administration, and a lot has been reported, and I don't have much more to add except it's pretty disgraceful.
Oh, disgraceful.
Why you decided to reveal those details first, Governor. In the video, you also acknowledged that you were considering the 2028 presidential run. So if you emphasize more.
Well, that was table stakes.
Yeah, he wants to be president.
And it's pretty obvious that I'm not timid as it relates to calling out the abuses of the most corrupt administration in American history.
Unless
More
it's
evidence
Biden.
that you need than the tax returns that he just put out, the $2.2 billion in income that Donald Trump has received. The fact
Well,
that
where's his tax
we
return?
spent hundreds of millions of dollars not on developmental disabilities. In fact, they cut that budget. Trump administration cut the budget for kids with developmental disabilities. But
Right, so the Trump administration, they're all political. They go after people who are innocent, and they want to go after children. But there's something very interesting here, because these investigations into Governor Newsom started under President Biden in 2024. That was also an election year when Joe Biden was dropping out. And why did those investigations happen? Was it to keep Gavin Newsom on the sidelines? And what is Gavin Newsom doing differently this time around to make sure he's the front runner? I'll tell you.
California Governor Newsom was against the proposed tax for California residents that make over $1 billion, but he's advocating for a nationwide wealth tax. Joe Pollack joins me now.
Nationwide,
so, Joe,
he
how
wants
is
a
Newsom's
nationwide
flip-flop
tax
on wealth taxes going to play out for him?
Yeah, it was a flip-flop.
Well, in one respect, it's not a flip-flop because so many billionaires have been leaving the state of California since the billionaire tax was even
There's
proposed.
nobody to tax.
Right, and he needs to keep them in California. So making the billionaire tax nationwide is a way of keeping the billionaires in California.
But that's
or so he
socialism.
thinks. But there's also something else that has been happening over the last 3 weeks, and that something else is Mamdani and the socialists that he has been pushing successfully in Democratic primary races. That is changing the contours of the presidential primary for Democrats in 2028.
Yes, it is. And if you're Gavin Newsom and the establishment's tried to keep you on the sidelines, you see the socialists taking over New York, you realize that the leader of the Democrat Party is actually Mayor Zoran Mamdani, and what do? You get in line to kiss the ring, and here comes Gavin Newsom.
It's time for a national billionaires tax.
We should go after all the rich people because they ran away from my crumbling California and fled to other states like Florida, of all places, and if only we could lock them in like Cuba, we'll be just as successful as they are. What a nightmare.
And so even though Newsom understands how destructive a wealth tax will be, he has to reposition himself now away from being a kind of pro-business Democrat toward being a more socialist Democrat.
Socialist.
And so he is proposing what Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and other left-wing Democrats have been talking about for a while, which is a nationwide wealth tax.
The idea that a politician can reposition themselves from being pro-business to a communist just to get elected is the most repulsive thing any of us could ever imagine when it comes to politics, and that is happening right here with Governor Newsom while he's under investigation, while he won't release his tax returns, while he won't release the $40 million diaper contract that his wife is involved in. Like, what is going on here?
Today, I'm going to explain why Governor Gavin Newsom might be about to sign what the California Taxpayers Association is calling the largest tax increase in dollar amount in California.
What's he going to do with the money?
It starts with a tax on healthcare insurance premiums, both public and private. The public one is Medi-Cal,
So they're going to tax Obamacare.
Medicaid. Right now, the taxes are much higher on Medi-Cal than on your private insurance premium, and that's because nobody notices. Every dollar that is taxed in California gets reimbursed by Washington. Well, Washington decided it didn't want to pay anymore, and President Donald Trump and the Republican Congress decided to end that practice and to require taxes on private and public health insurance to be equal. So rather than cutting the spending on Medi-Cal or add in a work requirement that Democrats have opposed,
why do they oppose
California
that stuff?
is raising the taxes on private health insurance premiums.
Meanwhile, they're the champions of socialism and affordability. You see, that's the big scam we got going on here. We got all these people preaching communism for the little guy, but really they're busy stealing from him and robbing him to redistribute the little that he has to other people for some reason while claiming that this helps everybody. This is crazy. And the people doing this were pro-business last week, like Governor Newsom, and now they're getting in line for Mamdani's blessing.
Cover the funding shortfall. Now, it's not clear yet what that will cost the individual patient. It depends on how the insurance companies handle it. But some estimates are that it could cost as much as $400 per premium per year.
Wow, that's affordable.
One tax increase. Also in the same bill, which is the state's budget, is another tax increase which comes from software.
Interesting.
The new budget declares that software is personal property and therefore transactions involving software are going to be taxed.
Are
the
you
estimate
kidding
is
me?
that it'll raise about $2 or $3 billion, but the California Taxpayers Association says the real amount is much higher.
Half the software you and I are getting, it's all subscription. We don't own any of this stuff, but they're saying it's our personal property. Is this going to apply to like Netflix? Is this going to apply to your PlayStation that just expired? And they just purged their catalog of stuff that was your personal property, but you never even owned it? I guess to the communists, having a subscription for something you don't actually own is the same thing as ownership because they don't believe in ownership. They don't believe in private property.
And in total, these two taxes will raise $14.25 billion.
Wow.
That's a California Taxpayers Association estimate, making it
a lot
much
of
higher
fraud.
than Proposition 30, which passed in 2012, raising taxes on the state's highest earners. That brought in about $6 to $8 billion.
So now they're going to tax the middle class.
Why are these taxes increasing at a time when voters care about
Because-
affordability? California has a spending problem. It doesn't have a revenue problem. AI and economic growth have brought in a lot more revenues than anticipated.
But you see, never let a crisis go to waste. Rahm Emanuel said that when he was working for Barack Obama. And you know what? The Democrats, they have taken that and they have run as far as they can off into left field. And what they want to do is they want to justify your personal pain, the pain you feel in your wallet when you might go to the grocery store or when you might go to the gas station on everything other than their policies that mean gas is twice as expensive in California as it is in Florida. Why is it $6 a gallon there and it's $3 a gallon in Florida? What's up with that? Well, if you ask the people in California, they'll tell you it's because taxes aren't high enough. They'll say that if we could only have more of other people's money, we would be able to make things cheaper for you, and we would be able to give you things like free daycare and unlimited diapers and all these things that aren't fraudulent whatsoever.
The cost of healthcare and education funded by the state just keeps rising, and there's no political will in the Democratic-dominated state legislature to tackle that. So they're trying to tax private insurance and private consumers any way they can, just like they let the gas tax keep rising. Any way they can find revenue. They're looking for coins in the couch instead of slashing
No,
their
they can't
spending.
do that.
And that's why you could be about to experience the largest dollar amount tax increase in the history of the state of California.
Under Gavin Newsom, who's not guilty of anything.
You're saying something could actually happen here?
I look, this is the Department of Justice saying they're investigating Newsom's, they're investigating their charity, and we already know the diaper math, the headline stunk. So it's like, who was getting the money for the diaper? Remember that math? It's like, this is impossible. Somebody was getting money for diapers because it was impossible to be paying that kind of money for diapers. Remember all that?
Of course.
Adam, your thoughts?
Pat, I got to tell you, man. I'm starting to think Gavin Newsom might not be this good at this leadership thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he looks the part. I think he could pretend to be the part. I just don't know if he's actually doing the thing. You know, this is completely his leadership under question. We all know what's going on in his state. We see California literally burning down, God forbid. But also, behind the scenes in his administration, it seems like there's some shady stuff going on. Remains to be seen. It's like at the end of the day, this is a failure of leadership. If you're the CEO of a state or of a company, let's say, you might not be under investigation, but
We're
they
finding
say when
out.
there's smoke, there's fire. It's like if your COO, your CMO, and your chief of staff, they're all under investigation and they're being questioned. It's like, what kind of culture are you
Yes,
building there
weird.
in your administration in California?
And he is worried. That's why he's out there at these press conferences accusing Trump of every crime under the sun while he himself is being investigated, while his entire operation is under scrutiny. Everything from his wife and the charities to his dealings as governor, what policies he's pushing, how he's becoming a socialist overnight when he was a pro-business Democrat last week. Now he's a pro-communism communist. Then we got all these scams that require more and more money from every single person that lives in California. While there are questions from people like Spencer Pratt about what's going on, what do you think about all this? I'll see you in the next video.
Breaking today, a source telling Fox News that mediators are pushing to restart peace talks between the U.S. and Iran after the latest round of fighting there. Tehran attacked its Middle East neighbors after the U.S. reportedly struck 90 Iranian military sites. Meantime, President Trump says he is the Islamic regime's top target.
You know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran.
Israel has reportedly warned the White House that Iran is once again hatching a plot to assassinate President Trump. Take a look at this chilling banner that was spotted at the former Supreme Leader's funeral threatening President Trump's life. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Julie. The ceasefire is over, but talks are on. Qatar negotiators are on the ground in Iran with support of the U.S. The immediate goal is de-escalation. Now, the president just posted to Truth Social that Iran asked to continue the talks. The U.S. agreed, but states that in no uncertain terms, the ceasefire is over. This follows information relayed yesterday by our Aisha Hasni that talks were still happening behind the scenes. The U.S. official said the president considers Tuesday's strikes on commercial vessels an act of terrorism. Iran's actions constitute failed performance at an unacceptable level, but the U.S. is committed to finding a resolution. Now, General Keith Kellogg says what the U.S. needs to do now is scrap that 14-point memorandum of understanding and start over.
You take that 14-point MOU and you throw it away. And you start to make the Iranians understand that we are not equals in this fight at all. There's three demands we have. One is we're going to send the IAEA to get the enriched uranium and the centrifuges. Number two, we're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And if you attack it, we'll attack back. And the third, you're going to lay off your neighbors. You're going to stop shooting at Kuwait. You're going to stop shooting at the Emirates.
The Wall Street Journal reports that Israel relayed to the U.S. intelligence about a very specific plot to kill President Trump. And it really comes as no surprise. Banners at the late Ayatollah's funeral read both in English and Farsi, "We will kill Trump." Iranian plots to assassinate Trump date back to 2020 when Qasem Soleimani was killed at Trump's direction. Now, following the three tankers that were hit crossing the Strait of Hormuz, the threat level remains severe in the strait, as designated by the United Kingdom Maritime Operation. They were hit traveling the Omani route, supported by the U.S. Navy. U.S. Naval Forces Central Command says that southern route remains open and has been expanded. The other routes, according to the U.S., are not protected. Yesterday, 22 ships crossed the strait. Only one of them traveled the Omani route. Most of them went through, I should say, the largest number of them went through the route designated by Iran. Julie, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thank you so much. Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor under President Trump, joins me now Vice President of National Security at the Heritage Foundation. Victoria, great to see you. All right, let's talk first of all of how in the world does President Trump continue to negotiate with a country that is currently plotting to assassinate him?
Well, Julie, great to see you. This is, I think, President Trump being very, very realistic about what he has to deal with here. But make no mistake about it. I mean, this is really, a appalling display of behavior, very personal on the part of the Iranians. And so, obviously, we all hope and pray for the president's safety on a daily basis. Obviously, he has the best protection around him. But the fact that he's even willing to talk to them at this point shows how committed he is to a diplomatic resolution. But at the same time, he made it crystal clear the ceasefire is over. He's going to strike them where and when he wants until they agree to the deal he wants.
Well, he knows that he's obviously getting under their skin. I mean, you don't, plot assassination attempts, I suppose, after the leader of the free world because you're not trying to bow down to the power that the U.S. obviously holds. But this is obviously all over the Strait of Hormuz at this point. Iran is basically saying we hold the power and reopening it. How does the president get Iran to budge? And who do you believe is calling the shots in Iran in the first place and has the authority to make an agreement?
Well, that's the complicating factor. It's not clear anybody is, and they're increasingly desperate because of the pressure that he's put on them. And one other thing, Julia, that I'm tracking that's really interesting is reporting last night that Bahrain and Kuwait participated in the strikes on Iran because they were hit by Iran earlier in the week. We already know Israel deployed the Iron Dome to UAE with IDF soldiers to protect UAE. What we're seeing is a regional defensive architecture come into place that can start taking some of the heavy lift off of the backs of the American military and the American taxpayer. This is really what the president envisioned in June of 2017 when he first went to the region as president. And he said in Riyadh, you guys are going to have to shoulder your burden. We will be here with leadership, intelligence, and assistance. But he wants the region to take the lead. I think we're seeing that happen. And that's really going to isolate the Iranians.
And like I just said, the free flow of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is a central focus of the conflict. 22 vessels crossed yesterday, including 2 crude oil tankers. And CENTCOM says, quote, since early May, U.S. forces have helped facilitate the successful transit of more than 800 commercial vehicles and 380 million barrels of crude oil through the vital international trade corridor. So when you look at those numbers and the number of ships that have successfully crossed, you think there is promise there. Iran doesn't necessarily want to close the strait. They're using it as a bargaining tool. So now how does the president turn the table on them?
Well, I think we'd look at two other numbers, and one would be the price of crude, which closed yesterday around $71 and change, which is a very tolerable number for us. I think the Saudis might say it's a little bit low for their tastes, but that's a perfectly palatable price for oil, keeps our domestic production going, keeps prices down at the pump. But at the same time, speaking of our domestic production, we hit an all-time record of 13.6 million barrels a day in April of this year. 2025 was our biggest year in history. 2026 is going to shatter that record. We are pumping a ton of oil onto the market, and that all flows freely from our ports that aren't subject to Iranian interference. So I think Iran has an asset here of diminishing return over which they have fairly limited control. And so that's why I think you have them lashing out personally at President Trump. They have fewer and fewer tools in the box.
It's because it's working. I mean, the pressure he's putting on the country is working, and they are buckling, and they will ultimately fail at any of their threats. Victoria Coates, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you, Julie.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
President Trump says he's Iran's #1 target. Now a new report from the Wall Street Journal confirms it, saying Israel informed the U.S. there was a new Iranian plot to kill the American president. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, and John, it is great to kick off this 1 o'clock hour with you on a Friday afternoon.
Yes, 1 o'clock sounds good, but Friday sounds even better. Good to be with you as well, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington. This is America Reports. President Trump has been in Iran's crosshairs since he took out Qasem Soleimani back in January of 2020, and Ayatollah Khamenei's death is just adding fuel to that fire. Banners displayed on Iranian streets during the Ayatollah's funeral showing messages of "Kill Trump" and "Hey, Trump, we will kill you."
Plus, shocking new details on the multi-layered plot to attack last month's UFC event at the White House and shoot innocent civilians as they fled. Our team coverage kicks off right now. Dan Hoffman with more on all of this in just a moment.
But first to our justice correspondent, David Spunt, with the very latest on the UFC plot. David?
Well, hey, John and Sandra, the president is well aware that Iran wants him dead, and country leaders there will keep trying. Watch.
I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it.
So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Israeli intelligence recently shared with U.S. intelligence an assassination plot involving Trump. But the president told the New York Post today Israel did not alert to a new threat. The president, in that same interview with the New York Post, said that he's aware of the same general overall threat that exists from Iran. Now, President Trump left Turkey on the old Air Force One this week, prompting speculation that the new plane, which he flew into Turkey on, wasn't equipped to handle threats. Now, the new plane, which Trump accepted as a gift from Qatar, flew ahead to England, where troops reportedly took a tour of the plane. Trump then flew back to the United States on the new plane. He downplayed concerns that the plane switch was due to a security issue, but it's a fact the old Air Force One, used since President George H.W. Bush in the early 1990s,
Beautiful American-made Air Force One.
Communications and security
Wait,
procedures.
no.
Now, the threats don't just end at the Iranian
Was
border.
that-
Look
that
at
was
these men right
Wednesday.
here. Just yesterday, the DOJ announced that
maybe
these
it
8
was
men were formally indicted
at that point.
involving a plot to carry out a mass
supposed
shooting
to be
at the
on it
UFC
today.
fight on the South Lawn of the White House last month on June 14th. Officials held a news conference just a couple of hours
What I
ago in
wanna know
Columbus,
is,
Ohio,
like,
where this case is being prosecuted.
That shit. What hangar is it in? And like, I hope to God they keep good care of that shit.
Federal and
'cause
local partners were able to
it hasn't been in
identify
use for a
and
while.
lawfully interrupt a communication network that gave us a roadmap to a sinister plot targeting the White House complex.
It was all because Tyson Proper's mother called authorities on June 10th and said, something's off with my son here. That kind of blew the entire situation open for this investigation. Now, I will note this case is not being prosecuted in Washington, D.C., because the men never actually made it to D.C. to carry out the alleged plot. Proper is based in the Columbus, Ohio region. That's why they've consolidated all the cases and are prosecuting it in Ohio. John, Sandra.
All right, more to come on that as well. David Spunt for us, kicking us out this afternoon. Thank you, David. Sandra?
Thanks.
Okay, so let's bring in Dan Hoffman now, Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief in Moscow. Dan, good to have you back on the program. President Trump telling the New York Post today this: I've been on their list for a long time. That's what we're dealing with. He said the only thing is I've left instructions. If anything happens, it just literally bomb them at levels that they've never seen before. That is obviously a brand new revelation. He's left instructions if anything happens to him, as they now know about this threat.
Yeah, I frankly don't think he would have had to have left any instructions because, look, an assassination like that is an act of war. And in the event that Iran was successful in an assassination of the president, you can bet that we would rain down hell in response on Tehran. And look, you're right. President Trump has been in the crosshairs of Iran's security services, the IRGC. There was a fairly advanced plot before the election, which we were able to stop. And that's just one of many that are probably active right now that our intelligence community is tracking. This latest one that Israel reportedly provided intelligence to the United States on a credible threat to the president. I'm quite sure that our intelligence community is following up on that. We've taken some defensive countermeasures. You talked about the president flying home on an old aircraft, old Air Force One, which had better security. But I'm quite sure that we're taking the fight to the enemy and searching for those perpetrators, potentially, of this assassination attempt on the president. And we'll find and fix them and seek to either arrest them or finish them with kinetic strikes.
Bill and I spoke with Lara Trump and asked her about the threat against her father-in-law, the President of the United States, and she said this morning.
Unfortunately, I feel like this is kind of commonplace now. This is a president who has been targeted so many times. And I think it's because Iran knew that this president was one they had to take seriously. He had talked about the fact that they could never have a nuclear weapon. And I think they knew if he ever got in office, he was going to do just that.
Pretty sad state of affairs when you say this is commonplace. I mean, what this family has gone through and what the president has had to deal with, all of these outstanding threats. Dan?
It's not just the president, it's his daughter Ivanka. Remember that in May, the U.S. government authorities were able to stop a plot against her. It's an Iraqi who was trained by the IRGC, a member of Kataib Hezbollah terrorist group, and who was extradited from Turkey. He was on his way to Russia, but had conducted surveillance. It was in the early stages, but he had conducted surveillance with an eye towards assassinating Ivanka Trump. So it's not just the president, it's his family who are in the crosshairs as well.
Now we know 8 charged with murder conspiracy over this alleged White House UFC attack plot. Dan, there was a news conference earlier. This is the U.S. Attorney Gerace on how common these plots are. Listen.
It's hard to say how common plots are. I mean, there's, I think the internet chat groups, these encrypted applications that people use to message each other, make it more and more frequent, and they sort of embolden people to come up with plans and do these plans because they think they're not going to be detected, right? Hey, this is an encrypted app. I'm going to use that.
This is a whole new dynamic, a whole nother level, Dan, that they have to deal with from a security standpoint, the ability to converse and communicate over these encrypted apps.
Yeah, listen, I can tell you from my own experience, when you're looking at a terrorist threat, you want to detect it as far out left of boom as possible so we can detect the threat and preempt it before any harm is caused. In this case, you had individuals from different states who met on a TikTok app, reportedly, and then transferred their conversation to Signal only after first vetting the participants in this conspiracy. And so the opportunity to detect this threat was fleeting, and it was obviously very challenging for law enforcement. And ultimately, it was the mother of one of these terrorists who advised local law enforcement. And look, it reminds us all that if you see something, you've got to say something. And in this case, had the mother not come to local authorities, you just wonder when we would have been able to detect this. We would have been at the point of attack, and things could have gotten quite dicey.
Wow. Dan, appreciate you joining us on all of that. Thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
All right, we are officially in El Nino, and there's a chance that this season could be the most intense in decades, threatening a dramatic increase in extreme weather. Our meteorologist Belinda Leon explains.
Super, mega, even Godzilla. Those are some of the names showing up in El Nino headlines. But before we assume Southern California is headed for a huge winter, I went to the National Weather Service office in Oxnard to separate the headlines from reality.
So El Nino is above normal sea surface temperatures in the central equatorial Pacific, so well to the southwest of us. And that's a source region for energy for some of these storms. So when you have above normal sea surface temperatures, it adds fuel to some of these storms and can lead to more frequent or stronger winter storms.
But this year's El Nino has drawn attention due to those unusually warm waters.
What we're seeing is that temperatures in the ocean, especially in the equatorial waters of the eastern Pacific, are running several degrees above normal at this, for this particular time of year. And then based on what the projections are into the future, this is one of the top tier El Nino strengths that we have seen that we're anticipating
compared to the last several decades.
That's one reason NOAA says there's a 63% chance this El Nino reaches the very strong category between November and January, a level that can increase the risk of floods, droughts, extreme heat, and other weather extremes around the world. But a stronger El Nino does not automatically mean more rain for Southern California. The El Nino winters of 1982-83 and 1997-98 brought damaging storms, flooding, and coastal impacts here at home. But the last very strong El Nino in 2015-2016 did not bring the widespread rain many people expected.
But as recent as 2015, that storm track took those more frequent or stronger storms more to our north. Ultimately, that warming in the ocean led to a stronger ridge in place that kind of blocked that energy from getting all the way to Southern California.
Even in a quieter season, one major storm can still mean flooded roads, large surf, coastal flooding, and extra concern near burn scars. Whether this becomes a busy winter or brings just one major storm, the preparation is the same.
Have a plan for if the power goes out, and then heading further into the winter, be prepared for flooding on your property. Make sure your roof is ready to go.
It's too early to know exactly how this winter will unfold, but not too early to make sure you are ready for it.
Well, New York City Mayor's office is under fire after Zoran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner reportedly made plans to meet with Iran's UN ambassador earlier this week. The timing could not have been worse. And the New York Post reporting this, the scheduled meeting would have unfolded after Iranian troops fired missiles at 2 commercial ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. An action Monday in direct defiance of an interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Mayor Mamdani was asked about this at a news conference today. Watch.
That meeting did not take place. It will not take place. And I did not know about it until there was a press inquiry regarding it. And when it comes to the work of our commissioner and our International Affairs Office, it's to ensure that as we are a city of the world, that we are also there to meet with leaders from across the world. The focus is always on our city and our relationship. The commissioner recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
A new process? What about competence? Well, this comes as the Wall Street Journal reports Israel warned the U.S. that Iran hatched a new plan to assassinate President Trump. Iran has repeatedly vowed to retaliate against our president for ordering the killing of Iran's Revolutionary Guard General Qasem Soleimani. President Trump reiterated that this week.
They've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders. We took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long.
The president told the Post today, quote, "I've left instructions, if anything happens, to just literally bomb them at levels that they've never seen before." Rebecca, it's so frightening to even discuss this, and I can't even wrap my brain around it. But let's go back to New York City for a second. You have to be a pretty special form of, I'd say, incompetence and blindness to have that happen on your watch.
Well, okay, except that according to the City Journal, who saw some internal messages from this commissioner to Mamdani's internal staff, that they were to take meetings with foreign leaders who, quote, are in political alignment / leftist. And so my question is, why did they think that the Iranian regime is in political alignment or leftist with them when, yes, the Iran regime is firing on commercial shipping. They're also firing at Americans, at American warships, at Americans based overseas in Kuwait and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. And so this is outrageous that this is something that the Mamdani administration was seeking to do. And also, of course, we know that New York has been really struggling with anti-Semitism, and this is something that has been really important to Mamdani. He has been fueling this anti-Semitism and has been very anti-Israel. So the whole thing is very concerning that the Mamdani administration would have any interest in meeting with an Iran official.
Yeah. Ari, walk us through the concerns that the White House would have, too, with your experience.
Involving New York in the meeting?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I totally believe Mayor Mamdani. I'm certain that his Commissioner for International Affairs, he was going to meet with the Iranians to help them find the best bagels in New York City. I am certain this is going to be a friendly, come to New York, we love you meeting. That's what it was about. I mean, I just can't imagine Zoran Mamdani wanted to have a meeting with people who say death to America, death to Israel, for any other reason than to be nice. I mean, what you just said is exactly right, Rebecca. This was politics. This is what they believe in. This is who they seek out to have a sympathetic view and sympathetic ear with. This is frightening. This is not what New York should be doing. And then the mayor lies and covers up. He sounds like Graham Plattner, denying the reality that's right in front of him, which is why his staff feels they're licensed to go out and meet with the Iranians and talk to the Iranians. I wish the meeting took place. And that way we could have demanded to know what they talked about and hold the mayor to account for it. it really is too bad that they stopped it before it happened, because that is what really motivates these people.
There really seems to be this sort of like weaseling that happens here, Lisa, where the mayor gets away with things by smiling and denying. And, you know, remember it took them, what, three times to get a paycheck out to NYPD officers, and it's always, oh, I'm sorry, there was an error. Like, it seems really mealy-mouthed here, but at the end of the day, it's New Yorkers whose safety is being compromised, let alone our nation's security that's being compromised if this were to happen.
I mean, I can't be the only one asking whose side is he on in all of this, right? And you would think, wouldn't you know if your international affairs commissioner is trying to meet with Iranian officials? Isn't that something that you should know as mayor? And why would that individual be trying to meet with Iranian officials? But, you know, you go down the list. You also look at some of the tweets and the various things that his wife has liked surrounding the events of October 7th as well, starts to paint a little bit of a picture. But even going back to the Biden administration, and Rebecca's going to know about this, you've got Robert Malley, who was the envoy for Iran for the Biden administration. He had a security clearance revoked from him, also was under FBI investigation. You had another top official who was part of the Iran Experts Initiative, which Semaphore had reported about government-leaked emails where Iranian officials and government officials were coordinating with individuals in the United States that were part of this initiative to try to shape public opinion here in the United States and the West more favorably for the Iranian regime. So whose side are some of these people on? It certainly doesn't seem to be America.
Yeah, just pointing out, and you pointed this out too, Mamdani says, I wasn't informed about this meeting, and apparently she has been reprimanded. But my question is, you should know what your staff is doing. If someone on your staff takes a meeting with Iran and the mayor doesn't know, it seems like you have a lot of other problems. I thought the same as you when I saw the internal document about cozying up to leftist regimes. We've actually seen that from Mamdani. He tried to meet with the Colombian president, Petro. The State Department intervened. That didn't happen. Petro was at a rally with him at one point in September. So he does cozy up to the left. But what's interesting is the diplomatic mission that this woman was a part of says that they want an equitable and inclusive society. And when you think about Iran, it is not that. And I think about 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who I bring up repeatedly on this show, who was arrested by the morality police, beaten, and then in Iranian custody was killed. And she is one woman of many. Tens of thousands of Iranian citizens have lost their lives. So if you want to be equitable and inclusive, you're doing the exact opposite by taking a meeting with Iran. You should know better. We are the freest country in the world, the best country in the world, and you're cozying up to someone who kills young Muslim women, people you purportedly say you care about.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I'm going to skip on the China consumption crisis, mainly because I don't want to get too intertwined with their politics yet, because I'm not too quite sure. But it's just a spending bill. It's that time of the week to talk to our favourite person in the world, the one, the only, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, lovely to see what the U.S. is heading towards if we don't figure our stuff together, because it's just like absolute power corrupts absolutely. So what's the difference between them? Like, how if we find corruption in our society, there is clearly corruption in their society, but we've known this. So if it's just taking like hundreds of years for it to come out in ours, how many years do you think it came out in theirs? And then it's been this long trying to keep that oppression on the people, or just distance between heaven and earth, so they can keep control of the people more. How long are we gonna fall for this, guys? I want you guys to understand who is atheism. Like, I really want you guys to this thing differently.
Hey, mate, how are you?
It's great to be back with you.
Excellent. Now, what have we learned in the first couple of days of the court process against the person who is accused of killing Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, it's a preliminary hearing where they just have to establish that they have probable cause to believe that this defendant, Tyler Robinson, killed Charlie Kirk. And if they can establish probable cause, which really genuinely does just mean it's probably true. I mean, it's a very low standard. Then you can carry over to trial. That's all this is questioning. Do they have the right to carry him over to trial? And there's no question that the answer is going to be yes. They've far surpassed what is necessary and even what they have in most murder cases. I mean, the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming. And I realize a lot of people don't believe it for whatever. There's a whole bunch of reasons why they don't believe it. But a jury is more than likely to believe it, because in courtrooms where I'm from, We operate within the bounds of evidentiary rules. And all we care about is what is admissible and what isn't. And all the stuff around like conspiracy theories and so on, it's not admissible. And to those who still have their doubts about Tyler Robinson, I say it's time to put up or shut up. You can either you have evidence that you can introduce under the federal rules of evidence or the state rules out in Utah, which mirror the feds, or you don't. And if you don't, I don't want to keep talking about your theory because it's irrelevant, you know, and all that's relevant is what you can prove. It's like the famous line from A Few Good Men. It doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can prove. That's where we are. And there is overwhelming evidence by that standard that Tyler Robinson committed this crime, that he was the trigger man, whether he had people who knew about it and or were rooting for it prior to the fact is of interest to me as well. And that remains unsatisfied, the curiosity over that issue. But he is going to be held over for trial. And I believe unless there is a jury nullification issue, in other words, somehow you get a juror on there who just won't vote to convict for whatever reason, he'll be convicted and he will likely be sentenced to death. And I won't shed one tear.
Now, in Australia, we don't allow cameras inside the court. That is something that happens in America. And certainly pretty shocking to see the judge literally flinching when he saw the moment of impact. We also get to see the plan of the defence here. What have we learned in the first few days about the possible defence here?
I mean, it doesn't seem all that cohesive, to be honest. To me, it just seems, you know, it's picking away at the edges, like challenge every claim, try to make the cops look like they're bumbling. I mean, the first witness, and he's an important witness, was this guy, Officer Bagley, who was a cop at UVU, Utah Valley University, on the day in question. And she was going, the cross involved, like, was anybody on the rooftop? Did anybody have to go through a magnetometer? You know, she was basically putting it on him, like, why didn't you secure the scene? And I think that's, you know, does that really help her when she's defending the guy accused of exploiting those weaknesses, right, to actually commit murder? Yeah, it's a fair question, but I think she's going to try to sort of paint a picture when she gets in front of the jury of this is a bunch of Keystone bumbling nonsense. You know, they don't know. You can't believe a word this guy says. He didn't even bring a basic magnetometer to protect a guy. Like, you can see he's scrambling now, and you shouldn't believe anything he says because this is about a CYA for him. Like, he's like, oh, sure, this guy, let's say he did it. I think that's where she's going, but it's too soon to know. She hasn't stitched it together yet. So far, she's just extremely annoying. This defense attorney, Nestor, who has objected to literally everything. It's like you ask somebody their name and she objects. And that's all well and good when you're just in front of a judge. When you're in front of a jury, they will hate you if you do that because they want answers. They want the truth. And if they hear you constantly standing between them and those answers, they'll blame you. They won't blame the inappropriate questions that you claim are being asked. So you really have to be very judicious in your objections in front of a jury. And they're already sacrificing their relationship with the judge whose patience is being tried. You can see his frustration. So I think that's generally what she's trying to do, but there is just an overwhelming amount of evidence against their client. And most smart criminal lawyers I've spoken to think the entire play for the defense here is to save his life. That the defense lawyers know he's going to get convicted, he's going to get held over, he's going to get convicted, and the only real battle here is whether you can get enough mitigating factors in front of the trier of fact that they think we won't sentence him to death.
You're still on Law and Order. Gavin Newsom. Now, he wants to be president, but there's a lot of questions about the family's finances. And the FBI have been investigating it, and apparently someone's been wearing a wire. Is this a fit-up job from the Trump FBI, or there's there?
I don't know, Paul. I have to say, this woman who's high up in his administration wearing a wire for the FBI, like that's, and it was Joe Biden's FBI that unleashed this against him. I mean, this wasn't a Trump op. It carried over, but it was begun under a Democratic president. And for this woman to actually be deputized effectively by the FBI to tape him, there's just no question he was the center of it, that he would have to be in order for them to allow this and get permission for this. And then another person in the administration who was being taped. So one doing taping and one being taped means they had a lot of good faith reasons in order to target him. So we don't fully know exactly what he's accused of doing or what he's suspected of doing. We do know the wife has got these charities that seem pretty sketchy, that are overwhelmingly, and by sketchy, I mean overwhelmingly paying her bills, her fees, her salaries, and those are the ones around her, which is just, you know, it's sleazy. Did it cross over in some way to be illegal? I don't know, but we're going to hear something on this. This is not, they didn't start this under a Democratic administration for it to go nowhere. So yeah, I think he has reason to worry.
How could I not ask you about Prince Harry? He couldn't have lost bigger. in his court case against newspapers in the UK. Multiple 100-page judgment, basically didn't win a single count. Now he may have to pay millions.
Paul, it's yet another instance of Harry playing the fake victim. He's been railing about this case for years now. He thinks of himself as some sort of an avenger of, speech issues where he's going to punish the ones who tell lies or use surreptitious means in journalism to obtain facts about public figures, poor, embattled public figures like Harry and Meghan, and really thought he'd be truth to power. I'm going to sue. That's all they ever do. These two sue every journalist, it seems, who writes something negative about them. We're constantly reading about their latest lawsuit. And this one, he was completely wrong. The Daily Mail, to its credit, put on a bunch of journalists, the ones who had been accused of using illicit means as a way of getting stories on Harry and others. And all the journalists said, tell me what you're accusing me of. No, that's not how I got that story at all. This is how I got that story. And, as much as a journalist doesn't like to give up his or her source, the exposing the means by which you amassed your information was necessary here because they were being accused of essentially breaking the law. So he was wrong. He's got a sick sense of paranoia. I'm sorry that his mother died in the way she did when he was a young boy. Really, you should be joining MAD if you're upset over that. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, or Families Against Drunk Driving. His mother was killed by a drunk driver, not by the paparazzi. She was followed by the paparazzi all the time. She knew that. She coaxed the paparazzi into following her and taking her picture all the time. She knew how to work them just as well as anyone. And so this whole narrative about how she's just completely been piled on and then poor Harry's been now fighting to stop it from happening to Meghan. That's why he's got to do these press fights. It's a lie. It was a lie from the first acorn all the way now through to the big tree that he continues to nourish. And I think it's wonderful that the Daily Mail fought back, that he's been humiliated. And if he has to pay some massive legal fees as a result of being wrong, because over there in the UK, it is loser pays, unlike here in America, where generally everybody takes their own and walks away. Good. Maybe that'll really teach him a lesson. And you didn't prove your case. You had the opportunity to prove your case. You failed to do so. That's how the legal system works. Yes, no, he's never seen a situation in which he is not the victim. And he enjoys being the victim. That fake car chase was one of the greatest examples where there was no car. You cannot have a car chase in New York City. Anybody who's visited New York City knows you can't go 2 square blocks without hitting a red light or a biker or a delivery man that will slow your roll. But secondly, remember in their documentary on Netflix, used very loosely, how she was pretending like, oh, is he gone yet? Is he still there? It was one guy on a Vespa. They tried to make it sound like they were being surrounded by hordes of paparazzi. It was one dude on a Vespa. I mean, I'm sure you've been chased by more when you re-signed your deal with Sky News. It's ridiculous how they lie to us. And on top of all of that, so given the fact that he was raised a royal, and yes, that is involuntary fame, that was not his doing, but that he had his opportunity with Megxit. This was the big opportunity. Leave the royal family. Leave the titles behind if you really don't want this anymore. Go live in Canada or Montecito. We got stuck with them here. But actually become a private citizen. Become a private person. Do your charity work quietly and without the constant need for the spotlight. Stop with your wife's disaster tourism, showing up at the scene where children have been murdered and putting yourself on camera. The constant need to be in front of the lens in a way that will eventually pay dividends for them through their as ever line of jam or their next Netflix or Spotify deal. They work the press the same as Princess Diana did, and they just don't want the downsides of it. It's like, as you know from being a public figure, as I know too, there are upsides and there are downsides. If you have something to promote, you can probably get easily booked. If you write a book, people will probably want to talk to you about it. And that's a blessing. That's a true blessing. The downside is if they want to write about how crappy you look or you're aging poorly or you're just not a likable person, they can. And you have to take your licks like a professional. That's the lesson these two have never learned. It's none of your business what other people think of you. Take your licks like a grown-up and go on living your beautiful life. If you and whine and sue about it all the time, people hate you. And the press that buys ink by the barrel is only more incentivized to loathe you and to feed the people who loathe you with more negative stories. So it's just the reality of being a public figure. You've got to take it like a grown-up. Stop suing people who have endless supply of time and anger toward you. And when you get a lesson from a judge, take it humbly, quietly, and move on.
Thank you, Rockstar. We'll see you again next week.
My pleasure.
How info% is
Like they broke it. They literally broke that shit. Mm-mm-mm. My God, if I have to hold my phone up, I fucking will. But this is so stupid. I mean, this is literally broken. So you click it, you go up to do something, and it disappears. Google, fix it. I swear to God, if I have to go out of my way to report this shit to you, you guys are already done, bro. You're already cooked. If you keep upgrading your shit and breaking it, nobody's gonna fucking use it, dude. Like, this is the problem, bro. Like, do you understand? Now you're charging shit and it breaks the fucking thing? Like, I can't even understand how stupid you have to be to put something, then call it an upgrade, and it breaks the fucking product. I don't want to sit there and describe to you how stupid this is, but it's incomprehensible. Incomparable and imperceivable at the same word. Incomprehensible. Fuck. Alright, well, I give up. I really do. I mean, I try. I really fucking try with this company, dude. Whew. Jesus Christ. Whose ass do I have to chew out? Like, I mean, this is completely above my fucking pay grade, bro. Literally. Fucking said in the military. This is crap, bro. Effing crap. I have to do this. Retarded, actually. Full on. No baby retard mode. Full retard mode.
I am dialed in and ready to go. What topic are we deep diving into for today's Mojave podcast transmission? Of course it doesn't. Everything is dialed in and ready for today's Mojave podcast transmission. Those Ford Explorer Studio acoustics are going to do real justice to these topics. Both of these subjects dive deep into human origins, one physiological and one cryptozoological. Here is the complete breakdown you need for the show. The biological third eye, Anton Petrov. Anton Petrov's recent video, "We Actually Have a Third Eye, and It's Not Metaphysical," connects perfectly with the themes in Declaration of Signal Independence. The core of his breakdown focuses on a biological paper detailing how the human pineal gland is actually a modified primitive eye. Millions of years ago, our ancient monocular ancestors possessed a parietal eye on the top of their heads to detect light and dark cycles. As we evolved to rely on binocular vision, this third eye wasn't lost. It migrated deep into the center of the brain to become the pineal gland. Today, this gland still processes light signals, relayed from our actual eyes, to regulate our circadian rhythms and secrete melatonin. It is literal, physical proof that we possess a biological third eye, acting as our internal clock. The Bigfoot Corpse, and Dennis Owen. You hit the nail on the head with the News Nation segment, though your dictation software definitely gave you Dennis Owen when it meant Denisovan. The segment recently aired on Jesse Weber Live, featuring a Bigfoot hunter, discussing the extreme uphill battle of proving a supposed Sasquatch corpse's authenticity to the scientific community. When these cryptozoological claims surface, they almost always rely on DNA sequencing, which brings us to the Denisovans and Neanderthals. Many enthusiasts and independent researchers theorize that Bigfoot isn't an ape, but rather a relict hominid, a surviving offshoot of human cousins. The Denisovans are a particularly popular candidate because they lived in Asia and across the land bridge into North America, were robustly built, and we have very few of their actual fossils, leaving plenty of room for speculation. When hunters claim they have DNA proof, they often point to test results showing a mix of unknown primate DNA and Neanderthal or Denisovan genes. Mainstream science usually attributes these results to contaminated samples, human DNA mixing with bear or opossum DNA during the testing process. But the relict hominid theory remains the leading hypothesis in the Bigfoot community. The entire existence of Denisovans is one of the wildest stories in modern anthropology, because they are essentially a ghost lineage. Unlike Neanderthals, who left behind hundreds of relatively intact skeletons across Europe, Denisovans were discovered entirely by accident in 2008 through a single pinky finger bone found in a Siberian cave. Because we have so few physical remains, almost everything we know about their bodies has been reverse engineered from their DNA. The physical evidence, the fossils, the actual catalog of confirmed Denisovan fossils is incredibly small. If you gathered every confirmed piece into one box, it wouldn't even fill a shoebox. The pinky bone, Denisova 3, discovered in 2008, this belonged to a young teenage girl. The DNA extracted from this tiny bone was so well preserved, it allowed scientists to sequence the entire Denisovan genome. The teeth, several molars have been found. They are exceptionally large, lack the specialized features of Neanderthal teeth, and don't match modern human teeth either. The Xiahe mandible, found in a high-altitude cave on the Tibetan Plateau, this is a heavy, robust jawbone that proved Denisovans lived at extreme altitudes, over 10,000 feet, long before modern humans arrived there. Skull fragments. A few pieces of parietal bone from the back of a skull were identified in 2016, confirming their skulls were significantly thicker than ours. Genetic reconstructions, what they looked like. Because we lack full skeletons, scientists used a process called DNA methylation mapping, reading the chemical markers on the DNA that tell genes to turn on or off to reconstruct their physical appearance. Comparing these genetic on/off switches to modern humans and chimpanzees allowed researchers to accurately predict their skeletal structure. Facial structure. They had a wider, flatter face than Neanderthals, but shared the massively developed brow ridges. Their skulls were low, wide, and long. The jaw. They had exceptionally wide mouths with a massive jaw structure and, like Neanderthals, entirely lacked a chin. Complexion. Genetic markers strongly indicate they had dark skin, dark eyes, and dark hair. The finger anomaly. Despite their heavy, robust bodies and wide pelvises, their finger bone structure actually more closely resembled modern human fingers rather than the thick, stubby fingers of Neanderthals. The living DNA. Denisovans outlasted Neanderthals by tens of thousands of years, living as recently as 15,000 to 30,000 years ago. Because they extensively interbred with Homo sapiens migrating through Asia, their DNA is still highly active in modern human populations today, particularly in Oceania, South Asia, and East Asia. The most famous example is the EPAS1 gene. This genetic variant alters how the body produces hemoglobin, preventing the blood from becoming too thick at high elevations. Modern ethnic Sherpas and Tibetans inherited this exact superathlete gene directly from Denisovans, allowing them to thrive in extreme, low-oxygen mountain environments today. While Neanderthals and Denisovans are sister species that split from a common ancestor roughly 400,000 years ago, their evolutionary paths took them to very different environments. Neanderthals migrated west into Europe and Western Asia, while Denisovans headed east into Siberia, East Asia, and high-altitude regions like Tibet. Because we have hundreds of Neanderthal skeletons and only a handful of Denisovan bone fragments, comparing them requires blending fossil evidence with genetic reconstruction. Here is the breakdown of how they differed physically and genetically. Morphological differences, physical traits. Both species were heavily built to survive harsh climates, but Denisovans took robustness to an entirely different level. Skulls and faces. Neanderthals are famous for their pronounced brow ridges and faces that pulled forward at the nose and jaw. Denisovans, however, are predicted to have had the widest and flattest skulls of any known hominid. Their eyes were spaced further apart than a Neanderthal's, and their noses were shorter but exceptionally wide to process cold, high-altitude air. The teeth. This is where the physical fossil record is undeniable. Denisovan molars are massive, significantly larger than Neanderthal teeth, and lacking the specific specialized cusps that Neanderthal teeth developed. Maturation. Genetic methylation, reading the on-off switches in ancient DNA, suggests Denisovans matured at a slower rate than Neanderthals, whose bone growth indicates they reached adulthood faster than modern humans do. Cranium shape. While both had larger brain capacities than modern humans, Denisovans possessed extremely flat craniums on top, lacking the rounded dome of Homo sapiens or the slightly more vaulted Neanderthal skull. Genetic differences. The DNA legacy. The genetic divergence between the two is distinct enough to classify them separately, and their legacy in modern humans is entirely geographically split. Modern human admixture. Today, almost all non-African populations carry 1% to 2% Neanderthal DNA, which influences traits from immune responses to hair texture. Denisovan DNA, however, is almost entirely absent in Europeans. It is found predominantly in Asian and Oceanian populations, peaking at 4% to 6% in modern Melanesians, indigenous Australians, and Papuans. Environmental adaptations. Neanderthal genes in modern humans are heavily linked to viral immunity and skin pigmentation. Denisovan genes, specifically the EPAS1 variant, are linked to extreme altitude adaptation, like the modern Tibetan ability to process low oxygen, and cold resistance, like the Inuit ability to generate specialized body heat. The hybrid proof. We actually know exactly how closely related they are because we found a first-generation hybrid. In 2012, scientists discovered Denny, Denisova 11, a 90,000-year-old teenage girl who had a Neanderthal mother and a Denisovan father. Denisova 11, affectionately nicknamed Denny by the researchers who sequenced her DNA, is arguably one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 21st century. She is the only known first-generation hybrid of two different hominid species ever discovered. Living roughly 90,000 years ago, she is literal, physical proof that our ancient cousins didn't just coexist. They actively interbred. The needle in the bone stack. Her discovery in 2012 at the Denisova cave in Siberia was a complete accident. Archaeologists had excavated a layer of the cave containing over 2,000 tiny, unidentifiable bone shards. A graduate student named Samantha Brown used mass spectrometry, analyzing collagen proteins, to screen these fragments just to see if any belonged to primates rather than animals. She found exactly one, a fragment of a long bone, likely an arm or leg, barely an inch long, labeled DC1227. By analyzing the bone's cortical thickness, researchers determined it belonged to a female who was at least 13 years old when she died. The genetic shock. When geneticists at the Max Planck Institute sequenced the bone's DNA in 2018, the results were so perfectly split that the lead researcher initially assumed the sample had been contaminated in the lab. The mother, Denny's mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited strictly from the mother, was 100% Neanderthal. The father, her nuclear DNA, inherited from both parents, revealed a perfect 50-50 split, confirming her father was a Denisovan. Even more fascinating, the sequencing showed that Denny's Denisovan father had traces of Neanderthal DNA deeply embedded in his own genome from an interbreeding event hundreds of generations prior. The migration clue. Denny's DNA also provided a massive clue about how these species moved across the planet. Her Neanderthal mother was genetically closer to Neanderthals, living thousands of miles away in Western Europe, specifically Croatia, than she was to the older Neanderthals, whose remains were found in the exact same Siberian cave 30,000 years earlier. This proved that Neanderthal populations were highly mobile, migrating vast distances across the Eurasian continent, and mixing with Denisovans when their territories overlapped. The physical condition of the bone fragment points to a very grim reality. She was eaten by a large predator. When researchers examined the inch-long bone fragment under a micro-CT scan, they discovered the surface wasn't just broken or weathered from time. It was heavily pitted and scarred by acid etching. This specific pattern of degradation is the hallmark of a bone that has passed through the digestive tract of a large carnivore, based on the ecosystem of the Altai Mountains 90,000 years ago. Researchers believe the bone was digested and excreted by a cave hyena. While this proves her remains were consumed, it leaves the exact cause of her death as a two-part mystery. Active predation. She may have been actively hunted and killed by a pack of hyenas or a cave lion while outside the safety of her group. Post-mortem scavenging. Alternatively, she may have died from disease, exposure, or injury, and her body was simply scavenged. Cave hyenas were notorious scavengers and frequently used the Denisova cave as a den, often dragging animal and hominid remains inside to consume. Ultimately, the cortical thickness of the bone confirms she lived to be at least 13 years old before meeting this violent end, though whether she was killed by the predator or just eaten by one will likely remain unknown.
Okay, so that's the little bit of information on that I can give you. Sorry it took about 18 minutes to get that out, but that was a little bit due to it not actually being able to be played over the interface of Google because Gemini is not cooperating. Yeah, there we go.
Hello InfoPerson, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some really intriguing discoveries in regards to our eyes. Something that technically we do take Hello InfoPerson. This is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some really intriguing discoveries in regards to our eyes. Something that technically we do take for granted, but something that actually represents one of the most distinctive and one of the most complex organs in the entire animal kingdom. But also something that's extremely successful in terms of evolution, because a lot of different animals seem to possess eyes, and quite a lot of them use it for survival. And so in this video we're going to discuss this recent study that actually discovered something we've never known before, and specifically answers the question of why human eyes, or technically mammalian eyes, are so different from everyone else. But first, let's start with the somewhat unusual evolutionary argument that even Darwin could not answer. And that's because for centuries, the idea of eyes was even used as an argument against evolution. Mostly because it just seemed to be too perfect to have happened by chance. And even Charles Darwin famously admitted that the idea of eye evolving naturally, or through natural selection, seemed kind of absurd and was very difficult to explain. However, in the last few decades, a lot of studies, including some of the major papers from the last few years, have finally pieced together the incredible journey of how pretty much most animals got their eyes. And it turns out that in terms of evolution, back in the days, our ancestors basically used to be a kind of a cyclops, or they essentially possessed just one eye in the middle. And that turns out to be extremely important in explaining why human eyes, or once again mammalian eyes, are just a little bit different from many other kingdoms. And so today we're going to take a look at this recent study and discuss some of the main discoveries in regards to the evolution of vision, but much more importantly, we're going to discuss the fact that, turns out, we do have a third eye inside of us. Not some kind of a metaphysical or symbolic eye, but instead a real one that technically still has the same function as it did 600 million years ago. And ironically, it's literally right here, right in the middle. And so let's discuss exactly what scientists recently discovered, and well, in some sense, this might unofficially blow your minds and stuff. At least it blew my mind when I read it. But in a nutshell, this entire study explains the unusual properties of human eyes as a result of a temporary lifestyle change of an ancient mammalian ancestor 600 million years ago. But to understand the recent breakthroughs, we first have to discuss what scientists have already known for quite a long time. Or basically, we have to discuss the evolution of eyes in general and how we think all of this started. And as you probably know, the evolution of the eye is not a single event. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of evidence that complex eyes and the idea of vision very likely evolved completely independently at least 40, but possibly up to 65 times across different animal groups. In other words, this was such a successful mechanism that it basically evolved in completely different animals, resulting in completely different eyes. But despite this diversity, almost all eyes share the...
That's very, very... How convenient. How convenient. There's just different types of eyes. Like, you know, like, that's just planned, bro. You can't tell me that there's no God and or there's no aliens making this shit. You can't.
The same basic genetic master control. This is actually a gene referred to as PAX6,
yeah,
a
well,
master regulator
Anton,
for eye and brain development. And in case you're wondering, it looks kind of like this. And so this is something that pretty much all organisms that contain eyes seem to have as well, suggesting that this is something that's extremely ancient and something that very likely evolved nearly 1 billion years ago. And for pretty much all organisms that evolved vision, it very likely all started in an extremely similar way. It started with simple light-sensitive proteins referred to as opsins. And this basically was a kind of an eye spot that could not actually see shapes and could not detect motion, but could tell difference between light and dark. This is actually something that still exists in animals like planarians. And so pretty much most animals that have eyes very likely began as this, but then eventually a lot of these flat patches of cells started to fall inwards and started to form a kind of a cup. And this was a massive upgrade because now it allowed animals to tell which direction light was coming from. So essentially it allowed for limited directional sensitivity. Once again, this is something that does exist in some of the more primitive worms. But it's really the next step that started to change everything. Here we had the pinhole eye. And so as the scope got deeper and deeper, the opening started to get smaller, and basically it started to act like a kind of a pinhole camera, which allowed for the first actual images to start forming, even though overall they were quite dim. But as this cavity then started to fill with liquids, this is when things started to evolve very quickly, and the vision became better and better. And so basically the last step was the lens, some kind of a transparent protective layer, most likely involving some kind of a transparent skin, that eventually evolved into a lens that started to focus light. And though by itself this might seem like some kind of a very long process, according to various evolutionary models and computer simulations, in order to evolve from a simple eye patch to a much more complex eye with a lens, animals would not actually need more than 400,000 years. So in theory this can be an extremely quick process, and seems to be so effective that it happened dozens of times and resulted in very similar eye structures. And so that's the general path for most animals that resulted in a variety of different eyes. And by the way, if you actually want to learn about the unusual eye shapes and some of the unusual eye properties animals contain, check out one of the previous videos in the description. But there's always been this one question in regards to the eyes that we have. Because compared to a lot of other animals, our eyes are actually a little bit different. And one of the best comparisons here is basically between our eyes and the eyes of an octopus. Or technically not just an octopus, but basically any invertebrate with complex eyes, including cuttlefish and squid. And this is of course a classic example of convergent evolution. Both the eyes of a human and an octopus evolved a kind of a camera-type structure involving a lens, an iris, and a retina. But the internal wiring seems to be entirely different. Specifically because in humans and a lot of mammals, the eye is actually inverted, whereas octopuses have everted retina. Or just to rephrase this, in our eyes, the sensitive receptors that perceive the light seem to be located in the back of the eye, with the neurons connected to all of this being in front, whereas for the octopus, the cells are in front and the neurons are in the back. And because of this, human eye has what's known as a blind spot, where a lot of these neurons, or a lot of these nerve fibers, converge at a single point and form what's known as the optic nerve. And so because there's a kind of a hole inside the retina, this forms a blind spot. Octopuses and squid don't have any blind spots. Our eyes also differ in the way they seem to focus and use the lens. The human eye uses tiny muscles, referred to as ciliary muscles, to change the actual shape of the lens, whereas octopuses seem to focus very similar to a traditional camera lens and move the entire lens forward or backwards. And so in other words, even though the overall effect of vision seems to be the same, the structure is entirely different. And of course, on top of this, humans have a sophisticated system, usually involving at least 3 types of cone cells that allow us to see 3 different colors, whereas octopuses just have 1 photoreceptor. But they're sensitive to polarization of light, which we cannot see. And so here the obvious question was, okay, so why did our eyes evolve so differently? And why do vertebrate retina seem to have such a strange structure compared to everyone else? And well, that's basically the focus of this recent study on the evolution of vertebrate retina that explains most of this by looking back approximately 600 million years. Now, first in the study there's this incredible illustration that summarizes the main differences and main similarities between various eyes in various types of animals. So everything from insects to different types of worms to, of course, vertebrates. But turns out that our eyes, or vertebrate eyes, may have had a much stranger history. And so here scientists George Kafetzis and Dan Nilsson surveyed 36 major groups of living animals and discovered that the light-sensing cells seem to be always found in 2 places, either paired on the side of the head, kind of like I guess what we have, or sometimes in the middle of the head, so basically a kind of a middle eye. And well, apparently 600 million years ago, we kind of had this unusual worm-like ancestor that seems to have had both sets. In other words, it had the lateral eyes and the middle eye. It's obviously not entirely clear why this evolved, but it very likely served some kind of a purpose. But around this time, very likely because of various climatic changes, instead of being active feeders and very likely moving around, they eventually became stationary and just like so many other worms became filter feeders, basically burrowed into seabeds and remained more or less motionless. And because they were no longer moving around, the eyes on the side of their head, or the steering eyes, were no longer necessary. And just like it usually happens with animals that don't use something, they eventually lose it. This actually happens to a lot of different fish that, for example, live in complete darkness and eventually lose their eyes. But because of their lifestyle, they very likely still had to be able to tell time, or specifically tell when it was daytime. And so they needed to have some kind of a simple way of detecting light. And so their light-sensing cells in the middle of the head seem to have remained, and eventually developed into some kind of a single midline eye that you can kind of see right here. And so, as I mentioned in the beginning, 600 million years ago, our ancestors were possibly a cyclops, a tiny, motionless, warm cyclops. But then climate changed again, and our ancestors decided to change their lifestyle once again. And so they very likely returned to swimming, which means that they needed to steer again, and which means that they needed to have these lateral eyes that were so successful before. And the evolution solved this by having that single midline eye grow cups on each side, with these cups eventually moving to the sides of the head and becoming the pairs of eyes that most vertebrates have today. So basically this was the beginning of some of the first fish, with that fish eventually making their way to the terrestrial surface and evolving into lizards, which then evolved into mammals and eventually us. And overall this kind of explains why the vertebrate eyes are so different from invertebrate eyes, once again including octopus and most of the insects. And so our eyes are essentially a repurposed version of that central midline eye. Okay, cool, that's I guess an interesting proposition and an interesting hypothesis. But first of all, is there any proof? And second of all, why did I actually mention in the beginning that we still seem to possess a third eye? Well, that's because this particular discovery actually explains so much about one specific gland right here in the middle, the pineal gland. It's actually this super tiny red spot you see right there in the middle. And based on a lot of neuroscience studies, we know that in humans, the pineal gland, or this unusual pine cone-shaped structure, seems to produce melatonin and regulate our sleep. In other words, it's critical in regulating biological rhythms. But we also know that it's somewhat sensitive to light, as in it usually receives signals from our two eyes right here via hypothalamus. And so when it's dark, melatonin production increases, which makes you sleepy, but when it's light, the production is stopped, and this allows you to stay alert. And that's of course the natural of the so-called circadian rhythm. But we know that obviously other vertebrates have this as well. And intriguingly, in many other vertebrates like certain lizards, frogs, and of course fish, the pineal gland is actually connected to a visible third eye on top of their head. This is known as the parietal eye. Here's for example one in a bullfrog, and here's one inside a lizard. And this is not just a dot, this is an actual eye with a cornea, a lens, and a retina. And even though our pineal gland is technically buried inside the skull and does not see the light directly, it still contains exactly the same structure and same cells referred to as pinealocytes. These are actually found in the retinas of our eyes as well. Or just to rephrase this, if you were to shine the light on the pineal gland somehow, you would probably sense it. And so, in a very real sense, it's actually not wrong to say that we have three eyes, and we do have a third eye right here in the middle. Although we don't really see much with it anymore, unlike these other vertebrates like frogs and fish. But more importantly, this confirms this unusual origin story, and confirms that the origin of vertebrate vision is still inside of us even today. As a matter of fact, it confirms that our eyes very likely started from that central eye in the middle, sometimes 600 million years ago. But in terms of the evolution of vision, one question still remains. Why do so many animals contain eyes? Or basically, why is vision so successful? And today it's believed that it was really because of the Cambrian explosion approximately 540 million years ago. This is based on the idea known as the light switch hypothesis that suggests that once some of the first complex eyes appeared, specifically in animals like trilobites, it basically sparked a kind of an evolutionary arms race. And this is because vision turned animals into active hunters and not just passive feeders. And that means that prey also had to evolve in order to survive. And so here we had a kind of a burst of evolutionary innovation that eventually led to massive diversity of life and massive diversity of eyes we see today. But without this first evolution of eyes, the complexity we see inside of us would never exist. So the eye evolution was actually extremely important. But once again, because of the way our eyes evolved, and because they were kind of a split off from the central eye, they essentially contain a kind of an evolutionary baggage. So basically it explains why our eyes seem to be built backwards and upside down compared to eyes of octopuses. But despite this backward design, our eyes seem to be still much more efficient and even seem to have much higher metabolism, which actually helps us see incredible detail that's almost impossible for many different invertebrates. In other words, despite this backward design, our eyes are still much more efficient. But overall, these types of studies take us just a little bit closer to helping us understand how complex life evolved and how our brains and our senses seem to be wired together. And so this basically shows us that evolution doesn't always find a perfect path, but sometimes just takes these unusual shortcuts or even repurposes something that we already have in order to create something unusual and something spectacular. But at least for now, that's all I wanted to mention. Once we discover something else, we'll come back and talk more about this in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find
This is Zhengzhou railway station. There are so many homeless people in Zhengzhou. You see them in Laoyang and Zhengzhou too. What's going on?
What am I supposed to do? I honestly feel like I can't go on anymore. I'm 35 years old, and I feel like I can't make any money. I really do. It feels like living in this world has become so difficult.
Oh my god, this is absolutely heartbreaking. I used to not believe that young people were actually picking food out of the trash cans to eat, but today I really saw it with my own eyes. This whole family cannot even find one person with a job. Other countries have the Avengers. We have the Unemployed Alliance.
In an ordinary fast food restaurant, a scene unfolded that caught people's attention. Two young women ordered their meals and sat down to eat. Not far away, three unfamiliar men stood nearby the entire time. After the two women finished eating and left,
that's
the
actually
three men
kind of
immediately walked
sad.
over. Without hesitation, they picked up their leftovers and began eating it. These scenes showing ordinary people struggling to survive
You could
reflect
tell,
the broader
you know,
changes in China's
there's
overall economic
and there's like a pride thing too there. Like you don't even want to go up to them and ask. You just like you just look at the food, look at them, look at the food, like sad, look at them, look at the food, and be like, if you don't want anything, let's see if you can leave it there before it goes into the trash can would be nice. You know, and that's depressing. Like, I mean, that is suicide society there. That is something that is no longer feeding its masters, that it can't even feed itself, and how long can it survive?
According to the latest data, China's total retail sales of consumer goods fell 0.6% in May year over year. This is a significant warning sign. Since China lifted its COVID lockdown restrictions at the end of 2022, consumer spending had not recorded negative growth for more than 3 years, but this time it fell into negative territory. State media describe the decline as an optimization of consumption patterns. However, the numbers suggest another reality. Retail sales in Beijing fell 6.2% year over year. Shanghai declined 4.7%, and Shenzhen dropped 4.5%. These three cities represent some of China's strongest consumer markets, highest income levels, and largest concentrations of middle-class households. But now, even these major cities are experiencing simultaneous declines. This is not consumption upgrading, it's a collapse in consumer demand. On the surface, a decline of 0.6% might not appear severe, but the problem is that this is a nationwide aggregate figure. Behind the number are the real hardships faced by ordinary people.
Someone posted a video saying that now he eats only one meal a day. At night, he goes to supermarkets to buy food that is close to its expiration date or on discount. That one meal is all he eats for the entire day, and he spends no more than 10 yuan each day, which is about $1.5. As long as he doesn't starve to.
You know, and I was thinking that when I seen this stuff happen at Wally World over here, bro, when I started seeing them like actually mark it down instead of like, you know, throwing it away, I thought that was great and everything, but then that's still like, you know, probably out of the reach of some people. There should and then I know there's some places that actually allow places like churches come and pick up the excess food that they're just going to throw away, that they are able to either freeze and give out within a good amount of time that's still safe. And I think there needs to be more of that around the world. I think people need to start understanding that when you're upcharging bread in Canada and then your country randomly slaps you with $48 and says, here, shut up. We know we've been charging you a lot for bread and you had no idea what was going on. It makes you think that, oh, wow, I wonder what else they're doing wrong. Instead of like, like I'm actually secure here in Canada because they fought against somebody who is actually gouging bread sales and making the price of bread go up for everyone. And I don't even understand, bro. I don't understand how it gets to this point of greed, of just you think that your time is worth this shit, and then like everybody else's time that they get to get their money, I have to like. Do you understand like the master and the slave here, like the train involved in this? It's like let me put it in WoW, folks. Like if you were playing WoW and you didn't have a guild and you wanted to get a 14 slot bag, something that was really heavy, like really expensive, I guess, like 5 gold, and you're new. How are you going to do it? You can't do it. You just can't do it. Okay, you have to know somebody. And the people who know how to get around the society are now gatekeeping the people who made the society like this, because they were like, okay, so what? Now we're supposed to engineer the way that it was supposed to go for you and the solution if it doesn't. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I don't like the way things are going. Like, I wish people would understand where things are going, and instead of just sitting here and like, maybe one day it'll get better, like I don't do anything and maybe one day it'll get better, or maybe there'll be enough people that have a bigger generation of baby boomers that might snap out of it and do something. What happened to the people before that? If the next generation doesn't see the people before them fixing the problems, why would they want to and invest in all that time, research, energy, money, life spent, life, blood, sweat, earned tears, and still get screwed by their government? Or this is what I'm talking about. This is the Chinese. This is why people always say, what are we like, China? Like, this is the thing. Like, this is why I have to say, like, poor Chinamen. You know, like, poor, like, really poor. Like, I really do pray for them. Like, I hope that there's enough meekness in them to not, like, go crazy and, like somebody I saw recently on a tractor and go through a street vendor complex with a tractor and just try to kill as many people as he could in China because of like shit like this. Like, they just go insane. I hope that's not what's next. I really do. But when you hear shit of like North Korea and like people are laughing from delusion because their insides are falling out because they haven't eaten, and Kim Jong-un seems to eat like a pig. Conveniently, he's the deity of their generation, and he doesn't have a problem with that. He doesn't have a problem with China's underwhelming female population dwindling, so they have to immigrate sex people from North Korea to come up and bolster the population for China. And like, this is the problem. Like, this, the lack of like, if we like go over there and start helping people like this, then it seems like we condone that. Like, do you understand? Like, I'm all in for giving help and everything, but we are also teaching them how to fish right here on Mojave Podcast, and we are also giving them the grit to succeed in life. If anybody is from China and see this, I am terribly sorry, and it's not something that I wish on my worst enemy. This stuff right here seems more terrifying than what we have to deal with. And not only that, your own land's deity is completely trying to destroy you because you've fallen off of your own culture. So I don't understand. Like, I really want to say, like, there's hope, but then, like, you have to manufacture that hope from within. And you can't just sit there and think that it's not going to get better, and then it gets better. Like, you have to have hope, make it better, and then it gets better. Like, crappy practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. And I don't want to sit here and think that like we need to be perfect, but I'm just saying it helps. If you want to try to be perfect in everyone's eyes, then like everyone will see you like you're perfect. But then like when you go home at the end of the day and you're like, damn, well, I tried to show I'm perfect, but I'm not, and then you falter, that's like you're selling yourself short. You're like, but I still tried so hard and I got some people to maybe step up their game, you know? Like, that's something that you can look forward to. Like, if I was like, you know, going to see my creator, whatever, I hope I inspired my next generation. I hope I didn't sit there and become a hindrance on them or let them down. You know, like something like that. Like, just something. Push the ball in the right direction. Like, that's what we need to start focusing on. and not backwards. We need to not worry about so much about technique. We need to focus on fundamentals, and like, like, okay, so what if, like, like beans are high in protein and rice is, great in starch, and they're from different cultures. Let's adopt them in America and have them, all the time, and be able to be able to give them out and to areas that are impacted, like Venezuela and stuff. We don't have to give them MREs or crazy expensive stuff if we're doing that. I don't know if we are. But when it broke down to, I saw packages being delivered by crates and stuff, it made me think that they were probably getting MREs, and that was during the Palestine war. So, and those meals are $30 each for an American person. We're just dropping them off of the back of C-150s or C-5s, and like, people think that we're shit, we're demons. I don't understand them. I don't understand. Like, yeah, so the care packets fell on somebody that was literally that stupid to think that, like, it didn't weigh anything. Yeah, that's great. But like, or they were pushed because there was a swarm of people that were trying to get it, and that's just demonic. But like, you have to realize that, like, us giving them the food isn't the demonic thing as the people not being able to, like, give themselves food. Like, how have you fallen to the point to where you thought that this was going to be it forever? Like, that's where I think that we lost society. Like, society was supposed to be able to function if we all knew that the foundation was great. But when most people can't even eat, that's not a foundation that we can stand on, right? So that's something that I think we need to move forward in society. If we're going to move the Kardashev scale from power isn't, you're not able to have power if you don't have food. So I think we're getting back down to, instead of 1.7 0.7 on that scale, I think we're back down to 0.3. I mean, this is deplorable. And I think if we get to an 0.01, I think the people who created us, God, I think he'll just reset us. I don't think, at that point, I don't think we're worth keeping. And I really pray that people wake up in that aspect of their life, and wherever they are, come together and realize that they need to be more perfect. Like, everything was perfect here in this world, and try to be what you see. Like, you see it. You see, like, the soil bringing life to trees. You see this. You manufacture nitrates to feed that, to make it prosper. We can see good and evil, but yet people choose to do evil. And that is why we have the military. And that is why we have so many things and laws and regulations to fight against people who seem to see evil and allow it. So if you want to call us imperialistic, if you want to call us whatever you will, we're only 250 years old. And when people are coming over and trying to have sex with 10-year-olds, I don't think it's something that we should like. We shouldn't keep in the country. That if they came from somewhere else, they thought that they were 12 and they were still, like, undershooting their own whatever fucking thing that they were trying to do. We shouldn't coddle that. We shouldn't make it part of our culture. So, I mean, I'm sorry that we're sitting here in this point in time where, like, there isn't somebody with common sense that is protecting us, or maybe that they've all been snuffed out. And maybe I'm the last of a dying breed, man. Who cares? At the end of the day, I know where I stand, and I know where everyone else is. So, it's just kind of crazy how we are where we are, including us being able to see where we are, and not actually fix where we are, Like, I don't believe for 1 second when we watch that stuff on Skid Row that those people, they're not able to fix themselves deep down inside if they really wanted to. That's the problem. If you literally allow that drug to be in their life and manifest that hole, or fix that hole for them, then that will forever be there until that's gone. And then they'll need to fill the hole with something else. Why not make it something good? You don't understand. And that's where the point of God comes in, that fills all that hole for you and tells you where everything is. And that's what I thought religion was supposed to be, a guiding thing. And people have used it to be more war-torn than ever, and I have no idea how that's supposed to be, reflecting God, because I don't think God is supposed to come down with 10,000 angels, okay? It's not supposed to be us rolling around in murky waters and doing devious corporation, against their own people. Like, we're talking projects like, what was it? The MK Ultra project, where they dropped acid into people's water and watched them froth at the mouths. Like, if they did that back in the day, what do you think the American people are doing to these people coming over? Who do you think are the new guinea pigs? People, wake up. I want you to wake up. I mean, it's great. It's great. And then there's towns like that have mayors have, like, tons of migrants over, and then he owns his own cemetery and cremation plant. Isn't that a little sketchy? Like, at all? Like, you don't like think that, like, that's just sketchy, bro. Like I don't like that, bro. Like, I don't at all. Like, that doesn't, I mean, we're talking like we discovered Jeffrey Epstein, and now we're not like delicing our entire system. And it should be louse. Delousing our entire system? Because last time I checked, lices were parasites. I said lices. Louses. So we shouldn't sit here and fester and because we can't see it, because there's too many of them. We should delouse the population. We should make it mandatory for that to not be a thing. And we have in the past actually done what I said, but I was talking metaphorically. If we can do it, if we can actually make a thing to make people actually be deloused in school and make them feel shame and shit like that, then we can actually fix the problem. Okay? We can. But we choose not to. And I want that to ring in and set in. So if not, for the next generation to come up and that hears this, if I do go, to fix the problems that you have when you can, immediately when you can, not later when you can, immediately when you can, because you might not get a second chance to fix those problems. And that's just a lesson class in not procrastinating and complacency, but in reality, it really boils down to not knowing right and wrong. Although some people do, the higher majority of the population seems to think that there is no God, this, and that. And I want to have that awakening in you, that to see that light between your eyes, like Anton Petrov says, like to see with that third eye, to understand that it's there, that there is a reason, and that it's a receiver. It works both ways. And that with enough collective consciousness, we can shift society. And we need people to understand where we are. Otherwise, they won't understand where to change to or why to change to, because they don't see change in their everyday lives. If change was so drastic, you'd see it on the sidewalks. If you went out there and it was Washington, D.C., America, dude, I know everyone would be MAGA. I know, but you know why I can't? Because it's designed that way, folks. It's designed that the government, the federal government, doesn't have all control powers over the states and stuff like that. It's designed that way. And I think it's great, but at the same time, the federal government should have some hand in it, an invisible hand, when it comes to there being an external cancer that is now protruding out of the body of our nation, and we see it for what it is, and supposedly we can't stop it, but I know we know how to stop it. It just doesn't look politically correct to stop it. But I don't want to sit there and say what looks politically correct when one side is skewed against the other. So how dare they? Did they come over here and pay Louisiana Purchase to get this land? Did they do all this, and that? No, they didn't do anything. They're sitting here and they're just reaping the rewards of all the people that lied down before them and taking it like this is theirs. And I don't like that. I never liked that. I never liked the fact of California, if somebody died and whatever is like on their land, you think you can walk on there and steal it. I never liked that about our society. You know? I never did. So there are things that need to change. There are wild, wild west things that need to go. Although they're here, they should go. And I need to say that. And here we go. I'm trying to line this up.
Death, that's enough. There are many people like this.
Enough
They
is
even have
enough.
A group where they share ways to spend the least amount of money possible just to maintain basic survival. The group consists mostly of low.
And this is what I was talking about. They are manufacturing a society that can actually function as literal cockroaches to survive. And I'm not trying to say that, but in people, and not like they're in people, but people are forced to eat like that in North Korea. They eat bugs. Okay, people, they eat bugs to survive. When they're delusional and their intestines are falling out, they're not going to be making the best decisions, even though they look like they're happy, and it's because they're dying. They're literally happy they're dying. And their body isn't the same anymore. You don't understand. You don't want to get to that point to where you see that. And now you've manufactured a crisis within that literally is so corrupt that now the people on the top still have to remain rich, while the people on the bottom have to now fix the problem that the top's created. How is that going to fix anything? I want you to understand that. If there's too much weight on the top, like any foundation is going to buckle. What are we doing? What is the thing here? we've already talked about ramparts. We've already done so many things today on this podcast. But with that, I wanted to leave you with a little bit of what's going on over here because I've kind of cut them off at 3 minutes in. It gets a little bit crazier.
Income workers, gig workers, and people in debt. Most of their income comes from temporary jobs and part-time work. Some collect garbage and sell recyclables. After paying unavoidable expenses like rent, electricity, and water bills, they have almost nothing left. So they cut their food costs as much as possible. Some cannot even afford to rent a place to live. Sleeping on the streets or in parks has become normal for them. Their bottom line is simply staying alive and not starving.
Running a business is really difficult now. At least 90% of the physical stores on this street have closed down. I'm not exaggerating at all. There are many streets like this. It's terrifying. You can see stores closing down or looking for buyers everywhere. It's also hard to find jobs now. With unemployment so high, why aren't the people in charge worried? The news never reports any of this. Are they just giving up completely? How are ordinary people supposed to make a living?
It's like I said, they're supposed to manufacture the solution. They're paying you nothing to make the solution that people that don't have any options are then going to use. What is incentivizing that to be a good thing? You seen that person there laying there smoking a cigarette? How the fuck is he going to get a job? He can't even breathe. You get what I mean?
My daughter has been asking for pork ribs for several days, but I don't have the money. Today, I sold this TV that used to hang here. I only got 50 yuan for it. I used that money to buy some pork ribs for her. Daughter, hurry up and eat. Dad will just eat yesterday's leftovers.
Currently, the hardest hit area in China's consumer sector is the automobile market. According to official data, automobile sales have fallen by more than 1/6. Home appliance sales have dropped by more than 1/7, and spending on renovation materials has also declined sharply. Almost all major categories of big-ticket goods have collapsed.
I was born in 1982, and I've been unemployed for half a year. I haven't had a job or income for 6 months. I can't hold one anymore. Today, I made the decision to sell the car that has been with me for more than 10 years. I can barely afford to drive it now. I can't even afford the gas. Every year, I still have to pay for insurance and vehicle inspections. I really can't keep going.
Just days ago, a Chinese auto dealership group that ranks among the country's top 100 dealerships was reportedly...
That's very sad. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, my headphones are going back on now. On that thing. Irritating. Okay. What's yours? That tea? Sorry, it was 3 hours and 43 minutes in, and we did a little reboot. So I was almost 4 hours. So whatever's live underneath during your stats for nerds check is a little bit off at this point, but we will continue forward. Wait, where is this? Here we go. Oops. That's the different. That's for smaller ones here.
Forced to cut salaries and suspend some wage payments due to major losses. On July 7th, a notice issued by the dealership circulated online. The notice said the group suffered heavy losses from April to June. Investors were reportedly no longer able to continue relying on loans to pay employee salaries. As a result, the company decided that all managers and above in loss-making divisions would receive no salary for July. Employees below the manager level would have their July salaries reduced by 30%, receiving only 70% of their normal pay. The same policy applied to the group's headquarters. Managers and above would receive no July salary, while frontline employees would receive only 70% of their wages. In other words, the downturn in China's auto dealership industry is no longer limited to falling sales. The pressure has now directly reached employees' paychecks. Behind this is the broader crisis facing the entire automobile dealership industry in China. According to a survey by the China Automobile Dealers Association, during the first half of this year, only 12% of dealerships nationwide actually achieved their sales targets for the 6-month period. Out of 100 dealerships, only 12 would have barely met their goals. Another 11 would be struggling to reach 90 to 100% of their targets, while nearly 77 would have failed to meet their targets. Even more concerning, nearly 40% of dealerships have failed to achieve even 70% of their sales goals. The profitability situation looks even worse. In 2025, the percentage of Chinese auto dealerships that were actually profitable fell from 39.3% in 2024 to just 23.5%. In other words, in the past, about 4 out of every 10 dealerships would still make money. Now that number has fallen to just over 2 out of 10. About 20.8% of dealerships broke even, while loss-making dealerships accounted for 55.7%. That means that more than half of auto dealerships are no longer making profits. They're losing money just by staying open. Even more severe, among the top 100 dealerships in the industry, only 11 had positive gross margins on new vehicle sales. Even the industry's biggest players are mostly no longer making money from selling cars. The average gross margin on new vehicle sales has fallen to negative 10%. This means that the more they sell, the more they lose. When an industry declines, the pressure eventually reaches employees. In 2025, the total number of employees at the top 100 auto dealerships fell to 320,000, down 9.1% year-on-year. Total payroll expenses dropped even more sharply, falling 28.6% year-over-year. This is not simply a normal business adjustment. It reflects an entire industry shrinking, cutting jobs, and reducing salaries. China Automobile Dealers Association Deputy Secretary General Wen Zijing also acknowledged that dealerships have been facing extremely difficult conditions over the past 2 years. New vehicle prices have fallen below dealership costs. Inventory has piled up in warehouses, tying up large amounts of capital. Meanwhile, rent, labor, and operating expenses remain unchanged. At the same time, automakers continue to impose sales targets on dealerships. After May consumption data was released, the Qiushi Journal website, a publication affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, published an article acknowledging that Chinese residents' willingness to spend has been limited by three major factors: employment challenges, insufficient social security, and falling property values. The article said that some residents are facing significant pressure from employment and income, which has weakened their willingness to consume. More importantly, it called for accelerating the repair of household balance sheets, stabilizing the real estate market, and preventing falling asset prices from further damaging consumer confidence. The phrase repairing household balance sheets is essentially an official way of acknowledging that many families are already facing financial difficulties. In other words, even state media is now suggesting that household consumption in China is no longer strong enough to drive the economy. What's even more ironic is that the 2026 government work report proposed launching a special campaign to boost consumption. The government planned to allocate 250 billion yuan in ultra-long-term special treasury bonds to support trade-ins for consumer goods, and another 100 billion yuan in fiscal and financial funds to stimulate domestic demand. But even after spending 350 billion yuan, total retail sales of consumer goods still declined in May, because the root problem is not that ordinary people lack coupons or one-time subsidies. There's a deeper issue with the entire income distribution structure. The money has not truly reached ordinary households. A food delivery driver in Beijing recounts how his wages were reduced.
When I first came to Beijing, I told myself I had to make at least 300 yuan every day. I had to earn 300 yuan a day. But after the Chinese New Year, things got worse day by day. Every day was worse than the last. I wanted to buy a home, even if it meant paying a mortgage. I just hoped my child could live in a new house instead of renting an old, run-down school district apartment and climbing up the 7th floor every day.
Today, I'll show you what my life has become. I'm 36 years old, and I never imagined I would end up homeless, with nowhere to turn for help. My company went bankrupt, my house and car were both used as collateral, and now I'm more than 2.6 million yuan in debt.
How extreme is the job market in Shanghai? A job paying before tax 6,000 yuan a month requires you to be fluent in both English and Japanese. Some companies even openly state in their job listings that they will not provide social insurance during the probation period, and later, they still do not pay social insurance based on the actual salary. But the most outrageous thing is this: job offerings only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month are asking for people with 10 years of work experience and even PhD degrees. How should I put it? This is what the job market has become. Looking for a job is like fighting over scraps. Those who fail to get them will starve.
The Beijing authorities and some economists often use one figure to reassure themselves. Chinese household deposits have reached 167 trillion yuan, or about 120,000 yuan per person. Their argument is that Chinese people are not short of money. They simply don't want to spend. With the right policies and some confidence-building measures, consumption will recover. But this is the biggest misconception. An average hides the reality of wealth distribution. A small group of high-income households controls a large share of deposits. They only need to spend a small portion of their income to maintain a high level of consumption. But the ordinary people who actually support everyday consumption often have very little savings. For most families, daily expenses depend on wages. Buying a home, a car, or other major purchases depend on borrowing. The so-called 160 trillion yuan in household deposits has little connection to the real lives of most ordinary people. Much of that spending belongs to a smaller group of wealthy people. It sits in banks, not being spent, but instead being used to generate more wealth. So what do ordinary people actually have? In 2025, Chinese yuan deposits increased by 26.4 trillion yuan, including a 14.6 trillion yuan increase in household deposits. The numbers look huge, but they represent the total amount held by all residents. Spread across 1.4 billion people, and then divided among the roughly 90% of ordinary households, the amount of money people can actually use is extremely small. More importantly, even those who do have some savings often do not dare to spend them. Today, people save money not because they care about earning a little interest. They save because they need protection against unemployment, illness, and unexpected emergencies. So this is not because Chinese people are naturally inclined to save money. It reflects a collective fear of the future. I can say this with confidence. In today's society, 9 out of 10 people probably cannot even come up with 500 yuan, which is about $73 US. This is the third day of our exhibition in Chengdu. Let's take a look at the current situation. Look at my business. There's nobody here. In 2026, the number of new college graduates in China is expected to reach 12.7 million. This doesn't even include the unemployed people who are already searching for jobs. Some people online also claim that China now has more than 300 million people in flexible employment, and that number could reach 500 million by 2030. There have been several sudden death cases reported in the past few days. Honestly, they're terrifying to watch. A 32-year-old software engineer in Guangdong collapsed and died. A 26-year-old engineer in Henan suffered a sudden incident while sleeping. Both of them had been working long hours, staying up late, and dealing with extreme pressure. These are not isolated cases. This is the daily reality for countless workers today. After watching this, I'm really shaken. As financial risks in China continue to grow, an even more significant signal has emerged. For the first time, Chinese financial regulators have taken over a private bank. On July 3rd, the National Financial Regulatory Administration announced that the Wuhan Zhongbang Bank had experienced serious credit risks and would be officially placed under regulatory takeover starting immediately. The takeover period will last 1 year. Why is this important? Because Zhongbang Bank is not an ordinary small bank. It is the first private bank in Hubei province and the 11th privately owned bank approved for establishment in China. The bank began operations in 2017 with an initial registered capital of 2 billion yuan, later increased to 4 billion. By the end of 2024, Zhongbang had total assets of approximately 123.5 billion yuan. This makes it no longer a small financial institution. It's a significant regional bank. If such a bank encounters problems, the impact would not only affect shareholders and customers, it would also spread to the local financial system. According to the official announcement, the takeover team was led by the Hubei Provincial Financial Management Bureau and the Wuhan Municipal Government. It also included the Hubei branch of the National Financial Regulatory Administration, the Hubei branch of the People's Bank of China, and the Deposit Insurance Fund Management Company. In other words, local authorities, financial regulators, and the central banking system were all involved. Even more notable, Hanko Bank issued an announcement on the same day, stating that the principal and interest of individual deposits would be fully protected. In other words, authorities have promised that ordinary depositors' money would be guaranteed. However, corporate deposits and institutional funds do not have the same level of protection. The announcement said that before the takeover, corporate deposits and interbank liabilities of up to 50 million yuan would receive full protection. For amounts above 50 million yuan, they must first be registered. The portion within 50 million yuan will be repaid first, while the excess amount will depend on future arrangements. Put simply, large corporate funds and institutional money may not be fully recovered immediately. The larger the amount, the higher the risk. Financial commentator Mike Lee said that when authorities officially place a bank under takeover, it usually means the bank has already encountered serious problems. The bank may be insolvent or may be facing the risk of a bank run. At that point, government intervention is mainly aimed at preventing panic from spreading and stopping problems at one bank from dragging down other banks, potentially triggering a wider financial crisis. If local government finances continue to deteriorate, the cost of any bailout may ultimately be covered by public resources. How did Zhongbang Bank reach this point? One key reason is that its business model itself carried high risks. Zhongbang positioned itself as an internet transaction bank, relying heavily on online lending and partnerships with loan facilitation platforms. Simply put, unlike traditional banks that mainly collect deposits and issue loans through physical branches, Zhongbang expanded lending through online platforms. This model can appear highly scalable during strong economic conditions, but once regulations tighten, the economy slows, and borrowers are unable to repay loans, bad debts can quickly surge. Independent analyst Guo Tao told Singapore media that Zhongbang Bank's serious credit risks were mainly reflected in a sharp increase in overdue loans, which was closely linked to its loan facilitation business model. In simple terms, money that was previously lent out can no longer be recovered, while the guarantee companies that were supposed to provide backup support no longer have the ability to cover the losses. Another deeper problem is that the private shareholders behind Zhongbang have also fallen into debt troubles themselves. Zhongbang Bank was jointly founded by 6 companies: Zoll Holdings, Dongdai Group, Yuangtong Technology, Yulong Group, Aoshan Investment, and Fask Energy. However, public reports show that in recent years, amid the real estate crisis and economic slowdown, 5 of the bank's 6 major shareholders have experienced debt defaults, equity freezes, or other financial problems. Among them, major shareholder Zoll Holdings has seen several listed companies under its control fall into difficulties. Dongdai Group, which was once ranked among China's top 500 private enterprises, filed for bankruptcy in 2024. Aoshan Group, heavily invested in Wuhan's real estate market, fell into a debt crisis, with its shares frozen by courts multiple times. The equity holdings of the 4th largest shareholder, Yulong Group, were also frozen through legal proceedings. This shows that the situation facing Zhongbang Bank may not remain an isolated case. If more banks begin encountering problems one after another, and each case requires government intervention and financial support, then a much bigger problem could emerge.
Pleasure.
It is a mystery. that has captivated people across the entire globe for centuries. Does Bigfoot really exist? Well, now there is a man called Snake the Bigfoot Hunter who claims he has found actual Bigfoot remains. He has this 8-foot, 300-pound body in his possession. He's even nicknamed it Dak. Snake says he found the remains in the Adirondack Mountains in 2024, even put them on display at last year's Great New York State Fair. But here's the wild part. Snake claims he sent the specimen for DNA testing, that the results show the body has 58.5% Neanderthal DNA and 41.5% human DNA. Snake says that those tests from Cornell's veterinary DNA lab prove that this creature is a Neanderthal-human hybrid. Now, the Adirondack Mountains have been known to be a hotspot for Bigfoot or Sasquatch sightings, but there are a lot of skeptics out there questioning Snake's discovery. So we decided, let's go to the source. Charles Stewart, better known as Snake the Bigfoot Hunter, joins me now. He's also the author of the Bigfoot Bible. Thank you so much for taking the time. First, how did you find these remains, and what made you think initially this could be Bigfoot's remains?
Well, you know, I found it west of Old Forge Central Adirondack Park, and the reason I found it was just being in the right area where I could smell it, because this body was decaying. And I just followed my nose deeper and deeper and deeper until, bam, there's this 8-foot-long, 300-pound specimen in front of me. And this thing was sitting in a poison ivy patch and just was absolutely disgusting. And based on what we figured out, this was dead probably about 2 days when I found this specimen, okay? And what was interesting is next to this body were some larger footprints. And after speaking to a couple other experts, we determined that one of the causes of this specimen's death was probably from getting bludgeoned to death by experts. And what was interesting is next to this.
You see that?
Yeah.
Murder weapon.
Well, they said that it was a bigger one, probably.
Do you see the big old stick that I'm trying to show? Like, here, I'm gonna right over in this section right here. There's this a big old like log that's like literally split down the middle. Like, that's because it was just freshly used. And I mean, let me tell you, with the research that I just found, the Neanderthals, they don't have sagittal sutures, meaning that their skulls are all one, meaning that
probably just cracked his
that
skull.
it was very hard to, if that was how it was done, cracking the skull or doing something, would have to be done with something very heavy like this. So that's very savage. And it just kind of makes me think, like, how could something that savage not be that, like, found till now?
Yeah.
Or like it did a portal open up and this thing fell out? Like, what happened? Like, how did this thing get here? Like, how are we?
This body were some larger footprints, and after speaking to a couple other experts, we determined that.
Or were they just like being covered up like that quickly by like the government back then? I have no idea. Like, do you know about any like government projects of covering up Bigfoot?
Well, like, I've just seen articles that they have supposedly found remains elsewhere or before, and I mean, but I can't ever tell if it's. Sometimes I just think it was a fake story, unless I know it's from a reliable source. But these are just things I've seen.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm on the shout here. I'm trying to be respectful to the footage here, so let's continue on.
This specimen's death was probably from getting bludgeoned to death by a larger Bigfoot.
So two.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could have been over territory or mating. We believe it was probably due to mating because this is a male specimen we have, and this was around 18 to 20 year range, and we figured that out by the dental decay. How much
that's what I was going to ask you. This DNA testing, what exactly was the testing, and what was it done on? The hair, teeth, soft tissue? What exactly?
Yeah, we had blood, hair, and fecal matter, and we just submitted it all and got that done through a friend of mine who worked at the Cornell Veterinarian BioDNA lab. And the results came back, as you mentioned, 58.5% Neanderthal/Denisovan, and that I had to do a little bit of research myself to figure out exactly what was going on. But the Denisovan is a Asian kind of Neanderthal. It's mixed with 41.5% human, and some of that's indigenous. So at some point they did cross over the Bering Land Strait and have been in the Americas. So what we have there is, a very dangerous, aggressive. We know they attack each other, and they could definitely attack and hurt humans for sure.
Do you know how old? Do you know how long it's been dead for?
It was dead about 2 days when I found it.
2 days. So wait a second. Let me. So you think it was attacked by another Bigfoot 2 days prior? In other words, there's another living Bigfoot in that area.
Yeah, and I mean, these are, we call them Bigfoot, but these are like Neanderthal human hybrid. And there's another one that attacked this one. And
here's food for thought. Where did it go?
Well, I already thought of that. I figured
I just thought it's my podcast. I just thought I'd say that. Where did it go?
I just figured it's somewhere out there.
I don't even know where this is properly.
Somewhere in Northern California, Adirondack Mountains, which, I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's up there.
Really?
Yeah.
So, like, further up than the Redwoods?
Am I pronouncing the name? I mean, I'm guessing
Probably further than the Redwoods.
Yeah, probably. Am I saying it?
It just makes me think that there was a whole nother thing, like, out there in the Pacific that before the ocean made the continent fall or something. Like out here. You see how like there's that sand? Like this could have been like that's Australia, right? So there's all these islands that were not like islands until the sea level rose, right?
Hmm.
So weren't there was things on those islands, and they were trying to say that part of these Denisovans' DNA comes from those islands over there, and who's related to those people? Me. So that's another reason why I think I have this unibrow.
Well,
So, like, that's crazy to me. And, you know, one of the interesting things we found on our specimen, which we showed to 60,000 people, was this reproductive bone. And that's an anomaly that the Bigfoot has that is also in polar bears. And these are adaptations that allow it to procreate in an aggressive way. And that leads us to think that they don't actually form family units. They're very nomadic. If they do engage, it's for that aggressive.
I never even seen that yet.
It was like
Hold on, let me zoom that up for us.
That was gnarly, dude.
Jeez.
People.
You could fool me. Damn, bro. Like, it literally looks like it was unfrozen from, like, you know, like an Ice Age movie. You know how they just, like, came alive again from they were unfrozen?
Weird. And it has the blood on the head.
Right. Like,
or it got hit. And I don't think this could be fake.
well, that's what I'm trying to say is, like, how the hell are they literally that something like this is if this is 18, if they're trying to say that this is an 18 or 20-year-old
Oh, I
young,
missed the age.
yeah, they're saying by the teeth dental records that this was supposed to be 18 or 20-year-old. And I am oh, sorry, babe. I'm because I'm trying to focus on the name and everything too, but all right. So, I just don't understand because the teeth right there look like there's gaps in between the teeth, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, it kind of makes me think that it's even younger than that. But either that or a tooth was knocked out or chipped or something. Jesus.
Well,
In the
probably
fight
when
or
it
something, I have no idea because I was not there. And this is only 480 resolution. There's probably a better resolution than this out there. You guys can zoom in and do a better inspection than this. But for the sake of my channel, this is what we're going to get for now. We will recover this soon. But let's continue on with this for now and see if there's any more things that he can tell us.
procreation, and then they go their separate ways. So
did you send this to a forensic anthropologist, or did a forensic anthropologist
go their separate ways? So
did you
that the Bigfoot has that is also in polar bears, and these are adaptations that allow it to procreate in an aggressive way, and that leads us to think that they don't actually form family units. They're very nomadic. If they do engage, it's for that aggressive procreation, and then they go their separate ways. So
did you send this to a forensic anthropologist, or did a forensic anthropologist look at these remains?
So right now we've had the DNA test done. I've been trying to get more people to actually be in person with the body. I did get a documentary team came and peer reviewed the DNA, and this is a documentary team from Japan, and they filmed the whole a little movie on this, and they have released it there, and I have snippets of it on our website. And then what was really great is at the showing of this the first time. There was the Six Nation Indian tribes of New York, the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Tuscarora, and Seneca tribes. They came by and looked at the body, and they left and came back and gave me an award. They had came in and immediately identified it as a Bigfoot, as a bark eater, which is another name for Adirondack up there. So it's been like multiple verifications across different paths, and we're trying to get as much.
And then can you believe that stick out there is like missing bark off of it too, and where it was bent? But like the flowers are poisonous, and you think it knew it was like a medicinal thing too, or maybe that it needs the poison to hunt. That's crazy, right? Like because like they're really like hunters and gatherers, so they would know the greenery. They would see it on the mountain and be like, look at that. And then they would come down when no one was there, like at night or something. And you would hear what was that on the roof or some shit?
Well,
like, what is that? Like,
usually a lot of times it was.
You think it was a something, but like, damn, dude. Like, what if it was a young one or something?
Well, like I said, people have claimed it.
Like your neighbor? Say your story your neighbor said?
Oh, that my neighbor Clive said he saw glowing eyes one night. Which, I mean, it could be, some other animal that their eyes were reflecting. But, I don't know, I guess to him, he believed it was the Yucca Man. They call it Yucca Man here.
Did he say any type of other distinguishing movements that it did, other than just his eyes glowing?
Mostly just he knew something was there, I think, and then the eyes.
No sticks breaking, cracking, anything like
You
that?
didn't mention anything like that.
Because I'm going to take a picture of the stick that we're talking about that's on our oleander, and it's just really odd that that one is just like, it was snapped when it was wet, because when it was bent, if it was snapped, when it was dry, it would have just been brittle and completely sheared off. It wouldn't have been able to be elastic and bend. And then when it was dry, you can't lift it up really, or then it will snap. So in order for that to have like sheerly snapped that, like, I want to get like somebody out here that knows the tensile strength of. I know an oleander is actually very elastic, and it's not exactly as strong as some people think, but when they're thicker and it was on the sun facing side, it makes me think, second thoughts, like, holy shit.
I mean, I was pretty sure.
And my dad in the other parts of our mountains here, but they don't want to be noticed. That's the thing, is like, I'm thinking maybe that happened at night or something. But if the native people call it bark eaters, like there's a reason. I just thought it was odd that like the bark was missing right along where it was bent, Vanessa. Like if it was trying to taste it. Like, wouldn't it be easiest to get the bark to peel off when you snapped it? Not like, you get what I mean? If you were harvesting something, if you were harvesting something, and you had the strength, and you didn't have like the time and you've done it before or whatever, because there was a stick there, another one that was broken like that, but it was a lot older.
Well, there were times Delilah knew something was out there, but I figured it was a mountain lion because then we found mountain
That's
lion
creepy.
tracks. Yeah, but a few times we actually found the mountain lion tracks. But, I mean,
Well, the way that this is, I was thinking, could it have been a cat trying to climb the tree? But the way that it was, like, it had to have had, like, opposable thumbs.
she would actually like
Because
lay
the
on-
angle that it bent it up, it was pointing up and then it bent it down. Like that. It wasn't, if a cat did it, a cat would have just, like, snapped the whole thing off, like, if it would have even had the weight to do it. Because that thing was pretty big. Like I'm trying to, it wasn't like, it was almost a $50 size at the base. And then along the top was about a quarter. But, yeah, it's pretty impressive. I was thinking to myself, wow, I gotta document this. Because the stick isn't exactly that old yet. Like, the bark hasn't naturally started to come off. But the stick looks like it's been dead for a while. Like, a month or two, but in this desert it doesn't take very long for something to get dry. So I'm thinking either a season or at the beginning of this season. No longer than a year old. It couldn't be more than a year old. So anyway, way back when I was a kid, there was this shooting range on the opposite side, and it was an illegal one. On the outside of Sky Valley Resort. They hated it. Everyone hated it. But we went over there and we were looking at all the stuff that they were shooting at one day in the golf cart. And my dad said, holy F, what is that on the mountain? And then his friend was like looking and he's like, is that? And then my dad's like, Bigfoot. And he said, yeah. And I'm thinking to myself,
I hear barking. I need to see what's going on.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Because he has to go.
Yeah, careful. Talking about all this stuff. And anyway, he was trying to say, like, I can't believe it. It's so hot. Holy crap. And then, like, what is he doing, like, down here or something? Type thing. And, like, my dad was trying to come up with this, like, scenario, like how he's trying not to be crazy. He's trying not to think that he's crazy, right? And it just, never knew that there was a lore of a Yucca man up on the ridge higher than here. Up a little bit more. So we saw the Yucca man clear down on the opposite side of the ridge in Joshua Tree. Walking up into the national park area. And that's just, and you know why? I just thought to myself that there was probably reasons why Teddy Roosevelt, who carried a big stick diplomacy, would make these areas national parks, because you know, there's just so much that's not discovered there, as well as when you can't build in those areas, that they would naturally gravitate to those areas. Because they thought that maybe that they would set that aside for them. Think about it, if they're half human and half Neanderthal, they're probably decently smart. I mean, if they're any smart as how the dumbest human, then they should be pretty smart. And they would know that they look different, and that they would know that, you know, that there's probably not many of them, and that he's probably right when it came down to a dispute of some type of mating thing. It just seems to like fit the bill, but it would just suck that like this is the end of one. And this is crazy, bro. This is nuts.
People to see this thing as possible.
Have you got any other mainstream verifications, any recognition from more of the major bodies or experts?
We're looking to get some additional people involved with the body. It's been an uphill battle, and
why? They don't believe it?
Well, you know, Bigfoot has been considered kind of taboo and stuff. The thing is, this is a global phenomenon. This
so it's a cryptid, but it's happened all over the world.
Or encountered
There's Yetis,
globally, okay? But it's still, as you know, with what happened with UFOs, that was considered fringe until it's not. So we are literally punching our way through wall after wall, getting this information out there. And, you know, the main thing I'm trying to tell people is you got to be careful when you're going out there into the wilderness.
Or you know, grab a camera, because my gosh, I mean, look, it wouldn't be surprising me if there's now a Sasquatch committee on Congress. I mean, look, UAPs, UFOs, extraterrestrials. Snake, you might be ahead of something here. I appreciate you coming on and sharing it with our audience.
That they're supposed
Can I just say that the people who do not believe in Bigfoot have something I call BDS, which is Bigfoot Derangement Syndrome.
You better trademark that. You better trademark that right now, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good seeing you, Snake.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
So there's that little segment, guys. We're gonna continue. We have plenty of stuff to show you still, so please stick by as I reallocate. China job crisis explodes. Millions of students queue at factories, sleep outdoor stations. And this is going to be a 20-minute...
暑假工太多了. There are way too many summer workers this year. The pay has been...
The other one was completely not mastered correctly, and I forgot to reset the volume, and that was very loud.
pushed down to just 8 or 9 yuan per unit. It's become as cheap as rotten cabbage. Life is long and you still have decades of work ahead of you.
今年暑假工就像小龙虾一样泛滥成灾.
Summer workers this year are everywhere. There are too many of them and they're cheap. In the Yangtze River Delta, the Pearl River Delta, Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, many have already been left stranded. The same thing happened last year. A lot of students came here, paid agency fees, and then spent a week waiting without ever getting placed in a factory. Many students ran out of money and ended up sleeping on the streets, too afraid to tell their parents. Right now, the only value you have in the eyes of recruiters is as a source of cash. If they were really high-paying jobs, do you think they would be available for you? A job paying 15 or 16 yuan per unit gets cut down by agencies to 10 or 9 yuan. Even regular workers wouldn't take those jobs. Yet you're traveling thousands of miles just to be exploited. Just go home. Don't come here anymore. This July, as the summer holiday season began, the Yangtze River Delta and Pearl River Delta regions saw a large influx of student workers. Thousands of students seeking to earn tuition money and ease their families' financial burdens have been making their ways into major industrial hubs, including Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and the Jiangsu-Zhejiang-Shanghai region.
There are so many students on the train heading out for jobs. Don't they follow the news? People are getting stranded everywhere right now. There are so many people in this hotel. Guys, do you think I'll still get placed today? Or am I going to end up stranded here?
However, amid the current economic slowdown and shrinking corporate orders, this year's summer job market can no longer be described as merely oversaturated. It has effectively collapsed.
The factory only has a dozen or so openings, but look how many people showed up today. These students were already waiting outside the factory gate at around 6 a.m. Everyone, just stay home and enjoy your summer break. Don't come out here and get scammed. You will end up spending money on travel costs and other expenses for nothing. This is like thousands of people fighting over scraps. Those who can't find work will still starve, and those who do find work will be miserable. People in the back, move forward a little and keep the road clear. The scene of college students competing for summer workers for jobs is unbelievable. A factory may only need a few dozen people, but the agencies will bring in hundreds of applicants.
Even Lenovo doesn't need workers anymore. A lot of people have already left, especially student workers. Many have been cleared out. Many recruiters have been posting on social media saying that wages have dropped to just 8 or 10 yuan an hour, and telling people not to come out looking for temporary jobs anymore. The pay has already dropped to 8 yuan. Summer job wages are down to 8 yuan now. There is really no point in coming out anymore, unless you're trying to earn money specifically to pay your own tuition. If you can accept an 8 yuan per hour summer job, then come out.
10块钱一个小时，你出来干什么？
What's the point of coming out for 10 yuan an hour? And that job doesn't even include meals. A factory may need 30 workers, but 300 people will show up. Anyone coming out at this point is basically just cannon fodder. If you can't find a job, you'll be stuck outside in temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius. It's really miserable. These kids don't dare tell their families. They can't even afford an apartment for 30 yuan a night, so they end up sleeping in parks. Seriously, don't encourage them to come out anymore. It's heartbreaking.
Take a look, everyone. It's not that I don't want you to come out. This is simply what the job market in Wuhan is like right now. Every day, it's overcrowded. Whenever a factory says it's hiring summer workers, it's completely packed. Even after you get there, you might not even pass the interview. You might not even be able to get inside the factory. These summer jobs only pay a little over 100 yuan a day, don't include meals, and require 12-hour shifts. What's the point of going out for a job like that? With that time, you have better off staying home with your parents, getting a driver's license, or learning a useful skill. Don't come out here just to suffer.
来，
有人问我说，为啥不建议现在暑假工作了？
Some people ask me why I don't recommend going out for summer jobs right now. Let me show you what the situation is like outside. Look at this. The streets are packed with people. There's simply nowhere to place all of them. Look at the people sitting by the roadside, and those dragging their suitcases around. So many summer workers have already come out, and there aren't enough jobs to arrange for them. And this is not even counting those who are only 16 or 17 years old. Some parents say that if their children can't handle the hardships of studying, they should experience the hardships of society instead and go out to work. But the problem is that many factories right now don't even want to hire summer workers. Coming out here could just mean getting scammed. Market surveys show that many manufacturing and service sector jobs that traditionally hired large numbers of summer workers have sharply reduced recruitment or stopped hiring altogether this year due to weaker demand. The huge influx of young workers, combined with a sharp decline in available positions, has created a severe imbalance, leaving the labor market with a significant oversupply of workers.
14块钱个小时，一个厂只要20个人，结果去了200-300个人面试。
This pay is 14 yuan an hour. A factory only needs 20 workers, but 200 to 300 people show up for interviews. That's the reality of the summer job market in July. And this isn't just about 14 yuan an hour. In previous years, around mid-July, a factory offering 10 yuan an hour and hiring only 10 people could still attract several hundred applicants. Do you understand how extreme the competition is? A lot of people online ask, why would anyone take a job for 10 yuan an hour? Even a dog wouldn't do it. But the reality is, people are taking them. They'll work for 10 yuan, 9 yuan, even 8 yuan an hour. That's how tough things are. So my advice is, students who are on summer break in July should not come out just to join the crowd. You'll only end up getting your money scammed away and left crying in desperation.
你学生都不要出来啊，你不要出来啊。
Students, don't come out. Seriously, don't come out. There's no way everyone can get placed. It's not easy for anyone. It's not easy for anyone.
来瞅瞅。
Come take a look. These are the princesses and princes who usually stay at home. Now, under the blazing summer sun, they're lining up here. These kids were once pampered by their parents at home. Now, for just a daily wage of a few dozen yuan, they have to stand in the scorching heat, waiting in line and putting up with recruiters and hiring agents judging them and looking down on them.
今天暑假工11块钱1小时，就要60个人，来了200-300人。
Today's summer jobs are paying 11 yuan an hour. One factory needs 60 people, but 200 to 300 people showed up. So students, I think you should stay home and focus on your studies instead of coming out. Look at it this way. Tightening screws in a factory for 11 yuan an hour means working for a full hour just to buy a cup of milk tea while exhausting yourself.
这些学生工没人要，到我这里干苦力。
These student workers aren't wanted by factories, so they come to me to do manual labor. I pay them 120 yuan a day. They say it's much better than factory wages, and they work very hard. Across multiple industrial areas, job seekers are now being left stranded as many students struggle to find work in time, leaving them under heavy financial pressure. Industry experts say the severe conditions in this year's summer job market highlight how fluctuations in manufacturing supply chains are affecting temporary employment. They add that greater attention is needed to improve protections for young people relying on flexible work arrangements.
自流，现在各大厂区门口啊，每天都几百号人。
Stranded. Right now, outside major factories, there are hundreds of people waiting for openings every day. This is no longer a situation where workers choose factories. Factories are choosing workers. If you're still planning to come out in July, when your summer break starts, wages will already have dropped to single digits. So why come? Are you coming to Guangdong just to be treated like lambs waiting to be slaughtered?
昆山网红小树林啊，60人满人上那一天。
Kunshan's viral job seeker woods. It's another day packed with people. There are simply too many student workers. Summer workers have flooded the market.
同学们，现在我在昆山南站啊。
Students, I'm at Kunshan South Railway Station right now. I've already told everyone in my previous videos that Jiangsu is now facing a situation where many workers are being stranded. After factories finish their workforce checks on July 1st, there will be only about 2 days left for recruitment. If you can't make it to Kunshan by July 2nd, don't come anymore. Understand? Let me show you the real situation here at Kunshan South Station. Look behind me. There are so many students here today. They've basically all been stranded. If you can avoid coming out, don't come. Where in Wuhan can even arrange summer jobs right now? A factory says it needs 50 people, but at the site, there are at least 300 to 400 applicants.
我说暑假工不缺人吧，你们不信。
I told you there was no shortage of summer workers, but you didn't believe me. Now that you have been turned away, are you satisfied?
出来根本都没有地方安排。
There's simply nowhere to place you if you come out. Look behind me and across from me. People are everywhere. I just spoke with 2 women over there. They're from Henan as well. I asked what their situation was, and they said many factories out here are no longer hiring summer workers.
13块钱1个小时。
The pay is 13 yuan an hour, but they don't want summer workers anymore. Anyone under 22 is not being accepted. What has made the situation even more troubling is that unscrupulous recruiters have exploited information gaps by spreading fake high-paying job advertisements across online platforms and campus chat groups. Like bait, these false promises have lured wave after wave of students from remote areas and central and western provinces into traps. When these students leave home with hopes of finding work and arrive in unfamiliar cities, they face not only the anxiety of being unable to secure a job, but also the series of hidden fees and deceptive charges. People are stranded now. There are simply no factories hiring. The agencies collect the money and then disappear. Some people have been here for 3 days and haven't gotten a single interview. Students who haven't left yet, don't come. The money you'd bring would be gone. And you'll have to ask your parents for money just to buy a ticket home.
It's over 40 degrees right now. Look at these kids. They're just sitting there waiting and waiting. You can see it for yourself. For summer jobs, some agencies take money and then don't arrange any work at all. They just run away. Please, have some conscience and do the right thing.
Do not come to Guangdong looking for jobs. Guangdong is full of recruitment scammers. Being lured by fake recruitment ads is only the beginning of the ordeal for many summer workers. Those who are supposedly placed in jobs often find themselves falling into another seemingly endless scam. Before they officially start working, some unscrupulous agencies demand additional fees under various pretexts, including transportation costs, medical examination fees, betting fees, uniform fees, placement fees, and training fees. Some agencies are solely focused on collecting these high charges and never actually arrange jobs for the students afterward. They didn't even hire you, and now they're charging you 80 yuan for the paperwork? And this is a 200 yuan blanket, right? A 280 yuan blanket. That's just too much. These people are ruthless. They're all taking advantage of you. What is even more shocking is that one agency allegedly required a male applicant to undergo an ultrasound examination. This highlights one of the core profit models used by unscrupulous labor brokers, making money from both sides. Even when they fail to find students any jobs, they can still profit by collecting fees under various pretexts. And when students finally enter factories, they're immediately confronted with intense working conditions they never experienced in school. Long hours of physical labor, constant supervision and criticism from managers, and harsh workspace environments all become even more difficult to endure. Those working in the service sector also face pressure from customers. These challenges are amplified by low wages, extended working hours, and the sweltering summer heat. Even more alarming is that the tentacles of this gray industry have quietly reached into places that should have been safe havens. Schools. Some administrators at educational institutions and vocational schools have allegedly chosen to work with illegal labor agencies in exchange for financial incentives, sending their own students into exploitative labor arrangements. The following is a recording of an actual conversation inside a labor agency, revealing the harsh realities of an industry hidden from public view. You arranged 200 people today. How much are they paying per hour? How much can the student workers make? Student workers get 15 yuan an hour. 15 yuan an hour, then why would they do it? What choice do they have? Are there even factories willing to take them? If a factory is willing to let them in and work, that's already good enough. They shouldn't be picky. Then how much do regular workers get at this factory? Regular workers get 25 yuan an hour. 25 yuan an hour. Yeah, so your student workers are only making 10 yuan an hour less. Making 10 yuan is actually considered low. Some people make 15 yuan, and from what we earn, we still have to give a cut to the schools. The schools take it under 3 or 4 yuan, even 4 or 5 yuan per hour.
So how do you get these students?
Aren't there plenty of students out there? From Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, right? Also Henan, Gansu. There are tons of students. Plenty of them.
Do you give kickbacks to the school principals?
Of course we do. Come on, if we didn't give them a cut, would the students come? You know, we have to give the schools 4 or 5 yuan per hour. Then the schools tell the students they have to complete the full work period. If they don't finish the required period, they won't get their graduation certificates. Understand?
When there's money to be made, everyone gets a share.
Exactly.
Brother, I see your car is brand new.
Yeah, it's less than a month old.
You bought a car in just 1 month?
Honestly, taking a month to buy a car is already too slow. Normally, you can buy one in 15 days. This car, let me tell you, costs 500,000 yuan.
A car in 1 month? And a house in 1 month too?
Pretty much. For a house, it takes at least 3 months. In 3 months, buying a 2 million yuan house is no problem.
That's pretty good.
Brother, do you want to get into the labor recruitment business?
I feel like I'd have a hard time getting past my conscience.
Brother, people who want to make money have to be ruthless. If you can't do labor recruitment, you'll never make big money in your life. The conversation is deeply disturbing. A wage gap of up to 10 yuan per hour amounts to an enormous profit margin. These students who have already left their hometowns and are struggling to find work have become a source of easy income for these recruiters. Meanwhile, the educational and protective responsibilities that schools should uphold are abandoned in the face of hourly kickbacks worth a few yuan. Even more troubling, some schools and labor agencies allegedly work together to use graduation certificates as leverage, forcing students to remain on factory assembly lines. If students fail to complete the required work period, their diplomas are withheld, leaving them with no way out.
I'm a college student, but I still can't find a job. Every day, I can eat 2 meals, and even those are the cheapest box meals. I split 1 meal into 2. After all these years of studying and gaining knowledge, I never thought I'll end up unable to even support myself.
After losing what little money they brought with them to these scams, many students are too ashamed or embarrassed to ask their parents for help. Some end up sleeping under bridges, at train stations, or on park benches, struggling to survive amid hunger and anxiety. As factory doors close, countless students unable to find jobs and unemployed workers are turning to food delivery, courier services, and other forms of so-called flexible employment. However, this sector, once seen as a last resort for low-income workers, has now become severely overcrowded. The influx of new delivery riders has further diluted the already limited number of orders. Even experienced veteran riders are now struggling with fewer deliveries and sharply declining incomes.
我就想问问，有多少暑假工兄弟在跑外卖？
I just want to ask, how many summer workers out there have started delivering food? Otherwise, how could there be no orders during the rainy season? Where are the orders? Tell me, where did all my orders go? The decline of the real economy has pushed large numbers of people online in search of a job, fueling the unchecked growth and intense competition within the live streaming industry. Many of the streamers, often referred to as online beggars, receive virtual gifts and donations from the very same delivery workers and factory assembly line workers who are also struggling at the bottom of the economy.
这都是没钱挣了，挣不到钱了。
They can't make money anymore, they can't earn a living in real life, so they've come online to beg for money instead. She's live streaming, and now men have started live streaming her. That's free already, right? 4, 5, there are several more in front and several more behind. Whose money are they making? They're making money from delivery workers, factory workers, and people who have nothing better to do or are living on welfare. That's whose money they're making. This phenomenon, in which wealth circulates among those at the bottom of society and is even consumed by people struggling within the same group is a dangerous sign of declining overall wealth creation capacity. From Kunshan to Changzhou, from Suzhou to Dongguan, cases of summer workers being deceived, exploited, and stranded have repeatedly emerged. These students use their hard-earned money to enrich unscrupulous labor brokers operating at the edge of legality. The phrase, "my youth is only worth 9 yuan an hour," has become a despairing form of self-mockery, reflecting the helplessness felt by a younger generation facing social inequality and exploitation. The difficulties faced by summer workers are essentially the same as those encountered by workers more broadly, but these students often have even fewer legal protections. Because summer workers typically have a service relationship rather than a formal employment relationship with employers, they are often unable to sign standard labor contracts. In reality, many do not even receive written agreements. Combined with their lack of workplace experience, this leaves them with little effective protection when labor disputes arise. When they face wage deductions, delayed payments, unpaid wages, or even workplace injuries caused by inadequate training and safety measures, seeking compensation becomes extremely difficult, and many cases end without resolution. Meanwhile, scams operated by unscrupulous labor brokers have persisted for years despite repeated crackdowns. Some online commentators have pointed out that these brokers often survive because of connections with powerful figures or influential networks, allowing them to operate with little concern for consequences. Ultimately, they argued that these tragedies are the result of deeper systemic problems under the Chinese Communist Party's rule.
Apparently, Rupert Lowe was on Joe Rogan, episode 2500. And oh my God, how does he do so many podcasts? Holy shit, man. This is like a podcast every other day. Oh my God. Yes, this is crazy. Should we be mad? Are China or Russia have the same mentality? Of course, because they're not America. Duh. You retarded? Anyway, let's go down and look at these. Let me go and find a few more of the other posts. I've only seen a handful of them yet. I don't know why it's not showing any of these. I can just go from here. When's your turn? Why don't you relax?
Where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate, and there are large tracts of the country now where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate almost as a sort of parallel society. I don't know whether it's quite the same here, whether you've got the similar thing with the Somalis in Minnesota.
You do in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan just had a gigantic Islamic parade where you just see tens of thousands of people holding flags and walking on the street, and it's kind of crazy. It's crazy and they've also one of the things that's funny about Dearborn is all the progressives. It's a very liberal place. They're like, welcome, everyone's welcome from all cultures. And as soon as they got into power, they banned the pride flag. That was the first thing they did.
Well, I'm afraid they
chickens for KFC.
They have quite strong views on that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's why Queers for Palestine is always hilarious. Like, and then you see the meme Palestine for queers, and it's throwing people off roofs.
He just says it. Oh my God.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like the chap who runs our Green Party is a gay Jew. So I mean, he's
Oh, I mean, say no more.
There it is.
A problem
But
if these guys get anywhere near power, but that doesn't seem to put the progressives off. They still seem to.
But this is what's crazy: is that their society is like Islamic society is completely patriarchal. The women are absolutely second-class citizens. They have completely different laws for how the women can dress. What happens to the woman if someone has sex with if someone has, first of all, if they commit adultery, they get killed, like,
stoned to death.
Yeah, and
I watched
a horrible video where a father did it to his daughter.
Yes, well, you do get these killings.
Honor killings. Yeah, or brothers. The brother will kill the daughter if the daughter shamed the family. It's like,
naturally.
Hey, guys, how are you progressive when you're supporting this? And it's because the concept of not being racist, not being called racist, the fear of that is so strong. They're willing to adopt all sorts of things that are the complete antithesis of everything they believe in.
I call bullshit. I think it's a big brainwash shit to say, hey, look what we did to you.
Everybody is saying it now.
Look what we did to you.
Everybody is saying
look what we made you do.
Exactly fucking right. They hate the West.
If they're not savages, they are now.
They hate Western culture. They hate America. They hate Christianity and whatever. And they're terrified of being called racist. That's it.
Do you think that this perspective that society sort of adopted in the UK about white people being bad, do you think this was there was architecture to it? This was by design that this was done, or is this just a natural response to people being called racist? Because it was their course in the past. There was more racism than there is today, and people always want to point to that racism as, you know, evidence of colonialism, evidence of whatever it is that happened in days past. But why in England do you think that narrative took hold so well?
Because I think, Joe, to your point, that this post-war plan for multiculturalism, I think they realized that it was
by design.
They've got a problem.
So part of it was probably infiltrating the universities and promoting these kind of ideas.
It's almost as if with the World Economic Forum there's this view that the Anglo-Saxon nations have commanded and dominated too much of the world's resources, and there's
haven't done enough.
Almost like this misguided altruistic view that we should become more concerned with global welfare rather than the welfare of our own citizens.
Well, it's also that there's another component to this too, where it's like the destabilized countries around the world are destabilized as a result of European and American involvement. And as a result from that, you need to be punished by allowing their people, their refugees, into the country. So like the original sin is colonialism and other forms of imperialism, and then the atonement is allowing the infinity refugees, right? That's how it works. Do you want to go back to colonialism? Yes. We need to have more colonies. We need a lot more colonies.
Which I totally disagree with.
Well, there's also the you will own nothing and you will be happy.
This is your Klaus Schwab.
Which is
palpable
hilarious that
nonsense.
someone would even say that out loud.
I know.
You own nothing and you will be happy. Like
A bunch of nutballs.
Is this a part of an Orwell book?
Mhm.
Because this doesn't seem like a real person would say something like that. Because who the fuck is going to listen to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they dress like James Bond villains, and they look like it too. They're idiots. Here we go.
Can I pause you for a second? So what you think is that the multicultural invasion, the way it was set up, was on purpose, and was on purpose to sort of diminish the idea of nationalism?
Yes, I think that. Well, I'm
Fucking exactly. Yep.
So this was like a long plan. So this was something that.
And remember how he said the other clip, post-war. What war is he talking about? World War II. This is exactly what I've been saying.
They must have had to sit down and who would be involved in this sort of a discussion where you would be willing to diminish patriotism, diminish this idea that
World War XI,
Britain by itself is exceptional and the people are exceptional.
It was a long, deceitful plan. So I always say,
who implemented it?
The European elites in league with our elite, who effectively, if you remember, in 1975 we joined what was called the European Economic Community. It wasn't effectively anything other than an economic union. But that very quickly changed, and effectively they tried to politically integrate Europe. That failed, and then in '97 they tried to force it through with
the Jews. Everybody says it's the Jews. It's the Jews. Guys,
I'm so
if there
done
were
with
no
that.
Jews on the world at all, period, you'd still have these problems.
Yeah.
You are falling
They're
for a
just so
subversion
done with
in order
this
to
Jew shit, bro. You don't
compartmentalize
even
your
understand
anger
what a fucking Jew
and
is.
not have it accurately accounted to the
God.
right people.
It's not even
you
talking about the religion
being
part of it.
misdirected to being only
Like,
mad at the
and
Jews.
that's the stupid
Jews did not do this
two-sided
alone.
point of this
Even
statement.
if you think the Jews did this, they
You
were
don't
not
know what a
alone in
Jew
doing
is to
this.
blame the Jews, Osman.
We need to look at this holistically.
They don't even know what a real Jew is.
introduction of the euro. So having
They
failed
have
politically,
no
they tried
idea
to
what
do it
the face of a Jew is, so they
That
just
was my
say
first,
insert picture here,
This is
Jew,
the biggest,
anything.
This is
They
the
don't
biggest
care.
weakness right now on the internet for right-wing people and any conservative person is that there is this fixation around blaming everything on the Jews rather than looking at any other factors that could have also caused it as well. And I think that this was deliberately given to, I think, right-wing people as a way to poison the well in the same way that identity politics poisoned the well for left-wing politics to prevent them from having any class solidarity. I think that we're being poison-pilled with this. It's a red herring. Yes, obviously, there can be an issue of Jewish supremacy. There could be an issue of Israel, involvement and Israel bad behavior and the Rothschilds. Like, all of these things can be true, but that's not the whole story.
Right. Let's quit pretending
for
it
a
is.
standing as a member of parliament to fight to save the British pound, because
Goy
once
directed,
you lose your
yeah.
currency, effectively you lose your sovereignty and your national identity.
Yeah.
And our gold reserves were going to be shipped out to Germany, to Frankfurt. And we would have become a vassal state, part of the European Union. It would have been irreversible. But in the event,
That's
thanks to Sir
nuts.
James Goldsmith, we secured enough votes. We forced the establishment to promise a referendum before they surrendered to the euro.
Jesus. And it's like saying black crime isn't a problem because other races commit crime. Well, saying that, for example, like you have, like, for example, like, let me give you another parallel that's, I think, better. The reason why we have so many crimes right now is because the police aren't solving the problem. So
wow,
every
the people
single
who are
time that
who
I
are
said
paid.
that, okay, well,
sorry, the people who are paid to fix and solve the problem take the money, don't fix the problem, and the problem never gets solved. Let's not do that. Let's do something different.
we have so many problems with crime nowadays, and everybody in chat is like, oh, I know what to do. It's just all the black people. If we didn't have any black people, there wouldn't be any crime. Number one, no, that's not true. And even if there is a disproportionate amount of them, it's still not all of it. It's the people that are causing this to happen, period. That's, I think, the other comparison. Does that make sense? It's the judges. Yeah, it's the judges. It's the politicians. It's everything. And if you're just blaming one group of people,
Yes and
it's
no.
reductive. It's reductive, and it's deliberately reductive
It's the bad
because
politicians.
the ideology
It's the
and that
bad
fixation
judges.
is designed
Come
with
on
the
now.
intent of disarming you. It is intentionally
Quit throwing the baby out with the bathwater with all this, okay?
disarming and limiting your awareness of this problem, and it is by design and made by your enemies. The people that are also saying that it's the Jews in Israel that did everything want to flood your country with people that will ethnically replace you and vote on ethnic blocks.
I say this all the
the
time, but
exact
that's not
same thing.
exactly the way that you say it. But yes.
Britain's in bad shape. And
yeah, and that's why you're here. And this is what we're talking about.
Well, the rape gang, we've done. This is we've crowdfunded this.
Okay.
Which I'm very happy to.
Jamie,
to talk
pull
to you
it
about,
up.
which I
Just this title of that rape gang report.
Yeah.
The idea that there's actual rape gangs in the UK in 2026, and is it being ignored? Is it being downplayed? Like, how is it being received by the media and by the politicians?
Joe Rogan does a really good job. He knows what the answer to this is, but he does a good job of baiting out these questions.
Not just a word, but
the history of it is that basically,
to do with it.
as you probably know, Britain after the war decided they were going to play a part in Europe, a bigger part in Europe. Well, our elite did, the British elite, and to do that they had to basically diminish the power of the nation state, and they had to head towards this European superstate, which is the EU, the genesis of which was obviously an
Why did they have to diminish the power of the nation to do that?
Because I think Britain was a proud nation state. We with the American help, we'd won the war, and we hadn't been invaded or conquered, which most of Europe had been. So you'd had mass dislocation in Europe. Huge numbers of people had been dislocated and pushed all over Europe. And I think the socialists, I was in the European Parliament, so I spent a brief time as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, when we finally achieved, a kind of Brexit. We can talk about that, but it wasn't a proper Brexit. So I think the genesis of the rape gangs, going back to this, was the fact that multiculturalism was the order of the day. They wanted open borders, they wanted a multicultural society. They basically felt the nation state had been the cause of world wars, effectively starting with Napoleon. Then obviously we had the Kaiser, then we had Hitler. And I think they saw it that way, the Monnets, the Spinellis, and the people who constructed the European Union. So
you can see the logic, right? Is that, like, you have a very, very strong nation state, it's hard to control, and it can cause a lot of problems. So we'll nerf everybody.
Rape gang report, which was your question, ultimately, the genesis of that is this multicultural invasion almost of Europe.
Is trying to turn England into Jerusalem? Well, I think it's more than that, right? It's a lot more than that. Let me pull up some more of the clips on this too. I don't know if there's any more of this. It's a 2-hour episode. Oh my God, that's a long one. I'm not gonna watch the entire thing. I'll probably just be watching clips and highlights of it over the next few days. I'll find the other ones too. Give me 1 second. I just wanted to see if they had any highlights that were done anyway. Okay, there it is. If you want to check out if I missed anything, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll go through it. Thank you. Yeah, I want to make sure I find these and I don't miss any of them. Okay, here we go.
But our woke culture is not protecting the interests of the British people.
And it's also a massive incentive. If you live in a terribly poor country and you can just get to England and then instantaneously you will get money and housing.
Yeah,
that's right.
Why would you not do that?
Everybody.
I was just saying this today.
I don't even blame the immigrants for doing that. I don't whenever it's the same with the illegals here in America. Like, I know that we have illegals here, and like I don't have any animosity towards the illegals. I don't have any animosity towards the Haitians. I don't have any animosity towards even a lot of the Somalians in Minnesota. Like, they're simply just following their own best interests. Like,
well,
I have animosity towards them to the
like
extent that
survival.
They are
This
committing
is what
crimes.
I was trying to say.
But like, if they're just coming here, like, no, look, guys. If you're in Peru, you want to go to America. If you're in Colombia, your dream is to get to America. For many of these people, it is their dream. I understand that they want to be here. If I was in Colombia, that's what I would want to do. Peru is fine. Is it really? I guess maybe I'm off. But anyway, like, incentives drive behavior. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think these people are profoundly evil. They're just simply trying to seek a life that's better than what they have. The problem is that we can't give that to everybody in the world. We don't have.
No one can do that in any place of the world. So why would you go to some place expecting
and decide who do we give these opportunities to and who do we withhold them from?
But why would you think in the first place that could happen? That's the stupidity I hate.
Are you a citizen in the country or not? That's it. Because you have to pick winners and losers. Everybody can't be a winner. That's just not the way it works. Does that make sense? So, like, I don't hold animosity towards them for acting in their best interest. I hold animosity towards our people for acting against our best interest. So import more? And no, I don't give a fuck about them. I don't know. They want to cut each other up in Haiti? Go ahead. It's not my problem. It's sad. I hope they stop, but I don't want to deal with it. Do it over there. Get the fuck out of here. I don't hate you. I just don't want you here. There's plenty of people I don't hate. I wouldn't want them living in my house. Doesn't mean I hate them. If somebody was camped out in my backyard with a tent, I would say, hey, you've got to go. Oh, what do you hate me? No, I just don't want you in my backyard with a tent out. Like, get the hell out. It's really simple.
You go to the top of the waiting list for dental treatment, which...
I'm confused on your stance on leftists versus immigrants. Self-interest versus treachery. The leftists are traitors. The immigrants are just simply, they have no obligation to America. They have no obligation or allegiance to us. So whenever they act in their own best interest, I don't hold it against them because they have no obligation to us in the first place.
List for dental treatment, which British people don't get. The NHS.
What? British people don't get dental treatment. I didn't say it.
The top of the waiting list.
Wait a minute. They get access to dental treatment that the British people don't get?
Correct.
Why? Why do immigrants get access to it?
Well, this, Joe, is the mystery of what our leaders, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they have this misguided
They don't know
view
what
that these
they've
people
done.
Actually, they
They don't know what has
need to
happened.
be looked after and protected.
They just sit there and think we're going to sit here and fix the problem for
Even if they
them.
are asylum seekers, I
I'm
think that
so
we need to move
done
past
with
the
this.
position that somebody that is seeking
We pay you
asylum,
to do this.
that gives them, like, you now have this obligation to take them in and take care of them. I think that in a lot of cases that can make sense. So, like, a really great example of this is Poland and Ukraine, because Polish people and Ukrainian people can get along a lot better than, I would say, people from Zimbabwe or I don't know, Somalia and the British people, right? There's a degree of similarity there, and there absolutely is an immigration tier list. There is, and everybody knows it. And there are certain countries that you want more immigrants from, and other countries that you want as few immigrants from as possible, right? Except for the big exceptions. That's the way it is. Canada versus Mexico to the USA. I honestly, like, I don't know, like, I mean, yeah, I would say Canada is culturally a lot more similar to America than Mexico is, just based off of ethnic
But they're
and
controlled
also,
by the French,
I mean,
so
it's
kind of
religious, they're
like
pretty
not
much- I guess
really.
They're very Catholic. I guess, like, down here we're Catholic, but, like, in general, like,
Stop
yeah,
it, dude.
It's
Now
closer,
we're
kind
Catholic,
of, but
or-
not a whole lot more.
No, there's welfare when they reach Britain.
What
They'll
the fuck
travel
is
across
going
multiple
on?
safe countries
Yeah, I
to
do
get to the
that.
welfare, the free housing,
Yeah, of course.
and all the other stuff.
Yeah, I definitely do that. That's smart.
Sorry, bro,
There's
but I don't think we're
there's mad
Catholic.
tensions over Ukrainian migrants in Poland already. Taking people from Africa would be insane. Yeah, I know. I know. Like, and taking in migrants and refugees will always create problems. But there is, like, here's the reality, right? Is that I think that Western civilization and Western culture, that I would say Ukraine is at least a tangential part of, I think that we have an obligation to each other to help continue our existence. That means that I want to see America helping Canada. I want to see Canada helping Australia. I want to see Australia helping Britain. I want to see France helping Portugal. I want to see Spain helping Germany. I want to see Germany helping Poland. I want to see that happening. And I think that to a broader extent, right? Like, and these are spheres of, like, kind of like influence, right? We should also be trying to help out people in Turkey if we can, or Venezuela, or Japan. Like, because these are people that are not, you know, directly Western culture, but these are still people that we know and we deal with all the time. And so we need to help them. So all whites? Yeah, generally, I would say most of Western culture is white, for sure. I mean, Spain is, like, Spanish is kind of not white, but, you know, it's, I think, definitely Western culture. It's the conquistadors. So it depends on how you'd want to define it. But I have no interest in you redefining this argument as something that's racist and then categorically assigning it a negative value because you think that I'm not allowed to say something that way. That's exactly what I think. That's exactly where I'm at. Yeah, overwhelmingly, that's the case. Obviously, and everybody knows it. We all know this. I don't care what your deliberate misunderstandings are. It's not important to me. Spain is white, bro. I don't, like, you know who agrees with you, by the way? The Aryan Brotherhood. I had a friend of mine, and he's not Mexican, he's Spanish. And he went with them. He did. He had to go with them. He wasn't allowed in the Mexican gangs. Yep. That's crazy. I would have never expected that. They share 75% Y DNA? I didn't even know that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Rape gang inquiry report that you have just released, the number I want you to say it because it sounds so crazy. If I say it,
I haven't
people,
played on
it's
fucking
gonna sound
controller
wrong.
in so long.
What the number of people that were victims?
I'm surprised I got that.
Well, we've estimated that a minimum of 250,000
first engagement. I thought it
rapes
was
have
done.
taken place.
I didn't
probably much,
pull out
much
my
more,
shotgun. I had too many
because we published in here, I think it's a list of 140.
Well, there's also like a huge spectrum, right? I think that a lot of women were sexually harassed.
I got
like,
a Clipper
you think
Sprite.
about
What the fuck
like,
is
I mean, this
Fortnite
just,
doing, bro?
I mean,
like,
I don't
this
wanna
is the
make this,
thing
like,
I
too
get mad
graphic,
about
right?
Fortnite.
But,
I
like,
stopped playing it for months because what the fuck are we doing now?
Sexual harassment.
Come on,
Sexual
bro.
assault, and then rape, right?
Is this what kids
I
don't
think this is
want
the
to
reality.
touch sprites, bro?
Is it like
They
these
don't- I
are
don't
concentric
know what the
circles?
fuck a sprite
And
is.
so, like, the amount of actual rapes
Like,
are there.
they just want
sure,
the
right? One is
guns,
too
and
many.
they. I
Yeah,
don't
'cause it's an
get this
unforced error.
shit,
They shouldn't
bro.
be in the
Like this
country.
is
That's
like.
true.
What happened to
parts
Simpsons?
of the UK where this is happening.
What
The government
happened to
tries tell you
like
it's
one of the
happening in
best?
Rochdale,
All the players
one
came
or
back
two
to play the
Bradford,
Simpsons.
one or two
What happened to
centres,
that?
And that's
Like,
why their statutory inquiry, the terms of reference of that, have now been downgraded, so they make it look as if it's not.
we got to
a
do
systemic
American
problem,
Dad.
but
I had
just
no
a
idea it
little
was going
local
on.
problem, which it
I had
isn't.
no idea.
So
I'm just
we've
on
listed
here.
here, and they're all in here, the places where we
Not
know
even
it's
trying.
happening
I'm
from
more
our
listening
rate
to this
inquiry.
conversation.
But every time we publish this, Joe, I get people emailing us or sending us messages on social media to say, what about Red Ruth in Cornwall? What about it's happening here, it's happening here, it's happening here. So I think it's
Yeah, it's the tip of the iceberg.
incredibly widespread.
Yeah.
And there's other people who've corroborated that 250,000 figure. That's an incredibly conservative figure. You can't be exact because the state is not collecting the data, which they should be doing.
It's deliberately not collecting the data, and the data that it is collecting, it's obscuring by creating like assignments like Asian. Whenever they're saying Asian, they're talking about Pakistanis, right? But like realistically, I think that if you say Asian, is it really an accurate categorization to include Koreans and Japanese people inside of the same racial distinction of Indians and Pakistanis? Absolutely fucking not. So you then ask yourself, why are they casting with such a wide net? Well, unironically, it's to damage the reputations of Korean and Japanese and Chinese immigrants to damage their reputation, and then to launder that good reputation through the Pakistani and the Indian gangs and Afghanistan, because there are absolutely differences here. There are, and everybody knows this. We all know this. Pakistanis and Indians are Middle Eastern? No. What I'm saying is that it's the framing that they do with it. Opposite, it's to diffuse the damage to reputation of Pakistanis. Did I miss? I think that people know what I'm trying to say, but yes.
And we've been lobbying in Parliament to make sure that the state's collection of the data improves. And then we can actually see the extent of the problem, and you can actually pinpoint it in the same way that we've done it in this report. So this is, I think it's linked to organised crime. I think it's linked to the drug trade. I'm pretty sure it's linked to the drug trade, and obviously it's linked to prostitution. So as usual, with an evil like this, and you've got girls who are transported around in the back of pickups and in cages, and at our rape gang inquiry, we had examples of girls who were raped by dogs.
Indian and Pakistani are absolutely not Middle Eastern. Don't lump us in with them. Okay, bro. Look. I'm not trying to put you in any kind of a situation, all right?
Dogs and filmed, either anally raped or vaginally raped, and literally watched, filmed, and a lot.
I don't know. And it's just really big to be a single racial profiling group. Yeah, so then think about why they're doing it.
The Southport killings, where this chap, Axel Rudakabana, went and knifed 3 young girls and killed them.
Not a good thing.
Despite the fact that the British state, through Prevent, was
That's
aware
disgusting.
of this.
Really bad.
And we've had a similar case recently with Henry Novak, where, again, it was actually, I think on this occasion, a Sikh, stabbed him.
Yeah, it was.
And the police, despite the fact when they arrived at the scene, he told them he'd been stabbed. The police didn't believe him, and they tried to handcuff him. And as a result of that,
I've seen
it's
that video.
arguable
It
that
makes
they
me
opened
sick.
up the wound, the stab wound, and he drowned in his own blood.
Yep.
Meanwhile, his
Not
murderer
good.
was never handcuffed. So this is where the British state's gone completely
Ever.
wrong.
And all of that is accurate. And we looked at all of that. We saw it before. And let me see if there's any more of these to look at, too. And, okay, we'll go.
Sitting there able to convince this cop that he fucking
I'll look at one
didn't
more
do
of these
anything to
clips,
him.
And then after that, I want to look at some
I'm
of the
so
other
done with these
comments, too, right?
bastards.
And,
Just
okay.
get them the fuck off the planet.
Biggest of which is probably
They
under Boris
clearly
Johnson.
think that we're all racist
Who
and
were
when I'm
asked
gone, then just get them all
allowed,
gone.
He was like
I'm
the
done,
team
dude.
Trump. At least he looked like it.
What is it? What's the big fucking deal?
Thousands,
You
hundreds
could do
of
that
thousands of
shit.
people to come into Britain. And
It's clear.
basically, they are now a burden to the
This
British
is
taxpayer.
now turned
So the answer to your question
into
is they're arriving
retaliatory
illegally still. They're
race
living
war.
here illegally or living in Britain
We
illegally
didn't
still.
start this shit.
We've got foreign criminals in our prisons, and we've still got the legacy of this huge amount of immigration which took
Tell you the
place.
fuck's gonna
And
finish
are a
it,
large
though.
percentage of these people receiving welfare from
Yes.
the British government?
Yes.
What percentage?
You're paying them to come over and rape your people and stab them. Oh my god, how cucked can you be? It's crazy.
Well, most of the people who arrive, they're all supported, Joe. I mean, they're put in
So
hotels.
immediately, as soon as you get there,
in Parliament, I see the contracts. Thanks to my parliamentary questions, I'm allowed to ask questions and scrutinise the contracts for instance, the Bibby Stockholm was a boat which cost the British taxpayer $1.5.
Boris was in the same class at school as Osama bin Laden. Yeah, I mean, Osama.
If
was
he's
our
about to
boy
say this
when we
boat
were
ride
down.
costs more than $1 million
Like, that
for a
was our
boat,
guy.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Like, it was, yeah, we were good with him. And then he just fucking, you know, like, that's just what happens. Yeah.
£1 billion. It's actually now lying redundant and not being used.
£1 million.
But I've seen the
Yeah, do you like
contracts
anime,
for
like basketball?
these
I don't
illegal
know what
migrants in terms of the laundry services they get, in terms of the
Laundry
taxi services they get, in terms of the food
Shimped
they
out.
require. I mean, literally, it is like it's like staying in a very comfortable hotel. And we've now got these people being settled all across our country.
Imagine putting these people in hotels and then other people can't afford houses.
how many?
In hotels. Well, I don't think the government knows, Joe. To answer your question, I
Yeah,
don't.
the answer is yes. How many people in hotels? Yes. And, okay,
Yes.
all right, this is one more. Him talking about Elon.
And I think, to your point, Elon Musk has been, to my mind, incredibly helpful in.
Elon Musk has been
He single-handedly saved the world.
crucial. I think that he was the one that turned the key that opened the door to free speech again. I think that if Elon hadn't bought Twitter, I say this a lot, if Elon hadn't bought Twitter, we would be living in a very different world right now.
Yep.
And regardless of how you feel about his opinions on X, Y, or Z, regardless of whether you liked his builds in Path of Exile, regardless of whether he made a good build with Elden Ring, I don't think he did, by the way, but that's the way it is. Regardless of any of that, I don't give a shit. Because buying Twitter means more than any of that. Even Elden Ring. I know.
Restoring free speech, because Starmer and these Fabian Pabloist Haldane Society,
Yeah.
as I call them, they're sort of all, they've all got this malign philosophy, and I think what giving us free speech has done is it's stopped them crushing the spirit of those people who do want to debate, who do want to discuss, who do want to get the truth.
Right, but they've done so much to stop free speech with all these arrests. It's
Yes!
extraordinary. Because they've also
Sorry.
they've incentivized
They
people.
arrest more people for freedom of speech violations in the UK than they do in China. Obviously, I think that the data is kind of flawed with that, but simultaneously, it is a pretty bad point of reference, isn't it?
To keep their mouths shut because no one wants to be in trouble.
Well, it's two-tier policing.
Russia.
You've got,
Yes,
to your
Russia.
point about, that the Palestinian marches are tolerated, whereas any form of Tommy Robinson
What was it like
march in
before
Tommy
Elon
Robinson
Musk?
in the UK,
Um,
he's deeply disliked by the establishment. I give him credit for what he did. Again, on the grooming gangs in 2003, he was
Yeah, Tommy Robinson walked so other people could run. And beyond that, he experienced, like, Tommy Robinson in a lot of ways has similarities to Nick Fuentes, where he was one of the earlier guys out there that was really kind of shouting from the rooftops
shit.
and doing this despite the censorship. And I think that him doing that and Nick doing that too, like, you couldn't have had the amount of discourse that we have now without guys like Tommy Robinson and Nick that were out there that were willing to put it on the table and risk their platforms by saying this stuff. And I respect that as somebody who would not do that. Like, I view my role as different. I don't want to risk my platform by saying something. I usually play things pretty close to the belt, but people like them haven't, and I respect that tremendously. And that in a big way, if it wasn't for them doing what they did, I wouldn't be able to do what I do.
Yep.
warning
right.
about this in 2003 in Luton.
It's about
Not only
pushing
that,
the
I remember
ball
people
somewhere,
dismissing
bro.
that
We
in
talked about it
2003
earlier.
or 4, whenever it was when I first heard about it, they were talking about him as he was just horrible far-right extremist.
I know.
And that he was making up these stories about these grooming gangs and rape gangs. I remember hearing that. I remember not knowing, like, what is it? What's accurate here? Like, what's going on?
Well, I think the accuracy is that he was
basically like so this is. Let me finish.
The establishment didn't want to admit it because if we're right, well, I think we are right about their multicultural post-war experiment. They realized it was failing.
Yeah, it obviously is failing. That's the reason why I have to shut down all of the discourse around it. So, like, in a perspective of this is like, if I was hyper-based and I said exactly what I think about every issue, and I, was like, I didn't edit anything out, and I said things that would get me banned, you wouldn't have had a 1 million plus view video of me reading the rape report in front of all those people. You wouldn't have had that. So I think that in a position that I'm in, I try to take a slightly more mainstream position. And there are people that are more mainstream than I am. Like people like Piers Morgan, I would say is also mainstream to that extent. Now, his opinions borderline on being disagreeing with mine. But fundamentally, I think that he has the best interests of Western society in mind, even though he says stupid things a lot of times. But it's about trajectory, right? And I think that, like, let me think of other people. Like Elon is kind of the same thing, right? Elon can't say some of the things that I say. He could, obviously. He could say these things, but it has a different cost because of his position in the world, right? And in media. And I think that everybody has a unique position. And in my position, I think that I'm kind of in there in the middle, right? Whereas I kind of talk about some things that are a little bit more taboo, but I also don't completely alienate mainstream perspectives either. And I think that that's a good thing. Why are you mad at Tucker? Because I think that Tucker has used his dislike to Israel to align himself with other foreign forces that are also oppositional to America. But because they are oppositional to Israel, he views them as being aligned with him. And I think it's a misunderstanding. Tucker Carlson is another great example of somebody who, like I like Tucker, right? I like Tucker, but I think that right now he's drank a little bit of the a little bit too much of the third world Kool-Aid, right? Check your subreddit. I will. Let me look at my subreddit. I want to go through everything because I honestly, I haven't even gotten through everything on here, but I just have to move on at a certain point, right? So, yeah, Tucker's a schizo farmer? Yeah, I think so, too. It's more important to get the message out in the long run, not short-term points. Well, it's important to have, like, it's the same thing as in, like, a football team, right? You want to have a quarterback. You need to have a goalie in soccer. You need to have people that are catching the ball, people that are defending the quarterback. Like, there's a position that everybody has to play, and I think that ultimately understanding what position that you're in and then acting in accordance of that is the best thing that you can do, and not trying to exist outside of that spectrum. That's the reason why, for example, I think that, again, like I think that Hassan does damage to a lot of liberal causes because he puts his extremism into mainstream positions. And I think that in doing so, you poison the well for average people. I recognize that some of the things that I say and do are extremist. And I think that they are not, at least not yet, they're not accepted by the public. And so because of that, I don't put myself in positions where I could compromise a public initiative that needs a broader mainstream support in order to boost my own profile. It's not important for me to boost my own profile. It's important for me to do what's in my best interest and what's in the best interest of the long term. Does that make sense? Like the death sentence? Yeah. Like, I don't think that a lot of people, like, that's a great example. Like, my opinion on, I think that having more policing is something that's very moderate that a lot of people could get behind, but I don't think that people get behind my perspective on public executions. So I recognize that, like, okay, that's...
Meanwhile, in the Middle East, the U.S. and Iran trying to maintain diplomacy in the wake of this week's between two sides, but as a new Israeli intel report reveals another plot to assassinate President Trump.
Maddie Rivera joins us live from Washington with the latest. Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. So this does underscore the ongoing friction between the two countries. The Wall Street Journal had first reported on the plot, saying Israel shared new intelligence with the U.S. that it said indicated a fresh Iranian plan to kill President Trump, a finding that would mark an escalation in the war between Washington and Iran. Iran for years has vowed openly to retaliate against Trump for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. So remember, this intelligence reportedly came from Israel. And remember, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are split on how to proceed with the conflict, with Netanyahu pushing for more military pressure on Tehran. The two leaders spoke on Thursday. This report comes as people gathering for Ayatollah Khamenei's burial ceremony in Iran Thursday promised revenge against President Trump. One banner read, "We will kill Trump." President Trump on Wednesday acknowledged he knows he's a top target for Iran, prompting security questions when he flew from Turkey to the UK on the old Air Force One.
The life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 0.1%. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran.
Yet a U.S. official says they remain committed to finding a resolution even after President Trump declared the ceasefire was over as the U.S. and Iran exchange attacks this week. General Keith Kellogg says the U.S. should stand firm.
You take that 14-point MOU and you throw it away.
You know what this is? I want every single American citizen, I don't say this lightly, to put Iran on the hit list. That's it. I'm done. You could censor that all you want, but when you go as far as to put our president, a bullseye on him, when he has given you every opportunity to shape up, and you know you're in the wrong, and yet you still do this, that's it, bro.
And you start to make the Iranians understand
I'm done.
that we're
I'm
not
done.
equals
Talk
in this
about
fight
caretaker
at all.
fatigue.
There's
I'm
three
done,
reasons we
bro.
have.
Send them
One is
off.
we're going to send the IAEA to get the enriched uranium and the centrifuges. Number two, we're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And if you attack it, we'll attack back. And third, you're going to lay off your neighbors. You're going to stop shooting at Kuwait. You're going to stop shooting at the Emirates.
Oh, my God.
The U.S. is continuing to help ships
All
transit
this
through the Strait of Hormuz.
diplomacy
But
they don't
traffic
even listen
is still
to. They
slow,
think it's
guys.
weakness.
Okay,
Just
Matt
get
Levere,
rid
live
of
for us
them.
in Washington. Maddie, thank you. Let's bring in
God
former NSA Chief of
damn.
Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray.
Everyone
Thank you
in
so much for joining
Iran
us. So,
doesn't want to
we
get
heard President
killed.
Trump's
Go
allude to
somewhere
this Iranian
else.
plot to kill him when he was in Turkey this week. That threat, of course, is ever present for a president, especially President Trump. Notable that Israel alerted the United States to this. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, Carly, I mean, it's notable, and it just reminds us that the Israelis have Iran wired. But it's also nothing we don't know. I mean, President Trump has had more plots against him than any American president in our history, and that's both from radical leftists domestically, and it's also from overseas threats. And principally, it's because the president has littered the Middle East with terrorists and terrorist enablers that he has eliminated, with names like Soleimani and Khamenei and Ahmadinejad and al-Baghdadi. The president transformed the Middle East by taking out the worst of the worst. And one of the things that's always been incredible to me, going back to his first term, Carly, is the president just takes it in stride because he's done the right thing for the American people. He knows there are risks, and he just keeps plunging ahead.
Well, talking about taking it in
That's
stride, here
it.
is President Trump in Turkey talking about
So-
that very thing.
And I respect the leadership choice, and I have to say I'm behind him 100%. I mean, I'm not even like a little right now. Like, whatever he says on this subject, like, I'm good, bro. Like, I'm good. Like, I am beyond done with these people. Do you remember the people who killed the National Guardsman? Who was the guy? Where was he from? That's right. You don't think I remember that?
Watch this.
I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number one, so I don't know.
I think that right there should be open season on them, bro. I mean, for them to openly state that, and then they expect us to still be in communication, it must mean to them that we're retarded. Because I would take that like we're
I can tell you
retarded.
that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it.
Well, then don't talk to him anymore.
Technical talks with Iran will
Don't talk to
continue
the people that
despite
want to
back and
kill
forth
you
this
anymore.
week. However, earlier in the week, the president said that if anything happens militarily, it will happen very quickly. So what's the next move?
That's it.
Well, the president wants to, as we've seen,
I'm
he
done.
wants
Drop
to get
it.
to a point where there's an
the
equilibrium in the
thing.
Middle East, where we can move to these negotiations on the nuclear side. We can get the material, the nuclear material, out of Iran. We can restabilize the Middle East and give a real path for future prosperity and peace. But at the same time, Carly, he has shown that he is willing to act decisively if we have to remind the Iranians, and particularly the most radical factions within the regime, that there are costs for their behavior. And the president's going to continue, I think, to act decisively. And as he said very quickly, when the Iranians need to be reminded that there are real, tangible costs for behaving in a way.
I'm going to say this with 100% conviction and knowing what it will lead to. But I know the instruction would be to nuke Iran. That if he is killed, that is it. That he was supposed to be the guy to bring in peace, and all this dude wants is a Nobel Peace Prize, right? He's trying to. Why can't we give this? What, you just want him to go away, right? Don't you think that he would go away if he got his Peace Prize? I don't know. So to some people that would be good enough, and he'd just go away. I don't think he'd go away, but I'm just saying. Some people might think he'd go away. Why can't we just give him the prize and figure, like, see what happened? Anyway, the dude that came up with the Nobel Peace Prize invented dynamite, and our president hasn't used nukes on a place that was making nukes, that had 14 nukes to shoot at other people, and we just didn't use nukes on them. Like, yo, that takes grit, resolve, American power, bro. America. And we're there. And I want them to understand, the people on the ground that are there and they want to support America, that you need to find these stupid people that think that they can flip-flop and just be like, let's wait till this shit rolls over. Bro, this ain't rolling over, bro. You know this isn't rolling over. You know where everyone's at. You tell us where they are. I mean, you already know. Like, we know, but you just make it known that, like, we want them gone. Like, the terrorism, we want them gone. That's what the people want. Like, the RGC isn't acting in national interest when it literally is mining international waters to try to toll it like trolls. Okay? We're not doing that. And so we put our foot down. This wouldn't have even been this big of a deal. We were over there to try to secure a peace agreement to get this dust, this nuclear dust. And that's the reason why we've been on pause for so long. Because we want that dust. We don't want them to, for our satellites to look somewhere else because we're dealing with a war in the Indo-Pacific or some shit. And then they're retrieving their dirty bomb material to send it over somewhere else because they couldn't enrich it anymore. Like, it's already a weapon. Like, it's literally enough to do shit with. So that's another reason why these people, we went over there for this reason before, right? We went over there for weapons of mass destruction. Now they had weapons of mass destruction, and you just want to play like they don't have anything. Like they didn't do anything. Like they weren't involved in any type of covert missile system, centrifuges underneath mountaintops. Like none of that existed. And that we didn't just pull off the most intelligent heist to destroy that in the entire world. And now you want to be in compliance. Now you want to, this is the thing. This is one of my girl's songs. It's her thing is now this XYZ, whatever, you fill in the blank. It's this big timing thing. And you want to sit there and think that like you're playing the person, but you knew that whole time that person was playing you or whatever. Like, you get what I mean? Like, we knew for 47 years that they were chanting death to us, but what did we do? We sat there and thought that maybe those people would die off, and then that the younger generation would realize that it was better to not say that and to think differently and to change their belief system. And no, it's so just different. If not only for the choice that if you're not indoctrinated into this cult, this ironic death cult, that you will be killed and sacrificed. So we really need to understand that, like, this is not just an ideology that we need to smush out. It is a belief system. Like, these people believe that they're doing something. And it's just so crazy that, like whatever little shit they think they're doing, they're actually doing something. They have no navy, they have no nothing, and they're thinking they're still doing something. Enough to say to the president of the United States that you're on the top hit list, bud. Like, what does that even mean other than the fact that, like, he already knew that? Like, what is this, like, what type of negotiation would that be, bro? Like, like, So that's the thing is like, if you're going to sit there and say that to our president, I don't understand why we aren't up in arms and trying to figure out and reestablish the quo of Iranians. Like why are we just still sitting here and thinking that for 47 years not one bad Iranian egg got in here? Like, why are we not sitting here and testing the morale of our Iranian friends and asking them would they rather stand with America or Iran? Like, why are we just sitting here and acting like nothing's happening? Why are we sitting here and pretending that there isn't 40,000 people getting killed if we didn't step in and intervene? Why are we pretending this? Because I know I've seen it happen, and it just makes me sick that if he didn't go over there and do anything, that they were going to be hanging people, Christians, by the hundreds, and that no one was going to do anything. What in the actual God fucking damn? Like, how dare us? How dare any of us that sit here and claim to be religious? Can we allow any sentiment of any of this to persist in a fashion that is literally seems to be now permanent for them? It's in a sense that I don't think that they can forget this. I think that they need to be retaught or reminded exactly what it is to be normal, because their sense of normal is death to America. So, and we need to tell them that that's not okay. Even if you think that it's okay to say death to America, it's like not okay. And that just being able to say something and not, like, it's like the whole loony bin shit over here. It's like somebody who's like beating his chest like King Kong on the subway, faking hitting people. Like, that's not like aggravated assault just because like you're in a certain valence electron distance, like you're affecting the dude's energy in a negative way. You should still be like treated as if that's a threat. You know why? Because it takes just a couple seconds from you to draw a gun and shoot that guy. It takes just a couple seconds for you to punch that guy. You know what? How would you enforce that? You would have to start enforcing vigilante clauses. Everybody would have to start wearing body cams. And I don't think everyone's ready for that yet. You know why? Because the flock cameras. Everybody wants to cut down the flock cameras. Everyone wants to say, oh, you can't record this, you can't record that. You know why? Because they can't take accountability. They don't want accountability. They want to just sit there and think that they are God, that they are the Alpha and the Omega at the end of the day, that they are the solution. And we have to remind them that we are the nation of the greatest heroes and warriors that have ever crest this blue pale dot, and that we need to move forward into acknowledging our existence on this planet, and I'm talking to Americans, is not to sit here and hand out dollar bills to other people across the seas like it's some type of keys, like, oh, look at the keys, shiny things. Here, look at this. It's not to do that. That's not what we're here for. We're here to teach and then go, because our destiny is amongst the stars. And I don't believe for 1 second that a culture that is built upon killing things could ever meet us up there. So, consequently, I believe that if we were able to make ourselves established on another world, that if we came back in 100 years and this place wasn't extinct because of all the war and chaos, and that there wasn't just warring tribes on this earth, that the earth had already reset and killed us all regardless. That is the apocalyptic downfall that this planet is heading down. The Ring of Fire is more active than ever. For like 3 days in a row, there was nothing less than a 4.0 earthquake, and hundreds of earthquakes happening around the world. What else is it going to take for you guys to open up and realize that maybe it isn't just all about us? What will it take? I'm curious. Is it all about your opinion at the end of the day? Is it all about what makes you sleep at night? Or is it all about helping others? Or is it all about making sure that when you wake up tomorrow that you're still in the same rut that you were yesterday? Or is it the opposite? Or is it a goal to make somebody's life a little bit better that day, even if it's just a little, and then go to sleep and then wake up the next day and think that maybe I could do that again, and just to keep going on until maybe everyone's day is affected and made better simultaneously somehow through like quantum entanglement. Like every time somebody's happy, then somebody else gets a little bit happy. Maybe that stopped that person from killing somebody or something. Like who knows? Or killing themselves. So we are all interconnected. And when we start realizing that even the small, short subway encounters, I call them, the close quarter encounters, the ones that the people that are trying to manipulate the flock, the people that tend to be the dark shepherds, the people that are possessed by demons, the people who are drug crazed and ridden with different greed, lust, and moral sins. 7 deadly sins, demons. That they are brung out into the light and exposed for what they are and who they are, and maybe the human inside of them may be able to come back one day. But until there is more of that, I fear that this is going to it's going to cling to this dark, dreary thing until it just no longer can be. And I fear that end time in that aspect is near. That the normal human that has done nothing wrong shouldn't think about how they have to protect themselves in their own house like forever, because like the world is just going to be shit forever. Like there's no peace and security. Like that can't be forever. So for the people who think that chaos is the solution, I humbly beseech you to sit down and look inside yourself and change that attitude. And look up towards the one that created you and maybe think that you will reap the same reward that you've gave and sowed in this world when you leave it, if thou shalt think that that was the reason why this was all created. And may you rue that day, and may you think once that day happens, you'll think of this if you hear this, and you think, damn, that dude was right. He tried to help. And then be banished into the shadow realm. All right, that's it.
This peace process.
And on that front, Alex, the president's tone certainly changed when he was in Turkey, where he had previously said that this round of leaders in Iran is more reasonable. Now he's calling them scum and sick people. Do you think it's off the table for the United States to strike inside Iran like we did in February that killed the supreme leader? Is that off the table, or could that be something that is still a consideration for the Trump administration?
Well, Carly, one of the great things about President Trump is nothing's ever off the table, and leaders like those in Iran know nothing's ever off the table. So they're going to bed with one eye open every night because they know that President Trump could decide that, look, we're not seeing the behavior from them that we need to see, and he'll keep every option open if that's what it takes to keep the American people safe. And I think that's one of his great strategic advantages. 20 warships and 2 carrier strike groups in the region are certainly a reminder of that for the Iranians as well. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Thanks, Carly.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
President Trump is doubling down on his message the ceasefire agreement with Iran is over. But in the same post, he says Iran has asked to continue talks, and the U.S. has agreed. Now, this all comes after...
Nope, I wouldn't. You know why? Because it just sits there and gives a false message of we actually give a fuck. Because actually, I don't think we give a fuck. If we actually gave a fuck, the problem would be fixed. The thing is we know that it is impossible to fix the problem without the Iranian people fixing the problem with us. And from what I can tell, it's just this big goulash of nobody knows what the fuck's going on. And I think that's retarded. I think that everyone knows where those fucking guys are, and they're just hiding amongst the civilian population like some type of like cloaking device. Like they think that if I blend in with society, if we don't cause any shit now, we can just be normal until, you know, we get our power back on. Then we start throwing terrorist threats. We start taking over again. Bro, like, do you understand, like, the amount, like, that it took to get to this point of talks? Like, don't you think there's a time when talks are over? Like, the time for talking is over? Like, this is the moment in time where I think the mic is not going to fix the solution. I think it will bring light to some things that happened during this final hour for them, but I don't think that anything that we tell them is going to fix one thing or the other, and vice versa. So why are we doing it? Why sit here and think that that is the solution? We know what the solution is. We know what the solution. We don't have the biggest military budget in the world because we don't know what the solution. We know what the solution is. But are we willing to just say, "Hey, look, dude. If we walk into a town and anybody like says that this guy's from the IRGC and he says yes, and we can't just arrest him and send him to some Guantanamo Bay or El Salvador or something like that, bro, like that's the best solution for that guy. It's either that or death, because their works have done nothing but terrorize and kill their civilians, the people who are supposedly their friends and family. They torture them into submission. So do we allow this Satan, the liar, the great deceiver, going around and trying to say that we're the Satan for 47 years? No wonder the world thinks we're idiots. Because if they know that we see this, then they don't know why we don't stop it. I don't know why we don't stop it either. I think that they think that they're too big to stop. I think that that's what they think. I think that the Iranian crux, or their little inner circle, we're talking the IRGC, their little inner circle thinks that they're like the Knights of the Round Table that are going to take on everyone, bro. And like, I honestly think it's hilarious. I honestly think that they have no idea what is going to hit them. Yeah. And I just wish we had a right that every nation was like, okay, yep, this is the one time we can use nukes. You know why? Because they were going to use 14 on us. So let's say we drop 14 on them. Then maybe the next nation, the rogue nation that is going to try to build nukes, might think a little bit differently. Might think a little bit more in the long term, and not in maybe let's hurry up and use other nations like Russia and other people's money and bad tech to bolster some stupid idea when this other nation's only been around for 200 years. Let's chant for 50 years until they're 250, until they're fed up with it and they won't take it anymore. Death to them. Let's just chant that nonstop until it's literally bleeding from their ears, and then maybe they'll just kill themselves. No. I don't think so. It's not going to be like the thing we studied with the Jews and everything. Like, we're not going to do that. We're not. And I know you want us to. I know you do. Deep down inside, you know you want us to kill ourselves. But that's definitely not what's going to happen today. And you know what's one person that I fear? A crusader.
The U.S. and Iran traded blows over the last week, leading to an escalation that derailed the original truce made under the Memorandum of Understanding. Let's bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. Charlie, given what we saw this past week, what do you think? Can talks be salvaged here?
Liz, it doesn't look good, right? When you hear the president say the ceasefire is off, and even the Iranians are saying we're going to strike back, we saw this ferocious fighting that we haven't really seen since the MOU is put into place, Memorandum of Understanding, and the ceasefire is put in place several weeks ago. So that to one side, it has been quiet for the past 24, 48 hours, which shows that they can hold fire. And there are a couple reasons for optimism. First of all, Foreign Minister Arakci is headed to Amman over the weekend for talks. So that is progress. The fact that they're not fighting each other, that is progress. But I think we also have to remember that one of the central bones of contention to this conflict is the Strait of Hormuz. But it's also something that they both have in common. Both sides need to see that strait opened. It's been hurting Iran and the global economy as much as it's been hurting the United States. But Iran started this new round of fighting by opening fire on 3 commercial vessels a few days ago, and that's what sparked this massive retaliation. And that's not an exaggeration. There are 170 targets that were hit by the U.S. military against Iran. And when you say 170 targets, we're talking about multiple strikes per target. Then the Iranians responded by firing 10 ballistic missiles into Jordan. They were all intercepted, Kuwait, Bahrain. So that to one side, if we have a pause in fighting, it enables the conversations, the diplomatic conversations to take place. And honestly, in a cynical way, this is something that we've seen in the past where the two sides will re-engage in conflict. The United States obviously has much more firepower than Iran, and they can put more pressure on Iran. So normally what we see is these tremendous salvos of attacks, and then the Iranians coming back to the negotiating table. So there is reason to hope, but at the same time, it does feel like we're on a bit of a hamster wheel here of fighting, negotiations, fighting, negotiations. Hopefully there will be a breakthrough. But I can tell you from the military personnel that we've been speaking to, including this morning, they are ready to return not just to what we saw in the past couple of days, but to full combat. And the Iranians say they're ready for that too.
There's another kind of aspect to all of this, Charlie. The Wall Street Journal reports that Iran has hatched a...
All right, so here's the thing. So what I'm going to say is this. This is it. This is the last talk. This is the talk. You don't keep to get talking for 47 years death until we don't think that, like, to us, we just know. It's like that kid that's like dumb in the back of the class. Like, you don't want to be that kid, like Iran. Like, you don't want to be that dumbass. Like, the whole world is looking at you like, oh my God, when is the U.S. just gonna fucking finish this fucking stupid fucking problem? I can't fucking wait till these fucking dumbasses are dead in the fucking grave. And we gotta have like a fuck counter on the bottom of this because I'm so done with this fucking shit. Sorry, it's past 12. But seriously, I am so over this. Like, you can't tell me that, like, they think that they are gonna try to hatch fucking assassination attempt plots against the president of the United States and then have to talk to that guy for negotiation. I think that they are literally retarded. I think they're beyond the definition of retarded. I don't think that they are capable of negotiation. I don't think they understand what that is. I think that you're just using that as a term in their language to reload, and I think that if we just sit here and keep doing this, it makes us look stupid and weak, even though we know that we need time to reload too. We shouldn't sit here and think that literally waiting till we have unlimited ammunition again is like the prerogative. Because at the end of the day, we know, like, there's only... I'm going to be careful with this. There's only a limited amount of Patriots, and that's why we're ramping up production. So it's only going to get more bad for the people of Iran. And I'm talking like the actual good people, because the more inaccurate munitions could be used next. The ones that are very, very more AoE.
Fresh plot to kill President Trump. They say that's coming directly from Israel. So how is the president responding to that, number one? I mean, I can imagine that that's impacting negotiations. How could it not?
Yeah, well, of course, right? If you've got a target on your head, and the Iranians have made clear that they want to assassinate President Trump, this is something that goes back to 2020 when President Trump ordered the killing of Qasem Soleimani, which is a huge deal. I mean, we may not remember it now, but this is in charge of Al-Quds, certainly one of the most powerful people, not just in Iran, but further from Iran, in inspiring these Iranian-backed groups throughout the Middle East, including Iraq. So I remember when that happened, and I was absolutely shocked. So the Iranians essentially said it was open season on President Trump anyway. Now, in terms of this new plot, we've been trying to drill down into that, speaking to his Israeli contacts, my own military intelligence community. It doesn't seem to be a fully formed plot, or if it was, it wasn't shared even with the president. His reaction, you say, he claimed he left instructions to bomb Iran, I'm quoting him here, at levels that they've never seen before. This is in a conversation that he had with the New York Post. And he said, look, I've been on their list for a long time, and that's what we're dealing with. But he says, I've left instructions. If anything happens, just literally bomb them at levels they've never seen before. So, something the president is taking seriously. And although there is rhetoric on both sides, I can tell you that the Secret Service is taking it seriously. You know, we recall a couple of days ago when we had new Air Force One supplied by the Qataris that flew into Turkey, and then it was decided, partly for security measures, that old Air Force One would take the president back. And it's worth mentioning that Turkey is well within Iran's reach of munitions. So when you have those kind of threats against the president, and the president who has already been targeted in the past, and Iran fully capable of trying to at least attempt or reach the president either by themselves or through proxies. This is something that they're going to take seriously. So all of this is coming together. The ceasefire, whether President Trump declares it or not, the fact that they're not firing, it is a de facto ceasefire until hostilities start again. And this is the kind of rotation that we're into. There is hope. They both need to open up that Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, they're both threatening each other with military action if one falls outside the lines again.
Charlie D'Agata, thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me once again is Jonathan Panikoff with the Atlantic Council. Jonathan, thanks so much for coming back on.
Thanks so much for having me.
I want to talk about where exactly we are right now in the war against Iran, because since Wednesday, President Trump has repeatedly said that the ceasefire is over. And this has all come as we've seen a continued escalation in attacks. CENTCOM announced that this week alone, the United States has struck at least 170 Iranian targets in retaliation for Iranian attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So to start off the conversation, talk to us a little bit about the moment we're in right now.
I think it's a moment of even greater confusion, frankly, than we've had in some of the previous months. I think that the reality is, as you said, President Trump has been quite clear the ceasefire is over, but also said we're going to continue to talk to Iran. And so it's not clear to, I think, a lot of us what the distinction is going to be. I think where people need to look is the base case, frankly, going forward, and this was probably always going to be the case, is that we should be expecting intermittent violence, we should be expecting intermittent attacks, we should be expecting a fairly chaotic situation to continue, right? I think the right way to think of this is managed instability for, frankly, the coming months. I think there's low expectations we're going to get to a meaningful full-scale deal on the Iran nuclear program, and yet at the same time, there's not clarity on the Strait of Hormuz, how the Iranians are going to react to shipping beyond what we've seen now, where the Iranians have continuously attacked efforts by the U.S. or by others to try to escort ships through. So I think it's going to be managed instability for quite a while here.
What do you expect to come out of negotiations? Because you mentioned what President Trump said, but I want to read his Truth Social post from Friday. He said this: "The Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over in all caps." What would come out of talks when they're still fighting, but there's negotiations happening at the same time, if they're happening at all?
Here's the reality. All wars end in some sort of political deal. It can be a political deal in which one side has thoroughly defeated another side. It can be a political deal in which there was going to be no meaningful end and they both agreed to figure out a way forward, even if it's unstable. I think the reality is that the Trump administration signed an MOU that had a lot of, if not confusing points open to interpretation throughout the 14 clauses. Everybody's focusing understandably and rightfully on the 5th clause on the Strait of Hormuz, but there's a number of points that I think the Iranians interpreted differently than the U.S. interpreted. And so I would expect that you are going to see, the ceasefire is over. The U.S. is going to attack at times. The U.S., if Iran attacks or stops ships from going through the strait, and yet you're still going to see talks go on, because at the end of the day, both sides need talks to continue. And one last point on this, which is I think important. I don't believe that. It's worth remembering that even.
You know what, bro? I don't think that you've actually come to the conclusion that these people cannot be talked to. I think if you go to Iran and try to talk to these people, they would kill you. I don't think that there is any way, shape, or form a solution by talking. I think that talking has gotten us into the solution, and that the only way out of the solution is by gunfire. And if you think anything different, then I think that you do not understand these people, that you do not understand what they want to do to you, that if you were over there, you are like a white unicorn that is going to get scalped, and their blood is never going to be spilt, but yours will. You know? That shit. They're going to kill you. And I don't think for 1 second that wouldn't be the case. There is not one instance in my mind that if you put some white guy in the middle of Iran right now, that he would be okay. And that's not okay. Okay? It's not. It's not. And for the longest time, you could do the opposite to us, and nothing would happen. But it's getting to the point to where we might do the same thing to them. In our fucking place over here. It's gotten so fucking crazy. So why are we sitting here and thinking that, like, it's not because of what they look like? It has nothing to do with what they look like. It has everything to do about what they believe and what they think that they are standing for.
Even during the first few weeks of the ceasefire, when it was intact, you still had more than one occasion of a flare-up, of attacks by one side. So the idea that somehow I think we're in a completely different world probably is not true. And it's certainly not what the markets were hoping, that we'd have a real ceasefire. That was probably always unrealistic.
What are some of those points from your perspective that are being misinterpreted in that memorandum of understanding? Because I spoke with a former Middle East negotiator, and he said the most important thing is when you're in that meeting to make sure it's crystal clear on both sides. This is exactly the point we're agreeing to, and every side knows exactly what that means.
I think that's a great point. Look, there's a couple of places. Obviously, the Strait of Hormuz is the most prominent one right now, and rightfully so, in terms of what it actually meant of the Iranians thinking.
Look at that oil tanker. It has 5 huge oil silos on top of that thing. You do not think that for 1 minute they're not itching to get some of that money that's sitting in that thing? They don't think that they want some of that money? I think they want that money a lot. I think that they think that that black gold is just the bee's knees, brother. And I think it's great that we are actually trying to say, hey, look, we're punking you for this. You know why? Because you do not understand what no is. You do not care what this is. And go. Guess what? The nose goes, and that dust is ours. And if you think for 2 seconds that you're going to go down there and build another one, you know what? Everyone involved, including their external sourced intel officer, is going to be done. Like, I am excruciatingly talking about those spies in the United States. You'd think for 1 second the United States doesn't know who you are. You're done. I mean, this is the level of, like, how like metaphysical you think that, like, how stupid we are, but we allowed this to happen. We literally sat here and we watched you guys turn and froth at the mouths and killed 40,000 of your people because they wanted us to go there and help to stop them from doing it, and they didn't get saved. This gold, this black gold, is sitting anchored because of their soul's willpower. Maybe that's one thing that they should learn before they undo their own souls, by never learning a different way.
It meant that they would would keep control in a meaningful way, and the U.S. thought, no, we're really getting back to almost a pre-war status quo. And we're seeing what's happened because there is misinterpretation. I think down the road, there's going to be some real questions on the question about the nuclear program and how the nuclear program is going to work, and what we had in the MOU when it came to rights. And Iran has always asserted a right to enrichment that the U.S. has always said it's not actually a right. My guess is that may come up even as it gets played into the larger framework deal. I think there's also, frankly, just questions about the negotiations themselves, and what do the negotiations mean for each side. And if you look at some of the early points in the MOU, it's not clear to me that everybody had the same view of how to interpret a ceasefire and what that actually meant and what a violation meant, not just in the Strait, not just across the nuclear file, but across a variety of issues in the region as a whole. And we're seeing a number of Gulf allies struggling because of that, as they're once again getting hit and struggling to understand why that is.
I want to bring up that point about the ceasefire, because has the definition of ceasefire changed since February 28th, or since April 7th, rather, when President Trump first announced that a ceasefire was happening? Because a ceasefire means a pause in the fighting. And certainly when you're going back and forth with these, what people have described as skirmishes, that's not a ceasefire anymore. And I know that President Trump this week has said the ceasefire is over, but when you see that CENTCOM announced that the military has struck at least 170 different Iranian targets, how close does that make us to a full-blown war?
So I certainly think that the definition of ceasefire hasn't changed, but I do think people's interpretations of what it means may be slightly different. So from a purely analytic perspective, no, clearly this is not a ceasefire in any traditional manner that we would see it, no matter what both the U.S. and the Iranians may be saying. On the other hand, I'm skeptical you'll get back to a full-blown war. I also don't think that's something that Iran or the U.S. wants. So a full-blown war, and this is where we get into a slightly gray area, where I think people are thinking about is consistent daily, if not hourly, sometimes strikes against targets. U.S. strikes against Iranian targets, Iranian strikes against the regional targets or against Israel. And I'm skeptical we're going to get back to that. Frankly, the Iranians have an MOU that I think they're split internally, but I think there's been broad recognition that largely plays in their favor. And for the U.S., when you think about the domestic politics, how this is playing, the challenges ahead of the November elections, it's hard for me to imagine that President Trump is going to authorize a full-scale war again. Now, there's been threats about that. There's talk about invading Kharg Island, which the president mentioned. I'm skeptical we're going to get there. We certainly could. But again, where I think this is again, managed instability. And so that means you're not in a ceasefire and you're not in a full-scale war. You're in a gray in-between area. And that makes it very, very hard to predict, and means unintended escalation is very possible. And that obviously is scary.
I want to talk about President Trump's rhetoric, because just last month he said he would be honored to meet Iran's supreme leader. He said in some circles he has a very good reputation, actually. But then at NATO, or at the summit this week, he was asked by a journalist this, quote, "Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they're scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed?" And President Trump said, "I got to know them." What do you make of President Trump's commentary now on the leadership in Iran?
I think what it's probably reflecting is what was a hopefulness last month versus probably a reality check now. I'm a little more skeptical that there's been a change in the Iranian leadership. I think the reality is, in Iran right now, you've always had what was going to be a more hard-line leadership. I think a lot of us said this from the last few months. I know I said it, and a couple of times I spoke with you previously, and I think you're seeing this come to fruition. The challenge fundamentally is that in Iran, like in any country, when you have a new leader and the supreme leader coming to power, consolidating that power is a real challenge. And that certainly hasn't happened yet. It's not a guarantee that it's going to happen under the supreme leader. And so you have a group of really probably 6, maybe 7 very senior Iranian leaders, all of whom share a large history related to the Guards, all of whom are part of a younger generation, maybe save 2, including Kalibov. But for the most part, all of whom also have their own equities and their own fights for power. And you're seeing this play out in real time, because Iran is also struggling through what has to be a consensus-based model right now, because nobody singularly really has complete control. And I think that's a struggle that the U.S. is going to have to manage, and that President Trump is probably reflecting that in some ways.
To that point, you've been telling me for months now that we're getting a more hardline Iranian leadership, Iranian regime, especially as it relates to the United States. As of now, President Trump said the ceasefire's over. We are seeing strikes happen all this week. The Strait of Hormuz, not to mention, there's still a crisis there. Where do we go from here?
It's the right question. I think it's the one everybody's asking. Unfortunately, I don't think we actually go anywhere, which is the irony of this. I think especially ahead of the November elections, what you're most likely to see is a number of skirmishes, a number of flare-ups, that the situation escalates and then retreats in terms of intensity, that you will continue to see attacks, that the president will make significant comments to really try to calm the markets. I think he's very worried about gas prices, and I think you'll see talks continue. And I think at times, if you have not a new ceasefire agreement or MOU, but let's say a new understanding or a couple of new understandings, that's probably the best that you're going to get in the coming immediate month. I think there's a real supply challenge. In other words, so far the markets have been able to stay relatively calm despite increases obviously in crude and some of the commodities across the board, but you haven't seen a massive spike everybody was expecting because supply was still there. That's the X factor to watch here, because if jet fuel really starts to have to be significantly rationed, even throughout Europe, for instance, if you start to see those types of commodity challenges, then I think it's going to put a whole new level of pressure on, and then you could be in real trouble. But the last thing I'll just say is, look, again, the one challenge here is those skirmishes generally should go up and then come down, is the best way to think of it, like a graph. But you never know where there's going to be unintended escalation, that the U.S. accidentally hits the wrong thing, or that the Iranians accidentally have the opportunity and successfully fire on something that has a much greater impact than intended, and then we get back to a much more intense and consistent and even full-scale conflict. Again, I don't think that's likely, but that's the real concern here, because it's certainly more likely than when we were in this at least pretend ceasefire situation.
Well, there's certainly a lot to look out for, and as it continues to develop, I hope you can come back on and join me. I always appreciate you lending your expertise to me and our viewers. Jonathan Panikoff, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Everything has been washed away. This was everything I worked so hard for. These are my child's clothes. Now my child doesn't even have clothes to wear. I've always tried to stay strong, but now my hands are shaking. I can't even hold on anymore. A devastating flood struck Liulan Reservoir in Hangzhou, Guangxi. The Liulan Reservoir in Hangzhou, Guangxi failed, leaving widespread destruction.
About this earlier on how bad this was. Let's see if this is considering this is. Oh yeah, this is this is literally just about the dam, I guess, and the tofu drug stuff.
On July 8th, residents returned to their homes after the floodwaters receded, only to find scenes of devastation. Mud covered the floors up to their ankles. Almost all of the furniture had been swept away, and watermarks could still be seen on the walls and rooftops. One woman, crying as she surveyed the damage, said the coffin she had prepared for her grandparents more than 10 years ago had been completely ruined by the flood. A rescued elderly resident said he had gone hungry for more than 2 days. Trembling uncontrollably, he said,
There's nothing to eat. We don't even have water.
Near Liulan Reservoir, one of the hardest hit areas, entire villages were flattened. Not even bricks were left behind. Standing on the ruins, one villager told reporters,
There used to be more than 20 families living here. They all had 2-story and 3-story houses. It wasn't like this before. Now everything is gone. My younger cousin was supposed to get married.
So this is the shit that I'm talking about, bro. Like this is not okay. Like this has happened in American cities, and we've now had laws and stuff and regulations the builders now have to follow, so this stuff doesn't happen. And it's getting to the point that these people forget why that they have to follow these rules. And it's because of shit like this that nobody wants to be in a city that they think that it's going to happen to.
This year, the house had already been fully built, but now everything is gone.
On July 8th, a reporter from Yangcheng Evening News interviewed a villager who had walked down the mountain from Zhenlong Township to escape the disaster. She had just given birth over 1 month earlier and was still shaken by what happened. Breaking down in tears, she said, "We were just a little bit away from losing our lives. I was at the Fengdan Village Committee at the time. My baby's only 30 days old. When asked whether her house was still standing, she said the house had been washed away, her car was gone, and now she had nothing left." A survivor
Look at the
said,
solar panels. Look at the baby in a
There are
pot.
still more than 30 people trapped in their homes in our village. Most of them are elderly. This morning, it took me 4 hours to walk out. There was no phone signal, no electricity, and no food. We were up in the mountains, so we ate whatever we could find. Now that the water has gone down, these people should be the ones who managed to escape from the mountains. Thankfully, they are still alive. Everyone is still here.
Another resident said,
For drinking water, we can only rely on rainwater. Supplies are extremely limited. Our food is basically gone. Normally, we cook rice into porridge so it can last a few more days. If we have vegetables growing at home, we can pick some and eat them to get by. But if this continues, there will be nothing left. There are still elderly people and children in many families, and they cannot leave. There's definitely no meat left. The livestock and poultry we raised were all washed away by the flood.
At an evacuation
See?
center, many survivors, overwhelmed with hunger, began rushing to grab supplies. Rescue workers shouted.
There is enough for everyone. Don't fight over it. Everyone, don't rush. Don't take so many instant noodles at once. There are still many people inside. Many people still haven't been able to get out. There are still many people in the mountains. Many of them have nothing to eat. Some have already gone hungry for a full day and night.
A villager who returned home pointed to a house and said, "This is my home. Look at it. Outside, everything's a mess. It's all ruins." Some people online commented, "The fact that the house is still standing is already a blessing in disguise." Another person wrote, "It's a mess, but at least it can be cleaned up, and people can move back in. Some families don't even have a house
I don't
anymore.
know, maybe.
They lost everything. All they have is themselves." At the same time, during the disaster, CCP mouthpiece People's Daily published another round of what critics called a staged performance. Many villagers said that when disasters happen, officials stay far away. But once the disaster is over, they work harder than anyone else to put on a show. They said it was like rubbing salt into the wounds. However, they added that people can see through what's happening. Many people commented, "It's staged. You can tell it's staged. They never miss any disaster to promote themselves and take credit. It's disgusting." In another video, a group of rescue personnel were seen running into formation while carrying shields. Some people questioned why rescue teams would bring riot shields during flood relief operations. They asked, can those shields be used as rescue boats? Comments included, "Everyone knows what those protective gear are really meant for." Another person wrote, "They're probably there to suppress the victims and stop them from telling the truth." Others said, "They're preparing for unrest. They're not there to save people." On July 9th, a mainland vlogger visited Liulan village, located downstream from the dam. The footage showed that more than half of the homes had been destroyed, leaving many families with little or nothing left.
My God.
The vlogger said that the Liulan Dam failed on the morning of July 6. The floodwaters only began to slowly recede that evening. Villagers who fled gradually returned, while those who had taken shelter upstairs also came back down. But after the flood, the vlogger estimated that at least half of the houses had been destroyed. Many residents broke down in tears when they returned and found their homes gone. Some villagers were seen carrying simple belongings and leaving the village, apparently heading to stay with relatives or friends. According to villagers, at around 7 or 8 that morning, village officials informed them that the dam was overflowing and could collapse at any moment. But within only about 10 minutes, floodwaters rushed in and reached the second floors of the homes. Some villagers reacted quickly and escaped with their families to the mountains. But many others, especially elderly and children, could not get away in time. They climbed onto the rooftops of taller buildings for safety. One rooftop was reportedly crowded with more than 40 people. Many others were swept away by the floodwaters, with their chances of survival unknown. One female villager said she was among the lucky ones, because all of her family members are still alive. She said many families were still searching for relatives who had been washed away. Liulan village is located below Liulan Reservoir. After the dam failure, the flood surge destroyed the village before continuing downstream through multiple towns and villages, eventually affecting areas dozens of kilometers away, including Guigang City. The destruction seen in Liulan is believed to have been repeated in many communities along the flood path. The dam failure not only caused a massive flood disaster, but also triggered a series of secondary risks. Several local farms raising potentially dangerous animals were destroyed, causing further panic among the public.
Look at
On
the
July
snakes.
7th, videos and photos circulating online showed
They're just
crocodiles
swimming.
escaping from a local
Oh, the
crocodile farm.
crocodiles!
Multiple crocodiles
Oh
could be
my
seen swimming
God.
through the floodwaters. However, local authorities quickly came forward to refute rumors, claiming that the footage was old material from another location that had been edited together and was unrelated to the actual flooding in Guangxi.
Oh.
But on July 8th, flood victims in Guangxi appeared to contradict the authorities. Videos and photos they posted showed police officers carrying firearms and shooting escaped crocodiles. At least 2 crocodiles were reportedly killed.
Poor
One video
crocodiles.
showed police setting up a security cordon on a flooded village road. In the shallow water beyond the barrier,
Those are
a small boat
FAMASs.
can be seen with 2 people wearing life jackets. The
Or
person at the
Type
front was holding
95s.
an assault rifle and watching the water ahead closely. Behind the barrier, another police officer in uniform was seen carrying an assault rifle. Another photo showed 2 large dead crocodiles lying on the road behind the security line. Many people mocked the authorities, saying rumors are just predictions that came true. This is the usual pattern. First they deny it, then they deal with it. When authorities from the CCP say something's a rumor, it's usually true. Before this, a large number of videos circulating online showed that a snake farm in Hangzhou had been destroyed by floodwaters, sending large numbers of venomous snakes into downstream villages.
Damn.
Chinese media also confirmed that someone had died after being bitten. Online reports even claimed that several tons of cobras had escaped. According to a report by Southern Weekly, many residents in Yunbiao, Hangzhou City, described terrifying encounters with snakes after the flooding. One villager said, "I came back this morning hoping to find something to eat, but I saw 1 white snake and 1 black snake. They looked like they were banded kraits, which are probably venomous. I didn't dare to search anymore."
Bro, is it just plain
Other
dead
villager
or
said,
is it
"The
drowned?
snakes have already gotten into our homes. When the flood came, snakes were swimming right by our feet. It was terrifying. They were all cobras." Videos circulating online showed many cobras moving through the floodwaters. Some snakes tried to climb onto villagers' houses and were driven away after being spotted. Others had already entered homes and were hiding in corners. A woman in Yunbiao was reportedly bitten by a snake. Because she could not get medical treatment in time, she passed away.
Oh my God.
Another resident was bitten on the finger by a cobra while cleaning up garbage left behind by the flood. Faced with mounting evidence and repeated accounts from residents, local state media followed its usual pattern and first tried to refute rumors, claiming that the long objects seen in the water were just ostrich heads. Later, local authorities were forced
Well,
to
they
acknowledge
look
that
kinda
many
like
snakes had
ostrich
escaped,
heads.
but claimed that the number was
I
only
mean, come on.
900. A woman surnamed
Those
Wang,
snakes?
who works in the snake farming
Were they
industry,
really?
told the media that Hangzhou has around 500 to 600 households involved in snake farming. She said Yunbiao town has the largest number of snake farms in the area. Huang said, basically, one household can raise between 3,000 to 5,000 snakes. After all,
Why?
one person alone can take care of 3,000 snakes. Raising 1,000 snakes would actually be considered a relatively small operation. She
But
said
why?
snake farms are usually surrounded by wire fencing to prevent escapes, but the floodwaters destroy the farms, which is why so many snakes got out. After the snake problem emerged, local residents formed volunteer snake catching teams and went into the villages. On July 9th, Mr. Zhu, who is on one of these teams, told Beijing News that 7 to 8 team members had been working continuously for 2 days and had caught more than 3,000 snakes in total. In addition, on the day the reservoir dam failed, several villages downstream were almost completely destroyed. A resident of Nankang village posted in a chat group, "So many bodies were washed down here." After that, he was reportedly threatened and warned by local police. Nankang village was one of the areas hardest after the dam failure. The flooding also
All
caused
children
the
and
death of large
elderly
numbers
people.
of
That's
pigs.
so sad.
On July 8th, multiple videos circulating online showed dead pigs floating in the water. The Binyang Jinghua Agricultural Breeding Company, located in Daning Village, suffered particularly heavy losses. The company's owner, Mr. Mo, said the disaster caused massive losses, but he didn't disclose the exact amount. However, reports indicated that his own pig farm lost several thousand pigs.
There's
a staff
no way
member
that
at the
pig's
local
on that
Rural
barrel.
Affairs Bureau said that the flooding inside the farms remained severe, with water levels barely dropping. This made rescue, cleanup, and recovery operations extremely difficult. The official said that as long as the water had not receded, cleanup efforts would definitely be difficult. According to the local authorities, more than 10,000
yeah.
pigs died in the disaster, including those at
Damn.
Mr. Mo's. The final numbers were still being compiled.
Poor
in
pigs, they're
Shutang
like,
Village, Yunbiao Town, Mr. Xie's livestock farm and timber factory were also devastated. Mr. Xie said no one expected Liulan Reservoir to collapse. At around 10:30 a.m. on July 6th,
Yeah, well,
the
I mean,
floodwaters
I looked
quickly
at
rushed
that.
into the
It was
farmland
not very
and swallowed the
strongly
factory
built, man.
buildings.
I'm sorry to say that
we
was
immediately told the
terribly built.
workers to evacuate to higher ground.
And then
We left
everyone
everything
else
behind.
suffered because
Safety
of
comes
it.
first. Mr. Xie said that his timber factory was almost completely destroyed.
I mean, look
his
at all
livestock
those.
farm lost 16,000 pigs,
Look
which
at all
represents
that
a loss of
money.
more than 50 million yuan. Local residents described it as the worst
That's
flood they'd
like-
seen in decades.
like
They questioned whether
$500,000.
multiple reservoirs released water at nearly the same time, combined with rising tides pushing seawater back inland. They said water levels rose rapidly to the height of two-story buildings, leaving urban areas, shops, and underground parking lots almost completely flooded. Agriculture, livestock, and fisheries suffered heavy losses. As some residents continued escaping the hardest-hit areas, more details about the disaster have emerged. Reports indicate that not only local residents suffered major losses, some local officials within the Chinese Communist Party also claimed they were abandoned by authorities. On the morning of July 6, Yantian village in Hangzhou City was hit by a mudslide. From that moment, the village lost contact with the outside world. Residents had to rely on their own efforts for survival. It was only after the floodwaters receded that the outside world began to learn the extent of the disaster there. Zhou Shangcan, deputy secretary of Yantian, became emotional during an interview and nearly broke down in tears. He said that early on the morning of July 6, a landslide destroyed roads in the township, and communications were cut off soon afterward. The area lost internet and electricity, leaving the township temporarily isolated from the outside world. The next afternoon, he and 12 village officials from nearby villages decided to walk out of the area to seek help. They originally planned to carry supplies back to the villages that same night, but because communication lines were down, he lost contact with the other village officials. A journey that normally took about 10 minutes by car turned into a nearly 5-hour walk. They did not make it down the mountain until close to 11 p.m. According to reports, on the morning of July 8th, reporters from Southern Weekly followed a volunteer rescue team from Liulan village and walked into Zhenlong Township. When the reporters left Zhenlong at 3 p.m. that afternoon, the area still had no internet, no electricity, and shortages of water and food. Some residents were injured and urgently needed medical treatment. After the dam failure, villages downstream were left surrounded by floodwaters. Although Zhenlong is located upstream from Liulan, it was also cut off from outside contact. Mudslides and landslides caused 6 houses in Yantian to collapse, while 6 vehicles were washed away. Zhenlong Township has a permanent population of 8,704 people, but there's
That's a
currently
good
no
point.
confirmed figure
It's the
of how many
majority
residents
of
remain
that
trapped.
building. Like you'd see that that's even that's gone, and like a majority of it was dirt. So when the water slipped over the top, bro, it literally just turned into like this like regolith. Just mud, quicksand regolith, sweeping old people and children away.
Regarding the death toll from this
here's the sick part: they're not even going to say the death toll because it's covered up.
flood, authorities have once again faced criticism for withholding information and changing official accounts. State-run media outlet
Two, bro. What? Oh my God! Two people, bro, dear, bro. In the beginning of this video alone, they were saying that there was houses, 3-story houses with people that were in them that got swept away. You're telling me that those were just 2 people that died? That was it? Like that was this, bro, you guys are satanic, sadistic, not atheist, sadistic.
Agency reported late on July 6 that heavy rainfall caused a reservoir breach in Nanning City, Guangxi,
You better
triggering
fix
flooding
it.
that initially resulted in 2 deaths. Authorities later said that between July 7th and 8th, heavy rains in Guangxi caused
Are
6
you
deaths and
fucking
left 11
kidding
people
me?
missing. Then on
6?
July 9th, officials issued another update
This
saying
killed
that as of
6
11 a.m.
people.
that day, the Liulan breach had resulted in 26 deaths and 7
Pride,
people missing.
look at it, this killed
The
6
statement also
people.
said that across Guangxi, including the Liulan Reservoir
We were
disaster,
there.
a
We
total of
saved them
39
all with
people had
these
died
2
and 9
boats.
people remained missing. However, given what critics describe
and we
as the
all had
CCP's
life
long-standing
jackets.
practice
Isn't that
of
nice?
withholding disaster information, many people have questioned the official figures.
In case we fell
Floodwaters
off.
in some areas of Guangxi are still receding, but power supplies and communications have not been fully restored. Some residents have even reported that water levels are continuing to rise. A resident of Yunbiao Town,
This is
Hangzhou
so
City,
crazy,
said the
bro.
situation remains extremely urgent and that there could be thousands of people still trapped in the mountains. However, official media outlets such as CCTV have focused much of their efforts on praising military rescue operations. A Yunbiao resident said, "The requests for help have been flooding in nonstop. There aren't enough supplies. They run out immediately. There still aren't enough beds. They only brought 3 or 4 boxes over. Each box only has 4 beds, and they're just canvas beds. There's no way they can rescue everyone. There are tens of thousands of people across Yunbiao. The town has 60 to 70,000 residents. How can they possibly save everyone?" He also said, "There are far too many people in Yunbiao without food because the entire town has been flooded. The water level is still continuing to rise. Some rescue workers have already pulled back. The situation is truly extremely urgent. It looks like the water won't go down anytime soon. And now there are more heavy rains again." The Liulan Reservoir is what's known as a homogeneous earth dam. It does not have a reinforced concrete structure or anti-seepage facilities. Instead, it was
Bro, it looked like it had a little bit of a center concrete thing. Like a wall or something. I don't know, bro. Bro. Homogeneous earth dam.
It's built entirely by compacting layers of clay soil.
Clay?
The dam's...
Oh, no wonder it turned into something that they couldn't swim out of. Clay! They were in clay, bro. Oh my god. That's so awful.
Flood discharge system was also reportedly insufficient, with limited capacity to release excess water. Although authorities launched multiple repair and reinforcement projects over the years, critics argue that these efforts failed to change the dam's fundamental vulnerability. According to basic water engineering principles, one of the biggest weaknesses of this type of dam is that once water overtops the dam, the fast-moving flow can continuously erode the outer slope. This can cause the soil structure to rapidly collapse. In the case of Liulan, the dam was reportedly destroyed after overtopping caused severe erosion.
Within minutes, 30 minutes, it was
done. The Liulan Reservoir has also been described as a problem reservoir in the past. Since 2009, local authorities have invested heavily in 3 phases of safety and reinforcement and modernization projects, with total spending exceeding 400 million yuan.
So $200 million.
Critics have questioned why a model project costing that much could not withstand a typhoon or even a major rainstorm.
Got it. $200 million, and it didn't do a damn thing but kill a whole bunch of people. Oh, wait a minute. We can't say that. It killed 2 people. There we go. Wait, no, that's too little. 6 people. Should that be multiplied by 10,000? 2,000 people, maybe, and then it went 6,000 people, maybe, or should we do 60,000 people died? I think that thing of 55,000 people uprooted probably means the round amount of people that died from it. What happened to the people that built that Great Wall back then, bro? This is what I was telling. Like, this right here, majority of it was compacted soil and different types of things. And the majority of a good portion of it. I don't understand what people are thinking. Like I don't understand. Imagine putting a fucking lake on the other side of this. Like, bro, come on now. It's so fucking stupid. Like, come on. Does it weigh a lot? Does the water weigh a lot? That doesn't matter. There's no. They don't understand. Sorry, that was a double chime, but you know what? Maybe people will understand. And you know what? I'm so into watching this, but maybe tomorrow, because that's obviously an hour-long subject. This one too, and then we're gonna talk about the $10 billion mega canal collapses just 1 month after opening. Earthwork equaled three gorges dams. So that's about how much money was spent into this and is now apparently done. So we're going to be watching this.
On July 7th, an online video showed a section of...
So this is July 7th. This is the day after the other earthwork dam broke.
China's so-called Century Project, the Pinglu Canal experiencing a riverbank collapse along the route from Henzhou City to Qingzhou Port in Guangxi. The footage showed a gap several meters long in the canal's flood control embankment and high slope, with water rushing through. Based on Chinese portal website NetEase, footage recorded on July 6 showed multiple sections of the Zhouzhou Qingsong section of the canal suffering collapses. Some videos showing slope collapses along the canal were also circulated on Douyin.
That's ominous. I love that.
那刚修好的运河
you hear that.
The canal was just completed.
Amazing.
Part of the flood control embankment has collapsed. The water looks a bit alarming. The problem is that the downstream area cannot drain the water out.
The uploader of this video specifically stated that the content was AI generated. However, the footage appears to be real recording. A commenter
Wow.
explained that
That's
videos
real,
could not
right?
be posted unless they were labeled as AI generated, saying the
Oh,
uploader
yeah,
had no
because-
choice due
yeah.
to strict platform censorship.
Yeah, see?
Upon release, the footage quickly triggered public doubts over the quality of the Century project, which cost nearly 100 billion yuan. It's worth noting that the Pinglu Canal only announced the completion of full water flow on June 3rd and had just entered the water testing phase. It's a critical period now for checking the project's quality and preparing for trial operations in September. However, a major rainstorm triggered flooding, leading some to call it a quality inspection carried out by the heavens, while others joked that typhoons and heavy rain are the best inspectors. Unfortunately, as with many substandard projects in China, sections built with reduced construction standards were exposed after just one heavy rain. Overseas users commented on the incident. Xi Jinping's face has been badly embarrassed. A project costing over 100 billion yuan collapsed right after opening. The list of Xi's unfinished projects has gained another entry.
So I just
The
want to.
Pinglu
That's literally $50 billion. Okay, $50 billion and it collapses right after opening is a fucking travesty, and it shouldn't really be a thing that like, you know what, like I'm gonna kill everyone for it or kill myself. We need to get to the problem. What is the problem with you guys?
Now,
What the
the
fuck
Pinglu
is going
Canal is a
on?
major feng shui project
Why can't
for
you
Xi's
build
attempt
something
to change
that
his fate
for
against the
$50
will
billion?
of heaven? It appears
That's
another large group of people may
insane.
face investigations. A substandard project caused by human failures, Guangxi will pay a heavy price this time. If this had happened in ancient times, those responsible for building such a large
Yeah, it
project
would be
this
done.
way
It
might
would
have
be.
faced severe punishment extending to their families. Facing the growing public attention, Chinese Communist authorities
But
quickly
is it even
responded.
gonna
On July
help?
7th, Liu Ke, director of the
Like, this
Guangxi
is
Department of
just
Transport,
stupid.
said at a disaster response press conference.
You know what?
This round
Let's
of
all
rainfall
get
was the
together
first major flood
and gas
disaster the
ourselves
Pinglu
because
Canal
this is
faced
so
after the
fucking
entire
bad.
canal began carrying
No,
water.
but like
The
this
entire
is
flood control system
stupid.
withstood the test under extreme conditions. During the flood season, inspections were carried out across key areas, including canal hubs, high slopes, and cofferdams. Over 20 issues involving tributary inlets and localized embankment damage were addressed. The three major canal hubs and the main navigation structures remain intact, with the overall situation stable and under control. Next, we will accelerate repairs of the damaged sections, complete joint testing, and prepare for
Alright,
operations
so now
to
we're
ensure the Pinglu Canal
accelerating
opens the
something that
navigational
was
schedule in
already
September this
destroyed.
year with safety and high
What
quality.
the fuck is
Although
wrong
the
with
official
you?
emphasized
Why
that
don't
the
you ever
canal remained
take a step
stable
back and
under
figure out
control,
why
his
it
remarks
failed?
confirmed that over 20 embankment-related issues had occurred. However, he described them as merely localized embankment damage, downplaying the extent of the problems. Ironically, this incident came just as the Pinglu Canal reached a milestone. According to Chinese media reports, on the morning of June 3rd, the canal officially began carrying water throughout its entire route as the Madao and Qixi hubs started filling with water. It entered the water-based testing phase. This marked a major transition for the massive project, which began construction on August 28, 2022. After years of civil engineering work, it finally moved into an operational phase where water could begin flowing through the canal. Then on June 25th, the Qingnian Hub, the hub closest to the canal's sea outlet, began its first single-line water-based joint testing. This marked a new phase in the water-based commissioning of the Pinglu Canal's hub facilities. According to media reports at the time, the Qingnian Hub's single-line water-based joint testing wasn't only a practical test of key mechanical systems, including lock gates, hoists, and valves, but also prepared the way for future dual-line water testing and full-scale vessel trials. Under the project schedule, once the Qingnian, Qixi, and Madao hubs complete this strict inspection process, the canal will be ready for navigation and is scheduled to fully open in September 2026. In the publicity back then, the project builders expressed strong confidence in the canal's flood control and navigation systems. Authorities repeatedly emphasized that the canal would significantly improve flood drainage capacity along the route. However, nature did not follow their expected script. The severe flooding in early July and repeated collapses along the canal banks cast doubt on the upcoming navigation ceremony before it even began. Let's first take a brief look at the Pinglu Canal, described as the first canal project since the founding of the People's Republic of China that is coordinated at the national level to connect rivers with the sea. The project spans 134.2 kilometers. It starts at the Pingtan River entrance in Nanning, Guangxi, and eventually reaches the Beibu Gulf through the Qing River. Built to Class 1 inland waterway standards, the canal is designed to accommodate 5,000-ton ships with an estimated total investment of 72.7 billion yuan. Construction of the Pinglu Canal officially began in August 2020.
Oh my god, so they can spend like money on infrastructure like that, but then like look at all the concrete you put into that. You're telling me you don't want to make dams like you did there? I call bullshit, bro. Like, you guys have the ability to make a locking metal gate that can seal water out. What the fuck are you doing making reinforcing not reinforcing dirt, calling it a homogeneous dirt. Excuse me. A homogeneous dirt mound and calling it a day. That's the dam. That's it. Homogeneous Earth Dam. It's the name.
Existing waterways, including the Shaping River, Zhouzhou River, and Qing River, straightening bends and widening channels.
That's what that
it
is.
involves
Just pay
excavating
me.
a roughly 6.5
I can't even believe it, bro. It literally looks like a bunch of crap, bro.
To
like
overcome a 65-meter water level difference, 3 cascade hubs were built.
Like
Madao,
so much
Qixu,
work went into that, and it
Qingyang.
just looks like
Among them,
it's crap.
the Madao hub is the world's largest inland water-saving ship lock currently under construction, with a water level difference of 29.6 meters. One of the most notable figures of this massive project is its enormous excavation volume. According to statistics, the total amount of earth and rock excavated across the canal reached 315 million cubic meters. That is equivalent to the combined excavation volume of 3 gorgeous projects. The main ship lock structures used 5.8 million cubic meters of concrete. Authorities say that once completed, the canal will shorten inland shipping routes for goods from southwest China to the sea by about 560 kilometers and save over 5 billion yuan in transportation cost each year. However, the project has faced controversy since its early stages.
Only
Some
5 billion
criticize
each
it as
year?
a
That's
modern
like 5
version
times.
of the Great Leap Forward. They argue that with a total investment of 72.7 billion yuan and an average cost of about 540 million yuan per kilometer, the project far exceeds reasonable costs. Despite Guangxi's long-running fiscal deficit,
Right,
the
it's going to
authorities
take about
poured
10 years to
massive
pay
funds into the
itself off,
project.
and then that's only
Critics
cranking
argue
in
that
5 billion
the goal
a
was
year.
to please higher-level officials, boost GDP, showcase political achievements, and pave the way for officials' career
It
advancement.
just seems like a lot,
The
bro.
result,
It just seems
the
like a
canal
lot for
collapsed
no
shortly after
reason.
beginning to carry water and has also created ongoing risk for nearby residents. The flooding in early July caused severe damage in coastal cities such
I
as
mean, look
Qingzhou.
at this
Streets were
shit, bro.
submerged,
You can't
vehicles were
make
swept
this
away,
up,
and large
dog.
areas of shrimp ponds and farmland were destroyed.
Oh,
Authorities
man. Look at
attributed the
those
disaster
melons.
to extreme rainfall
Poor
brought by
watermelons.
a typhoon. Earlier, a heavier downpour in late April left Qingzhou resembling a city by the sea. Water on major urban roads rose above car tires, while some low-lying areas reached depth of 4 to 5 meters. Traffic was paralyzed, vehicles and shops were flooded. Authorities called it the strongest in nearly a decade. But Qingzhou experienced even heavier rainfall on May 18th to 19th, 2024, without flooding on this scale. Regarding the causes of this year's flooding in cities such as Qingzhou, some residents said the Pinglu Canal has been under construction for the past 2 years and the drainage system has not been completed. Flooding happened before, but it has been especially severe over the past 2 years. In a media interview, renowned water expert Wang Weiluo analyzed that while long-standing problems with urban underground drainage networks are also a factor, the construction of the Pinglu Canal has become the most damaging factor. The flood control design standard for the Qingzhou section of the canal is a once-in-100-years event. This means that to ensure the safety of the canal and its hubs, the river embankments in Qingzhou had to be raised, increasing the flood control standard from the previous once-in-50 years or once-in-20 years level to once-in-100 years. The critical consequences is that the elevated canal embankments
Once
have
in
become
50
a
years,
dam,
once in
blocking urban
100
floodwater
years.
from draining away. In the past, waterlogging in Qingzhou urban areas could flow into rivers through natural or
Yeah, no, we only got
semi-natural
like
drainage, but now
half
the
of your
embankments
life.
raised by the canal
We're gonna
project,
have to fix
massive
everything
runoff
again.
from heavy rain is blocked
What
from
the
reaching the
fuck?
river
That's
and the
so.
sea. The city's
Oh
drainage
my
system must rely
god.
entirely on pumping stations, but the local pumping
This is
capacity is unable
nuts.
to handle such a large volume of water.
I mean,
Another key factor behind the July flooding was that the canal had already begun water storage and testing. As mentioned earlier, on June 25th, the Qingnian hub of the canal began its first single-line water-based joint testing. This process required water storage first, raising water levels in the reservoir or navigation channel to the designed level or a specific testing elevation. After the water storage was completed, the normal navigation water level in the Qing River section through the urban area was higher than the surface evaluation of many low-lying roads, residential areas, underground car parks, and industrial areas in Qingzhou. In fact, before the Qingnian hub began water-based joint testing, other hubs along the Pinglu Canal had already started large-scale water storage, with the amount of stored water reaching several million cubic meters. The three hubs are designed to regulate the 65-meter water level difference to enable navigation. The Qingnian hub is located less than 15 kilometers upstream from Qingzhou's urban area. As a result, before the heavy rain arrived, the Qing River through the city had effectively become an artificial raised river. The canal's high water level created strong back pressure, preventing surface water from draining into the Qing River through the underground drainage system. While Qingzhou was overwhelmed by flooding, the Qingnian hub of the canal had its gates fully opened for flood discharge, further worsening the flooding in the city. Therefore, this was not a natural disaster, but a man-made tragedy.
Yeah.
If Qingzhou's urban flooding was caused by the canal embankments blocking water flow, then the dam failure at multiple reservoirs in Henzhou revealed what some view as the canal's broader impact on Guangxi's hydrological system and natural water balance. On the morning of July 6, Liulan Reservoir, the largest medium-sized reservoir in Henzhou with a storage capacity of 95.52 million cubic meters, suffered a serious dam failure. The outer slope of the dam completely collapsed, creating a massive 50-meter-long breach. A huge volume of floodwater poured downstream, inundating multiple towns. Transportation was disrupted, water and power supplies were cut off, and numerous rural homes and farmland were destroyed. It was not only the Liulan Reservoir. 3 nearby reservoirs also faced dam failure risk, which some linked to the Pinglu Canal. Geographically, the starting point of the canal is the Xijing Reservoir in Henzhou. The Liulan Reservoir, where the dam failure occurred, is located only about 34 kilometers away from the Xijing Reservoir in a straight line. Together, these two major water facilities form a highly complex water regulation system in the region. Dr. Wang Weiluo analyzed that as an artificial river, the Pinglu Canal has created a new north-to-south channel to the Beibu Gulf, altering the Xizang River system's original west-to-east flow. This large-scale restructuring of the regional water system has significantly altered natural patterns of groundwater and surface runoff. As one local commenter said, in the past, floods affected Guigang and Wuzhou. Now that we have the Pinglu Canal, 1/3 of the Yujiang River's floodwaters are being diverted towards Qingzhou. As the starting point of the canal, the Xijing Reservoir's water storage and level control requirements directly affect the operation of nearby reservoirs. During prolonged extreme rainfall, reservoirs may need to release water urgently to protect their main dams.
Well, yeah, that's not. United States knows this often when you get hit with a. Well, let's talk about atmospheric rivers. They're not even talking about weird like stuff like that hitting. It's called a typhoon.
with the canal's flood control operations. More strikingly, as floodwaters from upstream reservoirs, including the Liulan Reservoir, before and after its dam failure rushed downstream, coastal areas such as Qingzhou were simultaneously facing an astronomical high tide, with seawater rapidly pushing inland. This is an extremely flawed flood control strategy, according to critics. Floodwaters from upstream rush down like a tsunami, while rising tides from the sea push back like a wall. The combination of seawater intrusion and upstream flood discharge created a two-way attack.
That killed 3 people.
The combination of
that right there
rapidly pushing
killed.
inland.
Look at that. That was a bike.
Tides from
That's what that was.
high
It was a
tide,
moped that was getting pushed. You could just see the little mirrors. I always thought they were the funniest thing in the world. Look at the little mirrors.
This is an extremely flawed flood control strategy, according to critics.
Poor cars. Look at they telling me that didn't got killed 3 people. They said 2, and then they said 6. It's because what? That the bodies didn't just get like completely disintegrated by the clay, and it basically is. And there's nothing left.
Waters from upstream rushed.
Look, do you realize how many cubic meters of water that is? That literally is. Do I have to go full nerd on you guys to tell you how much cubic? They measure it in sizes of refrigerators. Okay, that's how much I know about this. They literally, that's just off the top of my head. They measure this stuff in the size of how much a refrigerator is moving. The size of it. Do you know how many refrigerators that is going per mile? Miles an hour. You're gonna get hit with, what the fuck is that? 100,000 cubic fridges.
Tsunami, while rising tides from
We're
the sea push
talking
back.
that being caught on camera is a blessing. That right, all of this stuff is showing and explaining to the world just one more thing that this. Whoo, you think the Iranian regime is bad? Whoo, why do they have fiberglass stuff on those poles right there? The insulation. What good is insulation? Insulation is protection. Insulation is key to not have a problem. You get what I mean? Having it short out, and then you don't know what, it's live, like the pole is live. It catches fire, yada yada. But bro, if you do not have that, literally shows that you have some sort of regulation. You understand it just enough to get by, but you do not understand why it is there.
Back like a wall. The combination of seawater intrusion and upstream
And
flood
to be
discharge
honest with
created
you,
on
as an
low-lying
electrician,
coastal towns.
that was
As one
completely
affected
shoddy
resident
as
said in
hell.
an interview, sea pushed
Because
back
that
like a
right
wall.
there, it doesn't have a drip loop. Going into, you see right there that it always needs a drip loop, because if it rains, the water's going to go right into your box, and there's literally no drip loop there. It's just this crappiest shit I've ever seen in my entire
The
life.
combination of seawater.
Because number one, they don't have regulations. Number two, people don't understand what a drip loop is. It's like that. Jamie, pull up what a fucking drip loop is. Got it. Okay. See this one on the second one over? You see how the wires come over and then they come down, so the rain on both sides gets rushed off of the cable and doesn't go inside the house. And there's a weatherhead involved. Here, see down here on the right, it says the weatherhead. There's a little diagram for you. You guys, this down here is not a weatherhead, okay? It's just not. And you have this thick ass fucking piece of wood here, and you can't even do the proper electrical. It's a sham. It is completely, it's through and through rotted. The corruption is to the point to where the people don't even understand how to protect themselves. They don't understand the safety that it is to not have water go in a place that apparently rains often. and a point to their electrical system. Like, there better be a fucking drip loop underneath of this house in a garage somewhere, because this is so not how we do it in the United States. Like, I'm going to give them a benefit of the doubt to keep this shit going, but I'm telling you, when I just seen this dam made of dirt and they called it a homogeneous earth mound dam thing, and it cost literally $50 million, 100 million won, and we're going to sit there and say that that's supposed to be good enough. Like, these people that this got erased from existence didn't mean a damn thing. They meant enough to live their lives for whoever is the leader, their emperor or whatever he thinks he is. If he can't even give these people the grace and security that they deserve, or he thinks he's creating this big mega river to show, like, we have this great wall, now we have this great river. Look at it, it kills our own civilians. You know what? We can't show that because we can't make the Great River. So we can't show that. It's this textbook cover up bullshit, bro. And like, if you can't see this, like, I'm sorry, but I don't know what planet that you have to move to, bro, but Earth is only going to be doing stuff like this because it's literally been this way for a very long time. And like, if you can't sit there and think that there's a problem with that, then maybe you can stay here because, you know, it's perfect for you. But for me and everyone else that hates this shit, this is just another reason why we have to have regulations. We have to jump through the hoops that we know will work, because if we just sit there and be like them, like, one day it will just all collapse. You do not understand how simple it is to collapse.
Intrusion and upstream flood discharge created a
Like
two-way
literal
attack on low-lying coastal towns.
I didn't even see
With
that.
a
Look at the
two-way attack
refrigerator.
on low
This is
seawater,
perfect.
seawater
This is a
intrusion
perfect
and
example. Look at this. This is the epitome of it. This is literally what they gauge it with. I'm gonna do another Jamie moment. They use refrigerators for drip loop electrical? What the fuck? I'm gonna kill myself. Who? It's not even how you spell refrigerators, but still, this is like, it's got me so like broken. I'm like, huh? I'm not clicking on it. For calculating flood. Oh, there we go. Yeah, flow rate. Here we go. If only they could put the read button here, it would be great. I'll just read it really quick. Oh no. Here we go. You might be thinking of refrigerator chucks or refrigerator bodies being used as makeshift debris deflections. Nope. Cross-sectional area. Yep, here we go. Calculate the flow rate. Yeah, whatever. There was literally a whole explainer on what's his name's. It wasn't Graham Hancock. It was his buddy Randall Carlson. And it was how they were measuring the eddy currents and the eddy flow, and they were talking about like how many refrigerators, like it would be. Let me ask this. I'm gonna ask this to my AI, and we'll bring it up here in a second. Okay, there was this measurement of like the size of refrigerators that is calculations um on the flow rate of floods, and it was used, I believe, Randall Carlson brought it up when talking about massive, very massive floods, like huge floods. Anyway, there was this flood that happened in China, and I'm correlating it to it just recently happened on July 6th. And it was just ironic because there was a refrigerator floating downstream, and like this flow rate was calculating how fast the refrigerator would flow down the stream and how many of them. Does that make sense? Can you find that in the internet somewhere? Because I typed it into Google and it didn't really do really well. Let's see what you got, Gemini Pro. Good job. It's not done yet.
Challenge accepted. You are making perfect sense, and your memory is spot on. You had a hard time finding it on Google because refrigerators per second isn't an official scientific unit. It is a visual analogy and a teaching trick used by hydrologists and geologists to help people comprehend massive amounts of water. Here's exactly what you are thinking of, how the math works, and why your connection to the recent China floods is so sharply observant. The refrigerator analogy, cubic meters per second. The actual measurement you are thinking of is cubic meters per second, CMS, sometimes referred to in hydrology as cumex. A standard cubic meter, 1m cubed, is roughly 35 cubic feet. As it turns out, 35 cubic feet is almost the exact volume of a standard, large kitchen refrigerator.
Yeah, that's why.
Because a cubic meter of water is a shapeless concept that is hard for the human brain to visualize, scientists substitute it with a refrigerator. How the flow rate is calculated. When measuring a river or a flood, hydrologists determine the volumetric flow rate using a specific fluid dynamics equation. Q equals A times V. Here, Q is the total discharge, the flow rate. A represents
The amount or area
of the water channel, and V represents the velocity of the water. Basically, they
How
figure out
fast
the
it's going.
size of the trench the water is flowing through,
Yep.
and multiply it by how fast
That's the water is going.
If a river has a flow rate of 1,000 CMS, you can visualize 1,000 refrigerators tumbling past a single point on the riverbank every single second. Randall Carlson and the mega floods. You are totally right about Randall Carlson bringing this up. When Carlson discusses cataclysmic ice age events, like the Missoula floods that violently carved out the channeled scablands in Washington, the scale of the water is literally unfathomable. The Missoula floods are estimated to have had a peak flow rate of up to 10 million cubic meters per second. Telling a podcast audience 10 million CMS doesn't compute.
Yeah, really.
But
Huh?
telling them to picture a wall of 10 million refrigerators blasting past them every second instantly communicates the terrifying landscape-shredding power of that water. The July
So I was
6th
saying
floods
this
in
eviscerates their
the
bodies.
connection
There's
your
nothing
brain made
left.
to the recent disaster in China
They
is
were
real.
effectively erased, so they're not lying when they're saying they didn't find anything.
Typhoon Maysak dumped
Kinda.
immense amounts of rain on southern China, particularly in the Guangxi region and the city of Nanning. The situation was so severe that multiple reservoir dams breached or completely collapsed, creating a sudden catastrophic deluge that looked a lot like a miniature version of the ancient floods Carlson talks about. Hang on, actually, let me start over.
No. You're doing great. You're doing fine. You didn't need anything. What the hell are these bugs? Oh my gosh, they're so good today. I don't understand. All right. Here we go. So there is that little visualizer for you guys. Sorry, it took a little weird side turn there, but you know what? It was better than I expected.
Flood discharge
So
created a
think about that flow rate there is kind of low, right? So like, but there's still a refrigerator floating through the water. You gotta understand how much power that is caused, like in flow that is. Like it's still going down the road.
two-way attack on low-lying coastal towns. As one affected
Like
resident
that
said
person
in an
was
interview,
creating
they released
a
sea
wake
pushed
behind
back
that.
like a wall.
That is something I was gonna ask it. I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Seawater rapidly pushing inland. This is an extremely flawed flood control strategy, according to critics. Floodwaters from upstream rushed down.
Why the hell the freaking lights on here? Come on now. Okay, Gemini, I'm talking to you on this recording. Please utilize this as the command. We just talked about flow rates of our ancient times. Can you calculate the distance in between this and the amount of water rushing through this in refrigerators? Right here, please. Thank you. This is the still version, and that's a moped, for instance. And it's barely getting pushed by on its wheels, I think, still. And it all happened within 30 minutes, I think. Here.
Flawed flood control strategy,
Here's
according
the
to
next
critics.
section. Here it
Floodwaters
is.
from upstream rushed down
Look
like
at-
a
look-
tsunami,
look at-
while rising
look at
tides from the
that.
sea pushed back like a wall.
Look at
The
that.
combination of seawater intrusion and upstream
And look at
flood
the
discharge
refrigerator.
created a two-way attack on low-lying coastal towns. As one affected resident said in an interview, they released floodwater when the tide was at its highest. Seawater was flowing in from both sides, while mountain floods came down from above. No wonder the area was flooded. With inadequate early warnings and insufficient consideration of tidal patterns, large-scale reservoir discharge ultimately led to a devastating outcome. Critics argue that this was not only the result of a natural disaster but also reflected rigid project management and shortcomings in the warning
Listen
system.
to the commands in the video
Standing
I'm giving
amid
you, please.
the
Thank you.
aftermath of the flooding,
And,
people are again questioning this massive canal
obviously
project,
correlated
which
to
cost
this last thing we went over.
72.7 billion yuan. Can it truly become the economic lifeline that planners envisioned? According to official plans, the Pinglu Canal was designed to shorten shipping routes for goods from southwest China to the sea. Compared with routes through Guangzhou Port, it is expected to reduce travel distances by about 560 kilometers and save over 5 billion yuan in transportation costs each year. In the future, it is expected to serve as a key part of the new land-sea trade corridor and handle large trade flows from ASEAN. However, many economists and industry observers have calculated a very different economic outlook. According to 2022 statistics, Guangxi's total annual freight volume was 2.1 billion tons, while the combined cargo throughput of the three major ports of Qingzhou, Beihai, and Fengcheng was about 568 million tons. Although the Pinglu Canal is designed for an annual one-way capacity of up to 89 million tons, southwest China is not a major export region. Its industrial and agricultural products overlap significantly with those of Southeast Asian countries, limiting economic complementarity. Some experts openly argue that the investment of over 72 billion yuan largely amounts to shifting import and export activity from Shenzhen and Guangzhou to the Beibu Gulf, describing it as a redistributing the pie without increasing the overall size of the economy. Against the backdrop of global capital shifts and supply chain restructuring, they question whether simply shortening shipping routes by a few hundred kilometers can truly generate a major increase in trade. More importantly, the 72.7 billion yuan investment represents a massive burden for local finances. With local government debt continuing to rise, launching such a large-scale project with long payback periods and uncertain economic returns could consume future development potential. Throughout history, major infrastructure projects have often been accompanied by significant controversy. Large-scale water projects that move away from actual economic needs and place excessive pressure on public resources may fail to deliver the expected prosperity and could instead become a burden on the economy. The ambition behind building major canals is undeniable, but if such projects ignore ecological vulnerability, disrupt natural urban drainage, and increase flood risk, their hidden cost may far exceed the construction cost and become a long-term threat to local communities. The Pinglu Canal faced a major flood test just 1 month after water began flowing through the entire route. Localized slope collapses and severe flooding along the canal have led critics to describe it as another substandard project. More concerning is that the current collapses may only be the beginning, with further challenges exposing more problems in the project. After the canal begins operation, residents along the route may continue to face higher flood risk, seawater intrusion, and drainage difficulties. As some commented, the list of projects associated with Xi Jinping may have another entry, the Pinglu Canal. The Chinese Communist Party often promotes the idea that humans can conquer nature, but its actions instead go against natural forces, placing people's lives and property at risk in pursuit of political achievements. The 72.7 billion yuan investment could have been used to improve urban drainage systems, reinforce aging reservoirs, and assist disadvantaged communities, but instead became a source of disaster. The Pinglu Canal, a so-called century project, has become a historic man-made tragedy. Residents along the canal may continue to bear the consequences of this super canal. History will remember the decision that affected people's livelihoods and the causes behind this disaster. The Pinglu Canal may be destined to become another symbol of failure for the Chinese Communist Party.
Right now, while the entire world's attention is locked on a funeral procession moving between 5 cities and 2 countries, something else is happening in the mountains west of that procession that almost nobody is talking about. Ask yourself this: why would a regime that just lost its supreme leader, that's burying him across Tehran, Qom, Mashhad, and then hauling the ceremony into Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, why would that regime also be pouring heavy artillery into a string of Kurdish villages at the exact same moment it needs to look united in front of 100 foreign delegations? That's not a coincidence. That's a government trying to hold 2 fires down with 1 bucket, and this week the bucket is not big enough. It's the first week of July 2026. Welcome to the breakdown. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been dead for over 4 months now, killed in the opening hours of a war that started on February 28th, when American and Israeli strikes hit Iranian command targets before the sun even came up. His son, Mojtaba Khamenei, has already been installed as the new supreme leader. And this week, the machinery of the state is staging a multi-day funeral spectacle, July 4th through the 9th, dragging his body and his legacy through Tehran, through Qom, through Mashhad, then across the border into Najaf and Karbala, trying to turn a killing into a rallying cry. The IRGC put out a statement calling the whole procession a resurgence. They called the blood of their dead leader a spark for what they termed a global awakening. Beautiful language. Now watch what's happening 2 provinces over while they're saying it. Because on the same week that Iran is trying to parade unity in front of Taliban officials, Pakistani envoys, and Chinese diplomats who didn't even bother sending their actual heads of state, the IRGC has been engaged in a rolling, multi-front firefight against its own Kurdish population in the West. Not rumors, not social media chatter. Confirmed dead on both sides, named, identified, published, and that's the story nobody's connecting to the funeral because everyone's cameras are pointed at Tehran. Let's rewind the tape a few days, because the sequencing here is what makes this so dangerous for the regime. On the night of June 28th into the 29th, fighters from the Eastern Kurdistan units, the armed wing of the Kurdistan Free Life Party, came under sustained artillery and heavy weapons fire from IRGC forces at a position called Gagash Heights, sitting between the towns of Mahabad and Piranshar in West Azerbaijan province. Hours of fighting. When the smoke cleared, 4 fighters were dead, 2 men, 2 women. The IRGC claimed they'd wiped out 6, The Kurdish side disputes that number completely, and independent monitors haven't been able to confirm the higher count. But here's the detail that should stop you cold. This wasn't the only clash that week. It wasn't even the biggest one. 2 nights later, on the evening of July the 1st, a vehicle carrying 6 members of the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan was ambushed near a village called Keskapan, right on the outskirts of Piranshar. All 6 killed. Human rights monitors on the ground got their names within hours. Mohammed Kaki, Tuan al-Osmani, Abdullah Mohammed Pour, Karo Hormoziari, Fardin Changizi, and Mohammed Amin Bayezidi, the last of them reportedly part of the party's underground network operating inside Iran itself, not just crossing the border from Iraq. The IRGC published photos of 5 of the bodies. They left the 6th man out entirely. Why leave one out? What does that omission tell you about who they didn't want identified, and why? And it doesn't stop there. Go back 2 days further, June 29th. 2 IRGC personnel gunned down in front of their own residence in the city of Pave. A shooting at a checkpoint outside Baneh that killed 3 members of Iran's security forces, one of them dying days later from his wounds in a hospital in Sanandaj. A drone strike hitting a Kurdish opposition base clear across the border in Erbil, in Iraq's Kurdistan region, a strike Iran launched specifically to keep a rival Kurdish faction from joining the fight. Do you see the pattern forming here? This is not one clash. This is a rolling contact line stretching from Kermanshah province in the south, up through Baneh and Mahabad, all the way to Piranshar and Sardisht, near the Iraqi border. That's well over 100 kilometers of active friction, all flaring inside a single 10-day window, all while the state funeral machine is trying to project total national unity to the outside world. Kurdish rights monitors tracking the region say Kurdish areas alone have absorbed more than 850 separate attacks since the February war began. Attacks that have killed civilians and wounded dozens more, and that's before you even count the direct clashes with armed factions. One Kurdish American advocate put it bluntly to American reporters this week. What he's hearing from contacts inside the region is that this doesn't look like routine border skirmishing anymore. It looks like operations. It looks deep. And when the people closest to a conflict start describing it in those terms, that's usually the moment outsiders should stop assuming it's business as usual. So who exactly is doing the fighting on the other side of these guns? Because this is not the scattered, underfunded resistance of decades past. On February 22nd, 6 days before the war with the United States and Israel even started, 5 of the major Iranian Kurdish parties did something they had never fully managed before. They formed a single unified political and military coalition, the Coalition of Political Forces of Iranian Kurdistan. Inside that coalition, you've got the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan, the oldest of the bunch, founded back in 1945, with a long and bloody history fighting both the Shah and the Islamic Republic that followed him. You've got the Kurdistan Freedom Party, formed in 1991, veterans of the fight against ISIS. You've got the Kurdistan Free Life Party and its armed wing, considered by outside analysts to be the most capable fighting force in the coalition, operating out of mountain strongholds near the Iran-Iraq border and notably fielding female combat units. And rounding it out, the Organization of Iranian Kurdistan Struggle and the Kamala Party, both bringing decades of institutional memory about how to survive and fight in this exact terrain. For the first time in their modern history, these groups say they are coordinating politically and militarily under one umbrella. Their stated goal isn't subtle: topple the regime in Tehran, achieve Kurdish self-determination. And when the war with the U.S. and Israel broke out at the end of February, there were immediate reports, some sourced to American officials, some to Israeli intelligence circles, that a full cross-border Kurdish offensive was being quietly shaped, with Washington and Israel providing the air cover and precision strikes needed to soften IRGC command nodes, air defenses, and logistics networks along that same border. President Trump reportedly told a wire service he would be, in his own words, all for it if the Kurds wanted to move against the regime, and that their goal should be to win outright. Then, it appears to have gotten pumped full of brakes. Regional reporting suggests Turkey's president personally leaned on Washington to shut the formal arming plan down after details reportedly leaked to Ankara through channels inside the White House itself. Turkey has its own reason to be terrified of an empowered, unified Kurdish military coalition sitting on Iran's border. Given the obvious ideological and organizational overlap with militant Kurdish groups, Turkey has fought inside its own borders for decades. So, the pipeline, at least the official, sanctioned government-to-government pipeline, appears to have been throttled back before it ever fully opened.
I thought you said nanny.
And that's exactly what makes the last 2 weeks so strange. Because if the formal support got cut off back in the spring, how is this coalition still running synchronized operations across 100-plus kilometers of mountain terrain in July, hitting multiple provinces in the same 10-day stretch? Hard enough that Kurdish advocacy voices in Washington are now openly telling American reporters this doesn't feel like routine border noise anymore. Did something change? Did somebody quietly reopen a door that was supposedly closed? Or did 4 months of grinding war damage to the IRGC's own command structure, its air defenses, its logistics, simply degrade Tehran's ability to police its own western frontier, regardless of who's arming who? Either answer should worry the regime. One means outside powers are circling back in. The other means the IRGC is weaker on its own home turf than it wants anyone. including its own population, to
So,
know.
you
To understand why this
see
coalition frightens
roughly
Tehran so
how
much more than
big
past
this-
uprisings,
this
you need to
river
understand who
is,
the
right?
Kurds actually are inside Iran and how
Like,
long this fight has already
you
been running.
understand,
Kurds make up
like,
somewhere around
yes,
1 in 10
you
Iranians,
see how there's two
concentrated
rivers
along
here?
that western
The
border for
Yao
centuries.
Jing River
Their relationship with the Islamic
and the
Republic has been
Yao-
openly hostile from the
and
regime's
the
very first year in power.
Zhao
When the
Jing
founding
River
Ayatollah declared
to
what he
come
called a
together
holy struggle against
into
Kurdish
the
autonomy movements
Yangtze.
almost immediately after the 1979
And
revolution.
so then
4 decades of
that-
intermittent insurgency followed,
over here
flaring
there's
and
that
fading
earth,
depending
a
on how
homogeneous
distracted or
earth dam.
how
Can you
confident
give
Tehran
me
felt at
the
any given
coordinate
moment.
around this neighborhood?
What's different now is that the distraction and the confidence problem are both hitting the regime at exactly the same time, in a country that just fought a 40-day war against 2 of the most capable militaries on earth, buried its own supreme leader, and still hasn't finished counting the cost. And the Kurds aren't the only minority population watching this moment closely. Iran's western and southeastern borderlands are a patchwork of ethnic groups with their own long, complicated histories of friction with the central government in Tehran.
Where
From
was
Baloch
that
communities
flood
near the
in that
Pakistani
village that
frontier
just
to Arab
happened? They
populations
said
in the
90?
oil-rich southwest. None of those populations are staging anything resembling the coordinated campaign the Kurdish coalition has managed to build, at least not yet. And nobody watching this closely is claiming otherwise. But every single one of them is watching how much punishment the regime can absorb in its west before something gives, and every single one of them is calculating, quietly, what an opening might look like if it does. Now here's where the weapons conversation gets genuinely interesting, because the terrain itself is doing something the Kurdish coalition never could have engineered on its own. The fighting is happening almost entirely in the Zagros mountain range, a landscape of narrow valleys, steep ridgelines, and natural choke points that Kurdish fighters have operated in for generations, and that IRGC armor simply cannot dominate the way it can dominate open desert or city streets. Layer in the one piece of technology that has rewritten every insurgency on the planet over the last several years, the cheap first-person view drone,
where would it
and
be
you start
along
to
that river,
understand
bud?
why a coalition without an air force can still hold its own against a state security apparatus with tanks and artillery.
There's-
a drone that
there's
costs a
one
few
over there
$100 can
next
take out an armored
to
vehicle that costs millions.
number
You don't need to win the
15
mountain, you
convenience
just need
store.
eyes on it and ammunition that
You see
costs
that
less
way
than the
down
shell the
down
other
there
side is
next
firing
to
back at you.
WHE
And Iran knows exactly how
Boulevard?
vulnerable this makes them, because they've watched the same technology dismantle
Yeah,
conventional
double pin.
advantages everywhere else it's been deployed over the last several years. That's precisely why Iranian forces have spent months conducting
that's
missile
already
and drone strikes, not
Look
just
at it,
inside their
M-
own western provinces,
There we go.
but
It
across
says
the border into Iraq's Kurdistan region
MEII.
itself.
Look at that
hitting
dam.
Kurdish
That's not the
opposition
right
camps
one,
and
but there's
bases
one of
aimed during
them. They
supposed
have
ceasefire
9,008
windows, even in the middle of ongoing
98,000
negotiations with the
dams.
United States. Because Tehran
So-
understands something simple. If it waits for these groups to
calculate
fully
the flow
organize,
rate
fully arm, and fully
of one
coordinate
of
on the
these
schedule of their
breaches,
choosing,
let's say
the
if it
mountain fight
was-
becomes unwinnable.
the dam
So
was
they're trying to
15 feet
decapitate
high,
the
and
coalition
it
piece by
was
piece now, hitting one faction's
all-
base in Erbil this week specifically.
like at
reporting
least over
suggests,
half of it
to
was
prevent the
released
faction
within
from
30
linking up
minutes.
with the
How much
fighters
could that flow
already
rate
engaged near
possibly
Mohammed.
be?
Divide
if
the
the
resistance
reservoir
before
was
it can fully
completely
become
filled
one
to
resistance.
capacity?
That's the strategy. Question is
And
whether
you know
it's
which one
working,
I was talking
or whether
about.
it's radicalizing every village it touches. Because here's the thing about pressure campaigns against ethnic minorities during wartime. They tend to produce exactly the opposite of what the state wants. Every strike on a refugee camp in Erbil, every drone hit on a base that Kurdish groups say had no fighters present at the time,
Oh, stop
every
it.
named
You
casualty
know
published
there's a
within
way.
hours by human rights monitors who move faster than state media can spin the story becomes recruitment material. A senior figure in one of these Kurdish parties told a Western outlet flatly this week that his movement's struggle predates the current negotiations entirely and doesn't depend on them, but that any agreement that ignores the Kurdish question, ignores the regime's repression of Kurdish civilians, will not deliver the stability everyone in Washington and Doha is chasing. Translation: you can sign whatever memorandum you want with Tehran. It does not end this, and that memorandum is very real and very fragile. The United States and Iran are working through the outline of a broader peace framework, one that would require Iran to halt uranium enrichment, destroy existing enriched stockpiles, accept limits on missile range, and settle a defined arrangement over the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for sanctions relief and the ability to sell oil on the open market again. Talks in Doha had reportedly been making what negotiators called positive progress just days ago, and then they paused. Officially, because Iranian negotiators needed to return home for the funeral. Unofficially, ask yourself what else that pause conveniently buys the regime.
We'll
Time
talk
to
more
manage
about
a live
that tomorrow. I'm
insurgency in
getting
the
kinda
West
tired on
without
that.
international cameras parked on the outcome
It's
of
not
nuclear
going
talks.
anywhere. I
Time to
can't do
project
anything about
strength
it
to
right
a
now.
domestic audience that's watching its own security forces take casualties in their own mountains. Time to figure out exactly how hard the new supreme leader is willing to grip power that his father held through 4 decades of exactly this kind of pressure. Because Iran is not just refusing to fully pause its Western military campaign during a funeral. It is also, just this week, refusing outright to let international nuclear inspectors anywhere near the Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan sites, the same facilities that were bombed and damaged back in the opening days of the war. Tehran is citing a law passed by its own parliament and a National Security Council directive as the justification. So, while the world watches 5 cities host a funeral procession for a man killed trying to protect that exact nuclear program, the regime is simultaneously slamming the door on any outside verification of what's left of it, and simultaneously fighting an active shooting war against its own citizens in the mountains. mountains a few hundred kilometers away. That is 3 enormous stories happening on top of each other, and the funeral is the only one getting global camera time. Sit with the nuclear angle for a second longer, because it deserves more than a passing mention. Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan were not minor facilities. They were, for years, described by Western intelligence agencies as the backbone of Iran's entire enrichment program. Hardened, buried, built specifically to survive exactly the kind of strikes that hit them in February. Nobody outside Iran's own government currently has a verified, independent picture of what actually survived underneath that damage, how much enriched material is still sitting in place, or whether any of it has been moved somewhere else entirely in the months since. That uncertainty is precisely why international inspectors were pushing so hard for access this week, and precisely why Tehran's refusal lands as such a loud signal. A government confident that inspectors would find nothing alarming has every incentive to let them in and remove the ambiguity. A government that slams the door instead is either protecting something it doesn't want the world to see, or protecting the appearance of sovereignty at a moment when appearing to bend to outside pressure on top of a funeral, on top of a mountain war, on top of a leadership transition, might be one demand too many for a system already straining at every seam. Either explanation should worry anyone counting on that 60-day negotiating window to produce something durable. Meanwhile, the American military posture in the region hasn't exactly relaxed either. Just this week, Central Command confirmed that an amphibious ready group built around the USS Boxer, carrying more than 2,000 Marines from an expeditionary unit, is actively operating in the Middle East as part of what's being described as a scheduled deployment. Scheduled. Sure, scheduled to arrive during the exact week that Iran's supreme leader succession is being formalized in public, that nuclear inspectors are being locked out of the damaged facilities, and that Kurdish fighters are taking and inflicting casualties across 100+ kilometers of the country's western spine. The IRGC, for its part, responded to all of this with a public statement warning that any miscalculation by its enemies would be met with a response it described as more crushing than ever before. That's not the language of an organization that feels secure. That's the language of an organization trying to convince its own population, and maybe itself, that it's still the one holding the leash. There's also a quieter military calculation happening inside the IRGC right now, one that rarely gets discussed outside defense circles, but matters enormously to how this plays out. This organization has already absorbed the loss of an extraordinary number of senior officers over the last several months, including its own commander-in-chief and the head of its intelligence division, both killed during the opening strikes of the war. Independent estimates of total IRGC casualties across the full conflict run into the thousands. An organization that just lost that much of its senior leadership and that much manpower in a conventional war against two advanced militaries is now being asked simultaneously to run a counterinsurgency campaign across difficult mountain terrain against a unified, motivated, increasingly well-drilled opposition coalition. Militaries do not usually get to choose which war they fight next. Right now, Tehran is fighting the leftover of one war and the opening stages of another at the exact same time, with a command structure that took a battering it hasn't fully recovered from. Now step back and look at what's actually underneath all of this. You have a supreme leader succession that skipped straight from father to son in the middle of an active war, a move that plenty of insiders in Tehran reportedly view as an attempt to lock in continuity rather than let the clerical establishment actually deliberate over who deserves the position. You have members of parliament publicly raising the question of impeaching the negotiating team handling the American talks, which tells you the fracture lines aren't just running through the streets, they're running straight through the government building itself. You have a state-affiliated commentator openly warning that any real easing of tension with the outside world risks generating public expectations, better wages, lower inflation, an actual improved standard of living that the regime knows it cannot deliver even if the sanctions come off tomorrow. That's an extraordinary thing for a government mouthpiece to say out loud. It's an admission that the danger to the regime isn't really the war. It's what happens the moment the war stops, and people expect their lives to actually get better. And overlapping with every bit of that, resistance networks operating inside major Iranian cities, not just the Kurdish border, have kept up a steady drumbeat of operations since a wave of mass protests were violently crushed back in January. Protests that reportedly left thousands of demonstrators dead in a crackdown spearheaded by the very same IRGC now fighting in the mountains. Opposition figures in exile addressing a summit outside Paris this summer described the regime as having reached what they called its last stop, framing the installation of a second Khamenei as supreme leader not as a show of strength, but as proof the system has run out of anywhere else to turn. Whether that reading is accurate or wishful thinking from exiled opposition groups is genuinely an open question, but the fact that internal Iranian commentary and the exiled opposition are independently converging on the same diagnosis, a regime papering over structural cracks with a funeral and a threat, should tell you something about how fragile this moment actually feels from multiple angles at once. So here's the picture forming in real time. A 60-plus day negotiating clock with Washington that's now paused. A nuclear inspection standoff that just hardened. A funeral spectacle designed to project total unity to 100 foreign delegations. An active, multi-province shooting war against a newly unified Kurdish military coalition that outside observers thought had already been shut down months ago. A Marine expeditionary force conveniently parked offshore. And an IRGC publicly threatening a more crushing response than ever, which is exactly the kind of statement an organization makes when it needs the world, and its own people, to believe it's still fully in control of a situation that every piece of evidence on the ground says it very much is not. Now let's pull the lens back even further, because there's a second front burning right now that's getting buried under all of this Iran coverage, and it might actually be the more consequential story of the summer. While the world's attention sits fixed on the Gulf, Ukraine has been running what may be the most sustained and devastating drone campaign of its entire war against Russia, and it's happening almost entirely in the shadow of the Iran headlines. President Zelensky publicly announced what he called a 40-day influence operation aimed at forcing Russia back to the table after a year of failed peace efforts, and the scale of what's followed has been staggering. Ukrainian forces have hit Russian naval vessels and air defense radar sites at the port city of Kerch in Crimea. They've knocked out the main power substation serving Sevastopol, plunging the peninsula's largest city into blackouts, and forcing local officials to impose emergency power cuts and gasoline rationing in the middle of peak summer tourist season. They've hit hardened aircraft shelters at Saki Air Base, reportedly damaging Russian combat jets sitting inside structures built specifically to survive exactly this kind of strike. And it's not random. Ukraine's own drone forces commander and defense officials have been explicit about the strategy. Cut Crimea off, choke the Kerch Bridge, choke the northern land corridor running through occupied Kherson, choke the fuel depots and the rail lines feeding Russian forces on the peninsula, until the only Russian-controlled soldiers stationed there are managing a fuel crisis so severe that residents in bordering Russian regions are reportedly clashing with people from Crimea over access to functioning gas stations. Ukraine's defense minister put it about as plainly as a government official ever puts anything. His forces are isolating Crimea with drones, and in the near term, he suggested, Crimea could functionally become an island cut off from resupply almost entirely by air, sea, and land. One Ukrainian strike alone reportedly destroyed roughly 50 Russian military vehicles loaded with fuel and ammunition, crossing a key bridge linking the peninsula to the mainland. Analysts have started calling the main resupply corridor south from Russia the Highway of Death, because of the sheer number of burned-out convoy vehicles now littering the roadside for hundreds of miles. Zoom in on the details for a moment, because they matter more than the top-line numbers. Ukrainian defenses reported knocking down the overwhelming majority of an enormous overnight barrage of Russian drones during one recent exchange, only for a handful of ballistic missiles to slip through air defenses entirely and strike populated areas, a reminder that even a lopsided air war still produces real civilian casualties on both sides almost every single night. Russia has continued hammering Ukrainian cities with glide bombs and drone swarms of its own, killing and wounding civilians in Kiev, in Kharkiv, in Odessa, even as its own occupied territory in the south bleeds fuel and power. Both sides, in the middle of this, quietly carried out a prisoner exchange. 160 soldiers returning home to each country on the very same day, Ukraine launched one of its heaviest bombardments of the entire war. Diplomacy and destruction, running on parallel tracks, neither one waiting for the other to finish. Think about what that means strategically. For over a decade, Crimea has been treated by Moscow as the one piece of this war it would never give up under any circumstance, the prize annexed back in 2014 that justified everything that followed in 2022. And right now, without a single square kilometer of ground actually changing hands, Ukraine is making that prize increasingly unlivable, unsupplyable, and strategically radioactive for the very forces sent there to hold it. That is a fundamentally different kind of pressure than a ground offensive, and it's compounding week over week while most of the world's attention is locked somewhere else entirely. There's an uncomfortable symmetry worth naming here too. Both Tehran and Moscow are right now discovering the same lesson at the same time, on opposite sides of the map, and neither one seems able to do much about it. Cheap, mass-produced, difficult-to-intercept drones have quietly rewritten the economics of holding territory by force. It no longer takes a peer military to bleed a great power dry. It takes patience, a supply of low-cost systems, accurate targeting data, and a willingness to keep hitting the same logistics arteries night after night until the cost of defending them exceeds the value of what's being defended. Russia is watching its most prized conquered territory turn into a fuel-starved liability. Iran is watching a coalition it thought it had contained turn a mountain range it has controlled for 4 decades into a place its own security forces can no longer move through safely at night. Different wars, different decades-long grievances, completely different geography, and yet the exact same underlying story. The tools available to the weaker side in an asymmetric fight have never been this cheap, this available, or this effective, and the governments built to project overwhelming force are only beginning to grapple with what that actually means for how long they can keep doing it. So put both boards side by side for a second. In the Gulf, a regime burying its supreme leader while quietly losing ground in its own mountains and locking inspectors out of its damaged nuclear sites. In the Black Sea, an occupying power watching its most symbolically important conquered territory gets slowly strangled by cheap drones it cannot fully stop. 2 entirely different wars, thousands of kilometers apart, and yet the exact same underlying lesson sitting inside both of them. The old assumptions about what it takes to hold territory, project strength, and control a population by force are eroding in real time, faster than most governments, and frankly, faster than most audiences, are able to track. Which brings us back to where we started. A funeral procession moving through 5 cities over 6 days, built specifically to convince 100 foreign delegations and 80 million Iranians that the machinery of the state is unshaken, that continuity from father to son means stability, that the blood spilled in February has purchased unity rather than exposed fracture. And 100 kilometers to the west in villages most of those delegations couldn't find on a map. A coalition that supposedly got shut down months ago is instead fighting harder, coordinating tighter, and taking the state's own security forces off the board one ambush at a time. Does the funeral hold the country together, or does it become the moment historians eventually point back to, as the instant everyone realized the emperor's robes had already been torn open in the mountains, while the cameras were pointed somewhere else? Does the pause in Doha come back stronger once the ceremonies end, or did Tehran just buy itself a week to quietly reposition forces, while the world assumed diplomacy was simply on hold? Does a coalition that supposedly got shut down back in the spring keep tightening its grip on 100 kilometers of mountain terrain? Or does the regime finally find a way to break it apart, faction by faction, before it can turn coordination into something bigger? Does an inspection standoff over 3 of the most sensitive nuclear sites on the planet quietly resolve itself once the funeral traffic clears out of Tehran? Or does it harden into the exact kind of impasse that turns a 60-day negotiating window into the moment everything currently held together by exhaustion and diplomacy comes apart instead? And what happens the day after the funeral ends? When the delegations go home, the cameras move on, and the Kurdish coalition, the resistance cells operating in Tehran and Isfahan, the negotiators sitting across the table in Doha, and a security apparatus that just spent a week fighting a war on 2 fronts simultaneously, all wake up to the exact same unresolved country they had the day before it started. 6 days of ceremony do not erase a war that killed thousands of its own senior officers. They do not restock a mountain campaign that just lost more fighters than it can easily replace. They do not answer the one question every single government watching this from the outside, in Washington, in Ankara, in Tel Aviv, in Moscow, in Kiev, is quietly asking behind closed doors right now. Is this the week a regime successfully projected strength through a crisis, the way it has done for 4 decades running? Or is this the week the cracks that have been spreading underneath that projection for months finally became too wide for even a 5-city funeral procession to paper over? Nobody currently sitting in Tehran, in Washington, or in those mountain villages themselves actually knows the answer to that yet. And that uncertainty, more than any single explosion or ambush this week, might be the most dangerous fact sitting on the entire board right now.
On the afternoon of June 6, a massive explosion occurred at the Wanfeng Technology Industrial Park in Xingtai City, Hebei Province. A mushroom cloud rose above the site, and the factory was completely destroyed. Reports online claimed that casualties were heavy, with at least more than 10 people killed. However, information was quickly blocked by Chinese authorities. A local villager told reporters that around 3 p.m. on July 6, his grandfather contacted him and said that an explosion had occurred. At the time, the grandfather was sleeping at home. The villager said, "Nothing happened to my house. My grandfather was taking a nap that afternoon when the explosion scared him awake. I heard that more than a dozen people were killed." Another nearby resident, Xiao Mei, told reporters that she found videos of the explosion on social media. But at around 11 p.m. that night, staff from the Internet Control Center called her and asked her to delete the videos, saying they were concerned the videos would have too much impact. On Douyin, a few videos from the scene circulated. The footage showed the explosion site in complete chaos. The factory had been reduced to rubble, leaving only twisted metal frames behind. People who posted the video claimed that there were currently no casualties, but Xiao Mei said that even if people had died, authorities would not release that information. A villager who passed by the area said, "A mushroom cloud really did rise when the explosion happened. The blast was extremely loud. I don't know the exact situation. Later, the road in that area was blocked off." The factory involved was reportedly producing lithium batteries for EVs. The powerful shockwave shattered windows in nearby villagers' homes. One person online claimed there were at least 15 people inside the factory at the time, and said he was at the scene. He claimed that most of the people inside were killed. Others said that an explosion in a lithium battery workshop could only be imagined in terms of how destructive it would be. Entering the second half of 2026, China appears to be experiencing a wave of explosions. On July 5th, an extremely rare and powerful hazardous chemical explosion occurred on a section of National Highway 331 in Inner Mongolia. A truck carrying ammonium nitrate collided violently with another truck and caught fire. A fireball shot into the sky, and an unusually large mushroom cloud formed. The shockwave also affected vehicles far from the scene. According to an official report, the incident has so far caused 2 deaths and 4 injuries. According to reports from Beijing Daily and official sources, the accident happened at around 11:27 a.m. on a section of National Highway 331 in Inner Mongolia. National Highway 331 is a major transportation route connecting Dandong City, Liaoning Province, with Altai, Xinjiang Autonomous Region. At the time of the accident, the truck carrying ammonium nitrate collided head-on with another truck, leaving both vehicles severely damaged. Multiple videos circulating online show a burning vehicle suddenly exploding. Flame shot into the sky, followed by thick black smoke. After the explosion, the road was severely damaged, with vehicle debris scattered throughout the surrounding area. At 5 p.m. that afternoon, after receiving information about the incident, reporters contacted the traffic police in Inner Mongolia. A staff member said the accident was serious. The specific cause and details of the scene were still under investigation, and the road was temporarily closed to traffic. A blogger happened to witness the accident from a distance cameras and used a cell phone to record the red mushroom cloud. The scene was described as extremely shocking.
Yeah.
Many people online commented, "This is terrifying. I thought it was a video from Russia or Ukraine." Others said, "Look into this news. Could a Russian missile have accidentally hit Inner Mongolia?" After the incident, the blogger went to the explosion site and found that the blast had left a crater several meters deep. The entire highway had been completely destroyed, with the damage comparable to that caused by a massive aerial bomb. Several government personnel were still conducting inspections at the scene. Some people online questioned the official casualty figures, saying, with an explosion this powerful, only 2 deaths and 4 injuries? That's hard to believe. Others commented, "Seeing the words ammonium nitrate immediately reminds people of the Tianjin port explosion. As a high-risk chemical and a key component used in explosives, even a small mistake in the transportation or storage can lead to catastrophic consequences. Hopefully, this incident will receive a clear official investigation." Some even speculated, could this have been Ukraine cutting off supplies to Russia? It feels like someone is suffering in silence. Observers noted that since the beginning of the year, fires and explosions across mainland China have occurred with unusual frequency. The number of incidents appears higher than in previous years, and some have involved extremely powerful blasts. On the afternoon of June 13th, a major explosion occurred at a chemical factory in Liaocheng City, Shandong Province. The entire factory area was covered by thick smoke, and power was cut off across several kilometers. Footage filmed by local residents showed a massive fireball shooting into the sky, accompanied by several loud blasts. The videos captured warning horns from passing vehicles and screams from residents. Several people nearby stopped to watch the scene. Owners of nearby shops told the media that they heard a series of powerful explosions when the incident occurred. Nearby businesses closed, and surrounding areas experienced a temporary power outage. Local residents said that a strong chemical odor lingered in the air for a long time. Many households closed their windows and drew their curtains. The Yanggu County Emergency Bureau said that on the afternoon of June 13th, a paraffin storage area at a chemical company caught fire, injuring 3 people. The cause of the explosion was unknown and remained under investigation. Public records show that Yanggu Huatai, founded in 1994, is one of China's leading companies in the rubber additives industry and was the first publicly listed company in Yanggu County, Liaocheng. People online commented that an explosion this terrifying, resulting in only 3 injuries, was simply unbelievable. They said, "You couldn't even convince a child of that." They also pointed out that the explosion happened in the afternoon, when there should have been many people inside such a large factory area. Based on the explosion videos, even pedestrians and people nearby appear to have been affected. The number of injured people was likely far higher than just a few. At 1:40 a.m. on June 11th, a powerful explosion suddenly occurred in Guilin City, Guangxi Province. Local police said the explosion caused 7 deaths and 17 serious injuries. Police said they had initially ruled out pipeline gas as the cause and were conducting further investigations. However, no convincing explanation has been released so far. According to Chinese media, the blast was extremely powerful, with residents describing it as feeling like a tornado had swept through the area. From the explosion site to the nearby river, windows were shattered, walls cracked, and door frames were damaged. Some residents living 4 kilometers away said they clearly felt the impact. According to China National Radio, Xing'an County Hospital received more than 30 injured people. Some were seriously injured, including a 2-year-old child, who was later sent to Guilin for further treatment. Local residents said most buildings near the center of the explosion were owner-built homes. People from all walks of life lived there, including government employees, teachers, and farmers. After the explosion, local officials rushed to the scene. When the Xing'an County Public Security Bureau issued a statement that morning, it called the blast an incident rather than an accident, saying further investigation would be carried out. The wording sparked speculation among the public. The local gas company said the explosion was unrelated to natural gas. Observers noted that the incident was announced by the police rather than emergency management authorities, suggesting that authorities had not ruled out the possibility of criminal involvement. In its report, state broadcaster CCTV briefly mentioned the casualty numbers, but provided no details about the cause of the explosion. Many people online expressed anger and demanded answers. Some commented, "What caused the explosion? Was it because someone was demanding unpaid wages? Was it revenge against society? Or someone taking money and refusing to deliver what was promised?" Only the truth about what caused the explosion can make the report authoritative. Explain what happened. How did the explosion occur? Was it terrorism or internal conflict? One person directly criticized the system, saying, "All inspections and supervision have become nothing more than formalities. Officials only issue documents and make decisions without proper investigation. The designs are done by inexperienced graduates. Regulators are often non-professionals, and experts are usually just people following whoever's in charge." Although the official statement used extremely cautious wording and the police provided no further details, several local residents told overseas media outlets more information about what happened, revealing a tragic picture. A resident surnamed Xu said the person involved had spent 80,000 yuan buying medicinal tea to treat an illness. After the product failed to work, he allegedly sought revenge against those involved. She said the person had reportedly made explosives himself and was likely also killed in the blast. Another resident surnamed Han said the person responsible was an elderly man. He had been cheated out of tens of thousands of yuan. He was in poor health and couldn't afford medical treatment. He couldn't get his money back, so he made explosives himself. Do you know about that certain tea company? You can search it. I can't say too much. If I explain too much, I'll be called in for questioning. Making homemade explosives is not that difficult. The authorities haven't released a statement yet, so we can't make random claims. That's roughly what happened. A resident named Jiang provided more details, saying the old man threw 2 bombs at the people he wanted revenge on. He used to be a soldier and had been in combat, so he knew how to make explosives. He was previously responsible for handling explosives as an artillery soldier. The most detailed information comes from Dong Shigang. He said, this was a man born in 1953, the same age as Xi Jinping. He had served in the military and worked as a combat engineer. He had knowledge of explosives. He bought ammonium nitrate and mixed it with other materials to make explosives. Although a large amount of information about the incident has circulated, local residents remain cautious about speaking publicly. A resident surnamed Ran said, people here don't dare to talk about it online. We can only discuss it privately. Sorry, I can't say too much because I'm afraid the police will come after me. Another resident, surnamed He, said, people from the central government have already come down and sealed off the scene. Many special police officers were also sent in from the city. My home is only a 5-minute walk from the site. So many buildings nearby were destroyed. There's no way this can be covered up. After the explosion, reporters repeatedly called the local police department, but none of the calls were answered. On June 3rd, several people online posted videos claiming that an explosion occurred at a factory in Suzhou, Jiangsu province. The video showed firefighters battling the blaze when another explosion suddenly occurred inside the building. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke filled the area, and a large number of firefighters quickly evacuated. According to Shaoxiang Morning Post, the incident occurred in Wuzhong District, Suzhou. A witness at the scene told reporters that after hearing the explosion, a white mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The blast caused ringing in his ears, and the old ceiling of his company was shaken loose. That afternoon, reporters contacted the local fire department. A staff member said they were handling the situation at the scene. Staff from the Wuzhong District Emergency Management Bureau said they were waiting for an official announcement. The incident quickly became a trending topic on Weibo. Local residents commented, there were 3 explosions. The ceiling of our shop was blown apart. Nearby windows were shattered. There must have been injuries. I even saw photos of workers whose clothes were burned off. That afternoon, the Luzhi town government issued a statement saying that at 11:54 a.m., a fire broke out at a waste recycling warehouse in Luzhi. And officials said there was no environmental pollution. After multiple rounds of inspection, authorities said 2 people suffered burns and were sent to hospital for treatment. Both were reportedly in stable condition, with no life-threatening injuries. The public questioned the casualty numbers. However, to this day, authorities have released no further information. In May, the largest explosion incident in China occurred, and online commentators suspect it's a revenge attack. On May 4th, an explosion occurred at a workshop operated by Huasheng Fireworks Manufacturing and Display Company in Changsha, Hunan Province. Authorities said the accident caused 26 deaths and 61 injuries. Aerial footage showed that the core area of the explosion was almost completely flattened, with no intact buildings left standing. The site was covered with blackened rubble, while white smoke and occasional flare-ups could still be seen. The blast reportedly created a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high. The shockwave spread several kilometers, shattering windows and doors of nearby homes. Even large rocks weighing hundreds of kilograms were reportedly thrown by the force of the explosion. Nearby residents said their doors and windows were completely destroyed, and their televisions and rooftops were also damaged. Because the explosion was so loud, some residents were frightened and left the village. Residents said there were many fireworks factories in the area. The affected Huasheng Fireworks Factory was reportedly involved in exporting firework products. They said multiple major explosions occurred that day. The injured were taken to hospitals for treatment, but many people were still missing and were believed to be buried beneath collapsed buildings. On May 5th, an account on X called Luoxiang shared information allegedly from a firefighter in Liuyang. The firefighter claimed, I roughly counted 26 burned bodies that were carried from the site. In reality, there were still people who had not been found and people who were still missing. Some were likely completely destroyed by the explosion. I estimate there were at least around 100 people still at the scene, because more than 130 people were working at the time. It means that more than 130 people were all gone. The firefighter also said, Later, our team leader told us that a nearby town had basically been wiped out. Within a 2-kilometer radius, there were no signs of life because many of the people nearby were elderly residents and children. Around 300 people may have been killed. My rough estimate is that the total death toll from this accident could be around 450 people, with more than 300 injured. The firefighter also claimed the person responsible was an elderly man who had repeatedly petitioned the authorities for years. He had spent 20 years appealing over land acquisition issues. He was beaten and placed in illegal detention. During that time, his family faced long-term intimidation. His wife could not endure it and died, and his son developed mental illness. The old man felt he had nothing to live for and eventually took an extreme path. Analysts said that recently, China has been experiencing what they described as a sharp rise in social disorder and major incidents. In addition to frequent fires and explosions, other serious incidents, including dam failures and entire villages being flooded, have also occurred. They said that starting 2026, the situation in China has increasingly shown signs of deep crisis. In recent days, the Guangxi region has experienced severe flooding after reservoir failures, leaving nearly 1,700 people trapped. On July 7th, a person online posted screenshots claiming that a snake farm in Yunbiao Town, Guangxi, had been destroyed by floodwaters, allowing large numbers of snakes to escape. The farm reportedly raised 3 main types of snakes: cobras, king rat snakes, and water snakes. Among them, cobras were considered the most venomous. Videos circulating online appeared to show large king cobras surfacing in floodwaters. Some snakes reportedly entered residents' homes, forcing villagers to use bamboo poles to drive them away. Some people online claimed that many areas of Guangxi had lost water and electricity, roads were blocked, and many residents had been bitten by snakes. Some said victims died from poisoning because they couldn't reach medical facilities in time due to blocked roads. Others said the biggest challenge was not the shortage of antivenom, but the collapse of transportation and communication networks caused by flooding. The Chinese newspaper Yangcheng Evening News reported that snake farms existed in both low-lying areas and on hillsides around Yunbiao. Affected by the dangers at the Liulan Reservoir and Yunbiao Reservoir, low-lying areas were flooded, and some smaller snake farms lost their snakes. Some villagers trapped by floodwaters were indeed bitten, but they were unable to receive timely medical treatment because they were surrounded by water. A snake farmer, surnamed Lei, told media that the flooding affected not only the farm snakes, but also wild ones and other animals. He warned that if residents evacuated to hillsides or areas with dense vegetation, they could be bitten if they accidentally stepped on snakes. On July 1st, the Chinese Communist Party held what it called a celebration conference, marking its 105th anniversary. Footage showed the Chinese Communist Party's 5-star flag appearing upside down on the dome of Wan Daifu International Building in Tianjin. Some people claimed the video was created by anti-CCP figures using AI, saying that even the McDonald's logo had been reversed. But that's not true. The yellow W shown in the footage is the first letter of Wonderful, the English translation of Wan Daifu, and was not the McDonald's logo. According to traditional Chinese beliefs, an upside-down flag is considered a highly ominous sign. This is especially sensitive because the CCP's red flag has long been portrayed by authorities as extremely solemn and not to be disrespected. The appearance of such an inauspicious sign on the CCP's birthday was viewed by some as more than a coincidence. The Longshu Temple in Quanzhou City, Fujian, was reportedly struck by lightning 7 times on June 24th. Dark clouds covered the sky, and amid thunder, a bright purple lightning bolt struck the ground. Soon afterward, Longshu Temple caught fire. Multiple additional lightning strikes then hit the temple in succession. After being struck by lightning 7 times, the roof of the temple was reportedly pierced. The beams and pillars were burned and charred. Inside the temple, the faces of the statues of the 4 heavenly kings were burned black. Strangely, the rest of the statues' colors remained unchanged. Local residents commented, "This really happened. A purple lightning bolt struck the temple. The red cloth covering the faces of the 4 heavenly kings was torn apart by the lightning, and their faces were burned black." Some people also pointed out that there are many high-rise buildings near the Longshu Temple, as well as 2 tall steel towers behind it. They questioned why the lightning did not strike the nearby towers, but instead struck this low-rise temple, and why it happened 7 times. They said even science could not explain this. The Chinese Communist Party has often been described by its critics as a red evil dragon, while the party itself has promoted the image of China as an Eastern dragon. With explosions occurring across different regions, followed by fires, floods, and now lightning strikes, some people believe that these events are signs that the regime's days may be numbered.
Here today to discuss the indictment of 8 men who are charged in 2 conspiracies related to the plot to kill federal government officials and other members of the public who attended the Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC, Freedom 250 event in Washington, D.C. at the White House on June 14th. Before I continue, I want to remind everybody that what I am about to discuss is alleged in charging instruments that contain allegations only, and that the defendants we're going to talk about today are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. As our court filings reveal, the investigation of this plot began on June 10th right here in the Southern District of Ohio, when Knox County Sheriff's deputies and Danville police officers responded to the Knox County resident of Tyson Proper after receiving a report from a concerned family member. Upon further investigation, Proper was arrested and charged in this district by criminal complaint. The investigation continued and led to the arrest of and federal criminal complaints filed against 6 other individuals located in 4 other federal jurisdictions across the country. Those individuals are Abraham Alvarez, Daniel Eskridge, William Faulkner, Jordan Rinker, Brian Roa, and Michael Thomas. Thanks to this quick law enforcement action and close coordination and cooperation between federal prosecutors in my office and those in the Central District of California, the Western District of Missouri, the District of Nebraska, and the Western District of Washington, as well as from the Department of Justice's National Security Division, this alleged plot was disrupted before it could be carried out, ensuring a safe and successful UFC Freedom 250 event on June 14th. The indictment handed down yesterday consolidates all of these previously filed criminal complaints into one charging instrument and adds an 8th defendant to the conspiracy, Chandler D. Skaggs, 21, of Chapmanville, West Virginia. Mr. Skaggs was taken into custody a few days ago in West Virginia. The indictment charges all 8 men with 2 conspiracy counts. The first count is a conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists by way of money, firearms, ammunition, body armor, explosives, drones, medical and communications equipment, as well as personnel, with the knowledge and intent that those resources were to be used in preparation for and to carry out the murder of federal officers and employees in the course of an attack on a federal facility and the use of a weapon of mass destruction. That first conspiracy count is punishable by up to 15 years of imprisonment. The second count is a conspiracy to commit murder on federal government territory and to murder a federal government official, including the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and members of Congress. That second count is punishable by up to a lifetime of imprisonment. The indictment details several overt acts allegedly committed by the defendants in May and June of this year, including acquiring and maintaining firearms, ammunition and body armor, meeting to train in marksmanship and combat tactics, meeting to provide firearms and other gear to each other, purchasing a 3D printer to make drones, making plans to travel together to Washington, D.C., and actually beginning travel to Washington, D.C. The allegations in this indictment, we allege, show that these men were not simply airing grievances from behind their keyboards and sharing like-minded political ideologies. Rather, they took action to carry out a plot to attack the UFC Freedom 250 event and to murder federal officials at the highest levels of our government. Political discourse has many places in our society. Political violence has none. Because of the diligent, around-the-clock work of our AUSAs, our law enforcement partners, our sister U.S. attorneys' offices around the country, and the National Security Division, these 8 men are now in custody, and this threat to our government and to the public has been successfully neutralized. But our work is not finished. My office, along with our great law enforcement partners, will continue to do everything in our power to protect our fellow citizens from threats to their safety and to hold accountable those who would commit violence against our nation and its leaders. So I'm now going to turn things over to Special Agent in Charge Jason Cromartie from the FBI.
As mentioned, a group was making plans and taking steps to conduct an attack on our nation's capital. However, every day, the FBI takes steps to identify and to protect people from those threats. Good morning. My name is Jason Cromartie. I'm the special agent in charge for FBI Cincinnati, which covers the southern and central portions of Ohio. The mission of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force is to detect and disrupt terror plots that target Americans with an emphasis on preventing incidents before they occur. I'm honored to be here today with our partners to announce these indictments related to the threats against the Freedom 250 Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC, the event that was to be held at the White House last month. This is a classic example of see something, say something, saving lives, and how the law enforcement partnership comes together to keep our communities safe. The FBI is grateful for these partnerships that have helped prevent a tragedy. From the initial 911 call, our law enforcement colleagues with the Danville Police Department and the Knox County Sheriff's Office recognized a potential threat. Their deputies and patrol officers did a tremendous job at evaluating the situation, taking immediate action, and exposing this terrorist threat, and then contacting the FBI. When the FBI began to investigate Tyson Proper, we quickly learned of the alleged plot involved multiple people across the country coordinating and planning a violent attack. The FBI notified the Secret Service, who are great partners in our efforts to protect the U.S. homeland. Command post coordinated interviews, intelligence analysis, and execution of search warrants around the country quickly identified additional participants and evidence of this conspiracy. This resulted in additional subjects being arrested by the FBI over a matter of days in several states, as mentioned, in Missouri, Nebraska, and California. Through this investigation, we learned the group allegedly planned to carry out a mass casualty attack involving the use of drones, armed with explosives, and firearms meant to shoot people fleeing in the crowds. Our command posts also included membership of the Secret Service and other partners to share information in real time and to help ensure no violence occurred at the White House UFC event or any other high-profile events. Again, the FBI would like to thank our local partners at the Knox County Sheriff's Office, the Danville Police Department, and particularly members of the Columbus Division of Police, who were an integral part of this investigation. I must commend the special agents, the task force officers, the intelligence analysts, and the other team members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the many other law enforcement agencies and officers around the country for their work on this case. They continue their commitment to keeping people safe and working together to protect our nation, especially the work by the United States Attorney's Office and the Southern District of Ohio, who helped us put together this case. Together, we worked long hours, ceaselessly over several weeks to investigate, make fast work of uncovering connections, and disrupting this plot. I also want to thank FBI leadership and the various supporting divisions of FBI headquarters and the many FBI field offices coast to coast who are directly involved in this investigation. They've all committed significant amount of resource to ensure this conspiracy was aggressively and thoroughly investigated. Finally, the FBI wants to remind the public how important it is to speak up when they are concerned about something and they observe something that just they observe this isn't right. Again, we've all heard the saying, see something, say something. This was an excellent case of someone who was concerned by what they were seeing and contacted law enforcement before violence could occur. I encourage the public, if something does not seem right, please alert the authorities. You can always call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, or in an emergency, please call 911. It is our partnerships with law enforcement and with the public together that strengthen our safety nationwide. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to the U.S. Secret Service, Jason Reese.
Thanks, Jason. And good morning. My name is Jason Reese. I'm the special agent in charge of the U.S. Secret Service in Cincinnati. I'd like to begin by thanking the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney and his staff, our federal and local partners at the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the special agents and the technical investigators who got us to this point. There is no mission of greater importance to the Secret Service than the protection of our nation's leaders. And the work put into this investigation makes that point crystal clear. When the information came in, it was a great example of how layers of law enforcement can work efficiently together. Once we had the information that we needed, the Secret Service and federal and local partners were able to identify and lawfully interrupt a communication network that gave us a roadmap to a sinister plot targeting the White House complex. Our agents and support staff are always on alert. In this case, they worked around the clock and in a short window of time in order to mitigate and interdict this threat. I'm truly grateful for their tenacity. From here, the investigation and findings will be presented in court. We'll protect the integrity of that process, and any further comments will be made through official court filings. Lastly, I want to make very clear to the public that nobody is more aware of the threats that lurk outside of our doors than the Secret Service. Rest assured that this agency's vigilance and dedication to duty will continue to keep our nation's leaders and institutions safe. I'd like to introduce to you the Deputy Chief from the Columbus Division of Police, Deputy Chief Sagal. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rob Sagal. I'm a Deputy Chief over Special Operations Subdivision at the Columbus Division of Police. On behalf of Chief Elaine Bryant, I wanted to thank all of our federal, state, and local partners for their efforts and collaboration on this case. Ohio Homeland Security protects the public by analyzing threats, sharing intelligence, safeguarding critical infrastructure, and coordinating emergency preparedness and response. Region 4, which includes much of central Ohio, including Knox County, works together to safeguard the largest city in Ohio and anything in the region which could impact Columbus. As the largest department in the state, the Columbus Division of Police has dedicated resources to the our Homeland Security Section Counterterrorism Unit and assigned them to the statewide Terrorism Analysis and Crime Center, which is the Ohio's Fusion Center. The Fusion Center network allows us to quickly address rapidly evolving situations and threats to our city, state, and throughout the nation. We also dedicate many resources to the local FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, and we're proud of that partnership. These efforts cannot be accomplished alone. They are successful because of the partnerships, but not just because of the partnerships with law enforcement. It's the partnerships with the communities we serve. We would like to thank everyone involved in this case who saw something, said something, and took action. This is how we work together to ensure our communities thrive and our residents feel safe showing up to large events. Thank you.
Okay, we can now take some questions.
Was Mr. Proper on anyone's radar before May?
I'm not aware of him being on anybody's radar before this concerned family member made the call to the sheriff's office.
Would this have been the first time that these 8 ever met each other, and have any of them ever met each other at this point?
We have some information, and I'm going to try to stick to what's been filed in these various complaints that have been filed in the indictments. But there's some information in those indictments about meetings that occurred. In particular, there's a meeting, I think it was on June 13th, between one of the subjects in Nebraska, Alvarez, and a Missouri-based subject. I think it was Mr. Rinker. So they did meet up, and certainly we have information in our complaints and in the indictment talking about how there were plans to meet up, plans for Mr. Proper to drive to West Virginia to meet up with another individual, Mr. Skaggs, in West Virginia, and one of the subjects out, or the defendants out in California, Mr. Roa, having gotten in a car, planning to drive to pick up other members of the conspiracy. But a lot of the communication, obviously, is laid out in the complaint, and the indictments was online through messaging apps and things of that sort.
How common are plots like this, and are they becoming more common with the prevalence of internet chat groups?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say how common plots are. I mean, there's, I think the internet chat groups, these encrypted applications that people use to message each other, make it more and more frequent. And they sort of embolden people to come up with plans and do these plans because they think they're not going to be detected, right? Hey, this is an encrypted app, I'm going to use that. The one, I think, really remarkable thing about what we're able to do at the federal levels, we do have these conspiracy charges and attempt charges and things of that nature. So when we get into an investigation like that, these are charges that don't require the completion of these underlying crimes. And so when we can get onto a messaging application and uncover some communications that reveal a potential plot, we have these tools federally to be able to charge individuals. We don't have to make them go all the way before we can hold them accountable and mitigate the threat.
You speak more to just the timeline. I mean, 4 days before the event doesn't seem like a ton of time. From my perspective, somebody doesn't do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think as laid out in our charging instruments, we've got communications that kind of started, at least with respect to this type of plot, in May. So a good month before the events. Things started to seem to have crystallized sometime in the beginning of June in terms of focusing in on the UFC Freedom 250 event. And certainly when you look at the communications, there were plans to do something at that event. Drones, explosives, there's firearms amassed, ammunition amassed, body armor, plans to travel, right? So yeah, it might seem like a condensed timeline, but the intent from the communications that we've revealed in our complaints and in our indictment show that these folks were planning to act within that time frame.
Was the conspiracy larger than it was supposed to be?
it's like peeling back the layers of an onion sometimes on some of this stuff, right? So you have these chat rooms, you have certain participants in the chat rooms, and you're just trying to figure out who it is, who these folks are. And so you have a bunch of monikers being used, and you don't even know if it's one person using the same moniker or multiple monikers and that sort of thing. So I think at the beginning of the investigation, it wasn't clear how large it was going to turn out to be. And there were a number of folks involved in these chat rooms. There was a number of different chat groups that were compartmentalized. And then different levels of participation in those chat groups, right? So you have some people that maybe were lurking a little bit more and not really participating, some people that were fully participating, and then sort of anywhere in between in that spectrum. So it wasn't clear how big it was going to turn out to be. We've charged these 8 folks right now, but the investigation is going to continue until I think we feel, and the FBI feels, and the Secret Service and our law enforcement partners feel like we've charged everybody that we think needs to be charged in relation to this plot.
Do you anticipate more charges or more people charged?
I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'll just say the investigation is continuing at this point. I'm not going to tell you what I'm anticipating or not at this point.
Is there any indication who really started this of these 8 people? There's been various, through the complaints, this person had this kind of leadership role or this kind of leadership role. Was there one point person that was really the spearhead of this?
Well, I think we've charged our first named indictment, or the first person named in the indictment is Alvarez. I think he's viewed, the shepherd is viewed as sort of a leader in this plot. That's the thing about conspiracies, and that's why conspiracies have been made, criminal conspiracies have been made illegal, right? Is once you get a bunch of people together and they start planning, you never know where the things go, right? And that leads back into the point about social media. That's only, and not social media, but social messaging apps and encrypted apps, is that's only sort of amplified this. Why do we criminalize criminal conspiracies? Is because when you get a group of people planning to do illegal acts, that's viewed as just as serious as actually completing that illegal act, right? So I think when you look at these chats, you see a lot of involvement from a lot of people, and maybe it's different levels, and you might be able to characterize one person as more of a leader, and this person was in charge of looking at drones and things of that nature. But the folks that we've charged, we believe, were all conspirators. They agreed to commit an illegal act, and they were taking overt acts in furtherance of that conspiracy.
And what do you, how would you describe how likely they would have been to achieve this?
I would say it was achieve. It depends on what you mean by achieve it, but at the end of the day, I think we have evidence, and we've laid it out in the complaints and in the indictment, that these folks had amassed ammunition, had amassed weapons. We're looking at 3D printers for drones, and had travel plans to go to D.C. So, what would have happened or could have happened, that's never going to be clear, because thank God there was an intervention here, and this thing was disrupted. But in my view, when I look at what's been alleged there, it seems pretty likely that someone was going to, someone or multiple people were driving to Washington, D.C. to do something.
When you talk about the concern for homegrown terrorists or extremists trying to carry out this kind of violence?
Yeah, there's always a concern for homegrown. We see that quite a bit. I think, I don't know if Jason wants to talk about this, but in my work in the past as a prosecutor with the JTTF, homegrown, we're just as concerned with homegrown as we are with an attack coming from someone overseas, obviously, right? And again, going back to the social media and the social messaging part of this, and chat rooms, and that seems to be an incubator for a lot of these ideas. People get in an echo chamber. They get together with like-minded individuals, and then they start concocting things. So we're always concerned with that. That's a major domestic terrorism, international terrorism, all sorts of terrorism we're focused on, but we're always concerned about homegrown extremists.
What does it say about the determination of these folks when, after they lost touch, according to what's in the complaint, after they lost touch with Mr. Proper, he was trying to find another way to get to DC?
Right.
What does that say to you about how determined they were to execute?
Yeah, I think it says a lot about that. I mean, I think it goes back to my point is this wasn't a pie in the sky type of thing. This isn't just people talking on messaging apps. These are people that were determined. Again, we had Mr. Roa get into a car in California to drive, and his car broke down, but he was on his way. Skaggs, to your point, when Proper kind of dropped off because the cops had been called, and he reported that. Skaggs was asking about who else is going to come to pick me up so we can get out to D.C. So it goes back to the point of how likely was this? I think all those points lead to that conclusion.
You mentioned workers who weren't necessarily a part of anything and didn't participate, but were still there. Are you keeping eyes on those people?
I'll say this. I think the FBI, Secret Service, all our partners are doing a comprehensive investigation, and so I think it would be obviously irresponsible of us as federal law enforcement to not look at every single person that was potentially involved here or in these chat rooms or chat groups. Any other?
respect to the 8 individuals, what comes next for them and where are they being held?
Yeah, so we have 2 folks that are being held here in this district right now. We have everybody's detained, and so the other 6 are detained, but they're detained in other districts. 2 of those 6 are detained on our charges here. The other 4 were detained on complaints that were filed in those districts, and we expect them to be to appear on our indictment, and then eventually to be transported here to the Southern District of Ohio to appear and to face these charges. Thank you.
And there you have it. There's an update from the DOJ speaking on 8 people now indicted after that planned sniper attack at the White House Freedom 250 UFC event. I do just want to quickly recap for you what we just heard, what we just learned. 8 people now face terrorism charges related to a thwarted alleged plot to kill government officials and high-profile figures, including President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk at the UFC Freedom 250 event.
But that doesn't. Shit.
50 event.
US President Donald Trump has announced new talks with Iran while stating the ceasefire is officially over. Posting on Truth Social, Mr. Trump says the Islamic Republic of Iran has asked us to continue talks. We have agreed to do so, but the United States has stated to them in no uncertain terms that the ceasefire is over. The US and Iran have traded strikes this week after Tehran hit commercial tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. The two parties.
Welcome to the video, everybody. It's July 10th, 2026. This footage right here, F-18s thundering off the deck of the Abraham Lincoln, striking Iranian targets over the last 72 hours. No new strikes today, but there is a big message that was sent just yesterday. And that was that the U.S. will systematically eliminate all of Iran's nuclear power, their nuclear power plants, and their bridges being hit. We're going to break down these strike sorties, and Iran's rhetoric is at level 11. Their chief negotiator, Ghalibaf, said if you strike, you'll get hit, and the Strait of Hormuz will only open with Iranian arrangements, not American threats. But then, look at this footage. This is the control tower at Chabahar. It's one of the towers that helps determine what the origin of the ships are going through the Strait of Hormuz, and it was said Iran was using it, not just for helping ships with their navigation, but actually using it to strike those ships with drones and ballistic missiles, using some of the technology in that control tower that just went bye-bye. And then the Iranian ministry is basically calling for renewed attacks because it looks like they're trying to cause drama in the Strait of Hormuz. They just had the funeral of their supreme leader, and the U.S. is stepping in kind of like dad and saying, yeah, you can go ahead and cause that drama, but you're going to get struck twice as hard. You're going to get grounded for the week to the mullahs. The mullahs have basically been put on house arrest by the Trump administration at this point. But the mullahs have a little bit something tricky up their sleeve, and that is they threatened President Trump and they threatened Air Force One. So the Secret Service made a decision. They put President Trump on the old Air Force One. That's that baby blue Boeing DC-25A, not the brand new Qatari gifted jet. Because when Iran is publicly threatening to shoot down the president's aircraft, you can't put the commander-in-chief on a jet that hasn't really been proven over the years to be able to protect everyone on board. If you think about all the different technology on that older Air Force One, sure, it's old, but it's gone through the trials, the tribulations, and it stood the test of time to protect the president. So that's why the Secret Service put President Trump on that older Air Force One, because that new bridge aircraft doesn't quite have the same military capability until we get the new Air Force Ones, which should roll out in 2028. So Iran's threatening the president's jet, but President Trump basically just gave them the big middle finger that happened to be a baby blue 747. And then we've got a global roundup section coming up, everybody, so stay around for that. We're going to cover what's going on in Ukraine. We're going to cover the latest about the unfortunate missing sailor. We're going to cover that, and then we're also going to step into the Apache pilots who were suspended, but it looks like there's a twist to that story. They did that flyover over the beach in South Carolina. We'll cover all that in the global roundup section. But now let's move into what just happened, because Iran attacked those ships. We know that started the trigger event, and CENTCOM then hit 170 plus targets. So they're striking down the ability of Iran, and they're doing it likely with F-15Es, F-35s. There's fresh photos of the F-16 CJ now on CENTCOM's X page. So that's showing us the F-16 Wild Weasel, likely a part of these strikes. But remember, Iran's deep water oceanic port on the Indian Ocean, that was the port that's called Chabahar, was hit incredibly hard. Massive strikes on Chabahar. Confirmed destroyed of the actual control tower itself. Also, marine piers hit. A railway bridge was also hit. That was in the northeast of Iran, and that's a bridge that sits on the rail corridor connecting Tehran to China and Russia through Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. So what could be rolling in on that rail? Nothing's rolling in anymore. They might as well call it not going to roll in anymore, Stan. The IRGC confirmed. Wait, the IRGC confirmed? They're actually admitting that targets got struck in Iran? Weird. They confirmed that 2 bridges were struck on the route to Mashhad. That's what connects them to Russia and to China to potentially get weapons, to potentially get things smuggled into the country that they need right now, as they're in desperate shortages of a lot of their military equipment. So they're likely using those trains to get a little gift from Russia. I'm sure it's just those Russian dolls that are being sent in. Yeah. But Iranian passenger rails between Tehran and Mashhad have all been suspended. Basically, their rail system is in disarray. The timing here, though, it does feel deliberate, right? Do you feel that? Yeah, well, it was deliberate, but the message embedded there is massive. Chabahar, the China-Russia rail corridor, and a nuclear perimeter. This isn't subtle. This is the Trump administration and Washington saying that they're no longer just hitting weapons facilities. Now, they're going to hit their ability to logistically supply their military and even power their military. Washington is dismantling every economic and strategic lifeline that Tehran has right now. So as you guys know, there's people that are declaring victory. There's people that saying the Iran war is a failure, and I get it. There's a deal on the table. Strait of Hormuz is open one day, closed the next. Iran's trying to cause drama, obviously. I spent close to a decade in classified vaults planning for this war, so I know what's going on underneath it all, and I know that taking command is a massive part of what's happening. The U.S. administration taking command and keeping their eye on the ball, trying to get Iran to become some sort of a normal country is not just what it looks like on the surface. There's so many different layers and ripples to this, so I wanted to give you the full picture, not just the press release version. That's why my new book, The Art of Modern War, fills in the gaps. Every video I make is a daily breakdown. The book is the full framework. You can pre-order it right now, signed or unsigned, at mabbook.com. The link is in the description. Thanks so much for supporting me with the book, guys. I really appreciate it. But Iran lost a port, a bridge, and a rail line to China in one night. It's a very rough week to be a mullah, that's to say the least. But here's how the targeting chain that executed all of this actually works. So picture yourself as an IRGC air defense commander sitting in a bunker on the Iranian coast the night of July 8th. Your radar screen lights up, contacts everywhere, multiple vectors, multiple altitudes, speeds that don't match anything in your threat library, because the US military didn't send in one platform. It basically sent a concert. Yeah, it was just a nice little Zach Top concert. Here you go, Iran. Enjoy this. The F-16CJ Wild Weasel likely went in first. The entire job is to suppress enemy air defenses, or SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses. You're welcome, you acronym junkies. I just gave you your fix for the day. Enjoy. They hunt Iranian radar sites and sand batteries with AGM-88 HARM missiles, high-speed anti-radiation missiles that home in on the radar missions themselves. The moment an Iranian radar operator turns his system on to look for incoming threats, he basically paints a bullseye on his own forehead. The lane gets cleared before the main package even crosses the fence. Then comes the F-15E Strike Eagles. At this point, the F-15E Strike Eagles could be loaded with the AGM-158B. That's an extended range variant that can fly off of the F-15E Strike Eagle. It is a cruise missile, a joint air-to-surface standoff missile, so it can launch from the F-15Es, it can launch from B-1s, and give standoff so you don't have to get within the threat rings immediately of whatever the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has cooked up over the last few months. But lots of different weapons, 5,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. The F-15E would be the platform to carry any of the bunker busters. So you, as a pilot, you're going to cue in your weapon. The weapon systems operator in the back is going to be using that targeting pod to find the exact target that you just went over in your brief prior to stepping out to the jet. And then you push that pickle button, you ripple off multiple JDAMs, you watch them explode underneath you, and then you do terrain mapping on the way home, or you stay high knowing that you're protected by F-22s and F-35s. But the F-15E is so versatile, it could dive for the deck after dropping the bombs and do an epic low level on the way home. Yeah, I highly recommend that. If you can do low level flying and you can go upside down on any flight, that's a win for me. And then the F-18 Super Hornets that flew off the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea. Even CNN had reporters embedded on the flight deck. They were watching jets thunder off the catapults in real time. So it's like, okay, all right, CNN, you see how amazing our military is. It's nice to see that there's some of you at CNN that actually want to tell the story of how badass the US military is. That's great. Please don't be a mouthpiece for the IRGC. That's all we ask. But the B-1B Lancer, that thing can carry 24 JASSMs, those joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, per airframe. So you get a two-ship formation, 48 precision cruise missiles in one pass. Naval Tomahawks can also be fired from surface combatants and submarines in the Arabian Sea, and sub-launch standoff Tomahawks add to that. I mean, very versatile there. This isn't one airplane doing the job. This is a layered chain that suppresses, strikes, does ISR, there's tanker support, all sequenced, all coordinated, all running simultaneously across an 800-mile combat radius. This is what full-blown American air power looks like, and this is what happens when it goes full send. So at this point, I think it's pretty clear the F-16CJ, the F-15Es, they're basically like Neo in the Matrix, dodging bullets from Iran, which are their surface-to-air missiles, and then absolutely lighting them up after they do it. But now let's talk a little bit about what Iran is actually bringing to this fight and what their claims have been, right? They have the Shahab-3 ballistic missile with ranges that are said to be up to 1,000 miles. That is a solid fuel intermediate range variant, and now they're launching these to try to saturate defenses at bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. They fired 10 ballistic missiles at Al Azraq Air Base in Jordan. That was the first launch at Jordan since June. All of them were intercepted though. So the IRGC is going to say, we hit 8 different bases in the Middle East. Well, they launched at them, but the professionalism of these unmanned unmanned aerial interceptors, the Patriot missile operators. I mean, it's nothing that Iran can hold a flame to. It probably blows their mind that all of their missiles and drones, as many as there have been shot down. And a few have squeaked through, but it's probably blowing the IRGC's mind where they're like, yeah, we just launched 15 missiles and wait, none of them got through? Wow, we really want that technology. I mean, that would be their wet dream to actually steal that technology. You made it to the Global Roundup, my friends, so let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. So actually, Russia just made things a little bit more spicy, as they do. They announced that they want to expand their offensive into 2 additional Ukrainian regions and create a new buffer zone. So Moscow is probably going to push deeper, regardless of any peace framework. That's what it looks like. Overnight, though, Ukraine struck Tangarong, igniting the port and an aviation college. A drone set Russia's Ilyski oil refinery on fire, and Ukrainian drones hit Crimea again. Making Crimea basically systematically go into a blackout is the goal, and it's starting to work from what I can tell. This is part of a 4-day Sea of Azov campaign that has now hit 36 Russian Shadow Fleet tankers, which is insane. And then, unfortunately, this was released by the Navy. The U.S. Navy on Tuesday identified Commander Gabriel Edwards as the sailor lost at sea in the Persian Gulf after an MH-60S helicopter made an emergency landing in the Arabian Sea last week. Edwards was the commanding officer of Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 5, went missing after the helicopter assigned to the USS George H.W. Bush made an emergency water landing on July 1st, according to the Navy. 3 of the helicopter's 4 crew members were successfully recovered, but the Navy suspended its search for the missing sailor on Sunday, unfortunately. So thoughts and prayers, obviously, with the family of Gabe. And then the commander of the strike group released this quote. He said, "The thoughts and prayers of every member of the Carrier Strike Group 10 team are with the Edwards family." He said, "While we are far from home, our heartfelt support remains at your side." He continued, "Gabe's legacy as a husband, father, friend, and fearless leader will never be forgotten. We are thankful to each who carry a unique and indelible part of Gabe's memory with us as we continue this important mission. Thoughts and prayers with Gabe's family. Hats off to a true American hero." And then it looks like the U.S. Army tried to suspend the Apache pilots that did this low flyby at a beach in South Carolina, and I have a few thoughts on it. And then Secretary of War Pete Hegseth actually just said that their suspensions have been removed. So I have a few thoughts on this because I think there's a buffer zone, right? What they did was flying extremely low, and it was awesome. It looked incredible. Now, there's a limit to this, right? Because when you're trained to fly at air shows, you're trained to fly extremely low. That's one thing. Like the Apaches, they are trained to fly extremely low. So what are they doing? Well, I would look at it from the perspective of, are they trying to do something weird like flying in formation really low? Because they might not be trained for that. But if they're just flying low and they're offset from the people that are out swimming, this just becomes an epic recruiting video. So for me as a commander, I would say, hey, just remember there's a limit, but that was also epic. And just remember the limits are there for safety. So promise me that you won't go past your comfort level and you won't do anything that's unsafe for yourself or anybody on the ground or your flight mates. And if they came back and said, hey, sir, we had thought about this, we had made this a part of our decision making, I'd be like, cool, nice job. You probably just recruited 1,000 members for Army Aviation. And that brings us to the 40 Chess strategic analysis section, my friends, because what's going on here is massive. Bridges, power plants not being struck, but basically no uncertain message being sent and saying, hey, Iran, you're going to find out if you keep going down this route of trying to cause drama. Iran's strategy theory of this entire war has basically been a 3-legged bar stool. Leg 1, control the Strait of Hormuz and use it as negotiating leverage. Leg 2, route oil and trade through Chabahar as the economic bypass that keeps the regime funded while talks drag out. And then leg 3, keep the rail corridor to China and Russia open so sanctions pressure stays manageable. But in a single 48-hour strike package, the U.S. military has kicked out the legs of that bar stool. The Chabahar strike, not only tactical, it's strategic surgery, teamed up, taking out their rail capacity to get supplies for their military from Russia and China. That rail line runs through Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan, and this is the physical thread connecting the Iranian economy to Chinese and Russian supply chains. So what do you guys think happens next? Do you think more bridges and power plants will be hit? Let me know in the comments below, and then go ahead and sign up for my email list. It's at maxafterburnerinnergy.com. You can get updates on all the latest breaking content, and you'll see our merch and energy drinks there. So head over to maxafterburnerinnergy.com, sign up for that email list. It's completely free. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
We turn to a horrific story now emerging, the shocking moments on a plane. An instructor jumping from the plane, leaving his young student to land the plane on her own, how she saved her own life. Here's Victor Akendo tonight.
Tonight, the frightening incident for a student pilot in Argentina, forced to land a Cessna 150 during a training exercise after her instructor jumped to his death midair. Authorities say 42-year-old Leandro Bertazzo had been working as a flight instructor since 2022. On Saturday, the student taking off with Bertazzo from the Flying Parrot Cordoba school. An official from the flight school telling ABC News the instructor told the student, "You know what to do. Then he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and jumped out of the plane.
This was a remarkable breach of trust between an instructor and a student, putting her in a very dangerous situation.
The 22-year-old student alerting the flight school and managing to land the plane safely.
The student actually had her license. She just didn't have the number of hours that were required to use that license.
Police locating Bertazzo's body in the Toledo district around 6 p.m. According to a school official, Bertazzo's family says the pilot had gone to see a psychiatrist last week. David, that student, still in shock after landing, saying she initially thought her instructor was joking. The federal prosecutor's office is investigating. David?
We're just glad she's okay. Just an awful story out of Argentina tonight. Victor, thank you.
Within hours of the story airing, my inbox was filled with emails and messages from doctors all over the state. One doctor in particular reached out. She was concerned that this could be a dangerous case of shingles and he could potentially lose his eye.
Last Friday, Fox Chicago introduced you to Heriberto Hernandez. He lives out the Rogers Park Apartments on Damon Avenue and says he woke up in the middle of the night to a rat chewing on his face.
Yo estaba durmiendo en la noche porque yo voy a trabajar al centro. Entonces llega uno cansado, se acuesta y ellas me agredieron como a las 3 de la mañana y sentí me las quité de la cara.
He says it's just one of several problems tenants have been dealing with for months. But after our story aired, something unexpected happened. Viewers from all over the state, many of them doctors, began reaching out, worried about Hernandez's health.
I was like scrolling on social media like we all do, and I saw that picture of his.
How's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Friday. It is the Earthmaster out here, July 10th, 2026, 1:02 p.m. That's California time here. We're supposed to be about 103 degrees today. And that's not the heat index. That's just the actual air temperature. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe shows a 1.8 across the oil fields of Texas. Also a 3.4 down there across the South America area along the Peru-Chile Trench. Overnight here, a little bit of moderate activity striking off the big island of Hawaii. Getting a decent little amount here, including one in the last hour of a 3.3. Now this morning there, late last night, excuse me, just right after I did the update. A 4.5 struck well off the coast of Captain Cook, Hawaii, 24 miles deep. Getting a lot of activity out here recently, right? And that has a lot to do with the building, the weight here of the Hawaii Islands upon the oceanic crust, and in this case, the Pacific plate out here. Right, the plate is fairly what's the word I'm looking for? Thin to an extent when it comes to the oceanic crust, and when you add further land on top of that, you get bending down below where faults are because of this weight, and we get earthquake activity stirring up out here, including that 6-pointer that struck out here. Oh man, when was it? Has it been 30 days? It's been over 30 days, but there was a decent size event here. It does, mainly look like a lot of activity off on the western coast here. Like we're seeing today, is nothing more than the weight of the Hawaii Islands, in this case the Big Island, on the oceanic crust. And that, some of those can get pretty big as far as the earthquakes go. Nothing big going on, but a little shaker out there. That 4.5, a ways off the coast, so limited the amount of felt reports. But there was a few folks there around the Big Island reporting that earthquake last night. Again, there's always a chance here that we could see, another 6-pointer or so because of the weight distribution that takes place as the Hawaii Island here, the Big Island, builds upon itself on top of the oceanic crust. So it's an interesting, neat little deal, but also at the same time, this is not related to volcanic activity whatsoever. It's ways away from and way too deep there, away from Mauna Loa to be considered volcanic activity. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. While we're on Hawaii, we'll go ahead and double check the latest information here on the Kilauea volcano, which is opposite side here of the Big Island, closer over here on the eastern side. Okay, there we go. That's kind of weird. Make sure everything's running. Bells are off. Everything's recording. All right. And the live stream is up and running, by the way, for those watching this update video. Inflation data. Let's see what we got here for the latest inflation. Still going up. This is the electronic tilt and monitoring station there at the summit, the Kilauea summit. We are just about, if not very close there, we might even be at it, in terms of the elevated inflation chart here. This was the last eruption run up to this point. There's the deflationary event, which is the eruption, building up for the eruption, deflation, and now we're back up here to where we should be talking about and seeing Episode 51 now? Let's go back over here and see what they have. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, it's episode 51. Goodness. So this update was put out today by the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory folks there this morning. And they think that the eruption here of episode 51 is going to be around the July 11th and the 13th. So that would match what's going on with the inflation model there. I think at any point in time it could be today through the 13th. So that's what they're stating, tomorrow through the 13th there. As far as the next eruption goes, shouldn't be much longer than that. We'll take a quick glance here at the webcam view of the summit region and see what we got here today on the Big Island. It's smoking. Well, volcanic gas out there. It's just what it does. There's always going to be those volcanic gases seeping up. I don't see any abnormal activity there at the surface, and definitely don't see anything abnormal there on the inflation model of the Kilauea volcano. So that's good for now. We'll continue the eruption status. A little bit of activity south here of Australia overnight. Actually, this is early this morning, a 5-pointer. New Zealand here has been awfully quiet. A lot of activity north, and now we've got some activity south here. Got to watch the plate boundary. New Zealand sits right on the plate boundary. Last 30 days, a lot of clustering going on here. Some migration southward around North Island. There's been a lot of smaller quake activity underneath North Island. Deep activity, more than likely associated there with the Hikurangi subduction zone. That is a little bit more visible on this model. Not a whole lot of activity south here. So it makes sense to watch this quiet zone. A lot of activity south along the Antarctica and the Australia area, plate boundary. Nothing going on here, but watch that. I mean, it's a quiet zone. You have to watch these seismic gap zones. This is the last 30 days of 4.5 and above. And as you can see, there's really been nothing out there. Some smaller quake activity, I'm sure, but yeah, not a whole lot of anything along the lines of moderate. Philippines area still getting clustered going on there across the South Philippines. Really nothing showing up on the Manila Trench today, but we will double check that through the EMSC model and see what we got here today. We'll run down. There's one little earthquake on the Manila Trench, the north side, 3.0 earlier this morning, it looks like, or late last night. Most of the activity along the southern end of the Philippine Trench and around where that 7.8 struck here a number of weeks back. But overall, looking at the day today, there's only been one 5-pointer today. Let's see what we got. That's a little odd. Yeah, only one 5-pointer, and that's from that's from this morning there, 11:26. Only one. That's a little odd. Normally we'll see at least 3 or 4 on any average, any given day out here. A number of 4-pointers, but as far as anything noticeable or notable, it's a little unusually quiet. Checking in on California out here, southern portion of the state, nothing above 2.5, everything all small microquake activity out here and scattered. Nothing of any swarming going on. In fact, we got about 56 earthquakes. There's one earthquake on the Malibu Coast Fault, but nothing big going on for now. Keep an eye on the plate boundary, of course. San Andreas Fault, highly strained. Nothing going on across the Parkfield section, just a little bit of movement along the creeping section there of the San Andreas Fault. A couple earthquakes there around the Bay Area, mainly from, let's see here, this morning, a couple ones out there. Nothing big going on at all. Southern end of the Cascadia, Northern California, 3 earthquakes there. 2 from yesterday, 1 more from today, but really nothing big going on. That appears to be the story out here today. We will double check the Yellowstone seismograph stations while we're in the vicinity there. Open that in a new tab. I'm going to be working on the Earthmaster Explorer a little bit more today, add some more features, and it's a work in process, let me tell you. It's a project that I thought I'd get done in a week's time period, but there's a lot I want to add to it to make it successful and eye-popping, eye-catching. I want people to look at it and say, wow, this is a nice app. I want it. So that is my plan. So I got to take longer than a week to make that happen. Earthquake activity at Yellowstone, not a whole lot happening. This is the latest updated data from Yellowstone, and it's pretty quiet out there across that super volcano. Oil field to Texas still rocking and rolling, just nothing new down there. The New Madrid seismic zone, we do have 4 earthquakes. Kind of have to zoom in here to see the others. Ridgely, is that right? It's not Ridgely. Yeah, he's from California. Yeah, that's correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I'm pretty certain both of those are wrong. But we do have a little bit of activity this morning and from yesterday. A couple ones out there, nothing big. That's at the New Madrid seismic zone. Let's see what we got here for Alaska. some older quake activity. Pretty quiet across Japan right now. A lot of activity happening here across the south end of the planet, or the bottom side of the planet, I guess. Some movement out into the Atlantic Ocean as well, a couple 4-pointers. But overall, you know, looking at this, it's a little quiet out here today. Space weather activity, see what's going on here on the sun. Got that sunspot right here, 4482, currently facing us. But you know what? Look at this. This is even further weakening. And I called this a number of days ago, how I noticed this thing was weakening, and to expect really nothing from this sunspot. And that's exactly what's happening. Nothing as it continues to weaken and degrade and fade off into the sun, literally. We do have this sunspot over here on the southwestern edge of the sun, but it looks like that's stable. I mean, it's kind of popped up here in the last couple days, but it hasn't grown much in the last 24 hours. So any flare threat will probably be from that region. The overall flare threat right now, from my observations, and it looks like they're agreeing with me, although this needs to be dropped a little bit more, 20 to 25% chance for M flare. X flare, I'm thinking about 1% chance. C flare, 85. A quick glance at the far side of the sun. You guys remember those very active large areas? Look how big this one is. Holy moly. That thing is massive. On the far side, this was a source of some X flare and M flare activity back, you know, a week or so ago when it was facing the planet, or on the Earth-facing side. That is a big, huge, ginormous sunspot. One of the more larger ones that I can see or remember. But you know, anything that does blast off here, super massive eruption, will not be geo-effective. This is on the far side of the sun. We're left with the little weak spots here, but this will be, you know, we'll see if it makes its journey over here to the eastern limb, and once again face the Earth, face the planet, in a number of few days or so, about a week maybe. I think that should cover it. But that is just huge, incredibly large sunspot. As far as any close approach asteroids go here to the planet, we'll check in on spaceweather.com, see what we got. Let's see here. We'll go down a little bit. These are July 6th. I'm looking for July 10th. There's some newer asteroids added on here, but really nothing of any close proximity. Everything looks fairly safe and at a distance. Nothing coming up here near term as far as any close encounters, which is, I would say that's good news, right? Severe weather here at the surface level, or at least above the surface a little bit. What's going on? There we go. Shows a little slight chance here for some tornado activity, mainly over Missouri. Overland Park, Kansas City, St. Louis, Missouri, Topeka, Kansas included in there. I think we got Topeka viewer in here. Eastern Kansas, it looks like, for tornado threat. Wind and a little bit of hail. Main threat today appears to be just some damaging wind gusts, potentially, from those thunderstorms that fire up. For the day tomorrow, for Saturday, the weekend here, got a little tornado threat, same area, roughly around the same area. A little bit of wind and a little bit of hail. Nothing big, though. So kind of a quiet weekend so far for major severe outbreaks. I think that's a good thing as well, right? Keep any damage away from the region. I think most people can agree with that. In the meantime, folks, I'm going to continue to work on the Earthmaster Explorer. And
hello, wonderful person, this is Anton, and let's start this video with the first ever image of something we've never seen before, a quasi-moon of planet Earth. And so what you're seeing here, this rugged gray mass against the black void of space, this is an object referred to as 469219 Kamo Oelowa. The object you can learn more about in some of the videos in the description, because for several years, researchers have been trying to figure out one thing. Is this actually an ancient piece of the moon? In other words, this object, that's technically considered to be a quasi-moon of planet Earth, with the orbit you see right here, for several years now have been suggested to be a chunk of the moon that was possibly ejected by some kind of an ancient collision, and is now basically orbiting around the solar system. But in July of 2026, Tianwen-2, a Chinese spacecraft, was able to capture this beautiful shot from just 20 kilometers away, and is now essentially going to finally answer this very important question. Where did this come from, and what exactly is it? And so after a journey of more than a year, and traveling for approximately 1 billion kilometers, China's first asteroid sample return mission has finally arrived at its final destination. And so for China, and obviously for humanity as a whole, this is going to be a very interesting mission. And not just because we reached another rock where we're going to be collecting samples, but once again because this object is the official quasi-moon of Earth, a mini-moon that's been dancing around the planet for at least a century. And so let's discuss some of the recent discoveries from this mission, talk about the strange nature of this object, and why the samples collected by Tianwen-2 could completely change our understanding of the Earth-Moon system. And first, let's start with the target itself, the object that was accidentally discovered back in 2016. And its name, Kamo'olawa, comes from the Hawaiian chant that refers to some kind of an oscillating celestial object. But in the last few years, quite a few of these objects have been officially confirmed, with the planet Earth now officially containing 8 quasi-moons, or 8 quasi-satellites that appear to orbit around the planet, but in reality orbit around the Sun. And so technically this is not a true moon because it's not gravitationally attached to our planet, and it's called a quasi-satellite or a mini-moon because it's gravitationally bound to the Sun. And you can kind of see the orbit of this object from the perspective of planet Earth right here, although in reality it's just orbiting the Sun. And so because it shares an orbit that's almost identical to Earth's orbit, from our perspective it appears to loop around the planet, even though it's technically doing its own thing. And based on some of the initial discoveries and based on the initial analysis, we knew that this is a relatively small object, anywhere from 15 to 100 meters across. So basically the size of a small building. But it's also a very fast rotator, spinning on its axis every 28 minutes. And it's this rapid spin that's going to make it extremely difficult for the spacecraft to land or to even approach this. Despite of this, China is going to try this very soon. But this is also one of the most exciting such objects because it seems to be the most stable quasi-moon we've discovered so far. It's been in orbit around Earth for at least 100 years and will most likely stay here for at least a few more centuries. But what exactly is China doing here and what's their eventual plan? Well, the Tianwen-2 mission launched on May of 28, 2025. And this is technically a dual-target mission. And the primary goal here is to spend at least 9 months orbiting this object in order to study it and in order to understand its shape, composition, and overall properties. But once the mapping part is finished, the most exciting part is going to be the sampling. And so unlike previous missions, such as the OSIRIS-REx, that collected samples from the asteroid Bennu, or the Japanese Hayabusa 2 mission, which collected samples from Ryugu, Tianwen-2 is prepared to use 3 different methods in order to collect a piece of this rock. The first method is going to be touch and go, briefly touching the surface in order to collect dust. Then it's going to try hovering. Using a robotic arm, it's going to scoop up material while hovering just above the surface. And lastly, it's going to attempt an anchoring and attachment approach. This is actually the most complex approach, and here the spacecraft is going to physically attempt to attach itself to the asteroid using a claw and spike mechanism to collect both the surface and subsurface samples. And if successful, the probe is going to depart in April of 2027 and head back to Earth. And as it flies by our planet in late 2027, it's going to release a capsule containing at least 100 grams of the asteroid material, with the capsule eventually re-entering the atmosphere and retrieved by Chinese scientists on Earth. And it's actually these samples that are going to be super exciting, and for the reasons I mentioned previously. Because here these samples are going to try to answer that extremely intriguing question. Is this an actual asteroid? Or is this an ancient piece coming from the moon? And that's because based on the spectrum analysis, or basically the way it reflects light, a few years back initial studies suggested that it seems to actually resemble lunar material. And specifically, it seems to resemble soil that's usually located on the surface of the moon that has now been dramatically weathered by space radiation. And so one of the biggest unproven ideas about this particular rock was that sometimes in the past, a fragment of the moon was basically released into outer space, very likely blasted by some kind of a massive meteor impact, and for the past few millions of years has been flying around the planet, eventually becoming this. And most likely coming from this crater, referred to as Giordano Bruno crater, that was indeed created a few million years ago. And so because the regolith in this location seems to reflect the light in a very similar way to this particular asteroid, it eventually led to this intriguing hypothesis. And since its orbit is also so extremely close to planet Earth, it of course made at least some sense. But despite of this, a lot of more recent data, especially data from the James Webb Space Telescope, revealed that the spectrum might not actually match as well as we hoped. As a matter of fact, it seems to be less red and more neutral than previously believed, with the new data suggesting that this might actually be just a typical LL chondrite asteroid, or a typical stony asteroid, or something else very similar such as an S-type or E-type asteroid that we often find in the same location in space. And so for the past few years, scientists have been trying to figure out which hypothesis makes more sense. Is this a lost piece of our own moon? Or is this just a common asteroid that just happens to have an Earth-like orbit and a surface that kind of resembles lunar soil because of extreme space weathering? which is why this particular sample is going to be so important for scientists in these fields. And so here, by analyzing isotopes and conducting mineralogical studies, we're going to know for sure. But apart from this, there are some other implications coming out of this mission, and some other questions it might answer. And that's because after Tianwen-2 drops off all of its samples on the planet, its mission is not going to be over. In fact, it's going to use Earth's gravity as a slingshot to propel itself toward its second mission, the comet referred to as 311P. The comet that you see right here. And this particular object gained a lot of scientific attention because of its unusual appearance. It was actually observed by the Hubble Space Telescope and was really strange because it contained 6 comet-like tails. And so unlike normal comets, which normally develop tails because of sublimation of ice as they approach the sun, here these tails seem to be the result of some kind of a mass loss because of the rapid spin of this object and because it's essentially falling apart. And so because of this rapid spin, it seems to shed a lot of material from the surface, stretching it into these very long streams with the help from solar radiation. And while this is technically an asteroid, it's actually its comet-like behavior that made this object so interesting and so unusual. With additional observations from 2018 even potentially revealing some kind of a moon that seems to orbit around it. In other words, this could be a binary object, making this visit even more exciting. But it's not going to visit this object before mid-2030s. As a matter of fact, it's going to arrive here sometimes around January 2035. And upon its arrival, it's going to once again enter the orbit and attempt to conduct an extremely detailed remote sensing study by basically scanning the surface and figuring out what's going on here. And the implications in this case are going to be quite significant. By studying both the quasi-satellite of Earth and this bizarre cometary asteroid, it will help scientists find the line between these two types of objects and essentially find some kind of a continuum, helping us define them a little bit better. But more importantly, if the quasi-moon of Earth turns out to be an ancient piece of the moon, it will also tell us a little bit more about the violent history of the Earth-Moon system, and tell us a little bit more about how material is exchanged in the local neighborhood, and how some of these objects potentially end up on other moons and other planets. But as of right now, as of the making of this video, in mid-July of 2026, Tianwen-2 is still in a safe orbit approximately 20 kilometers away from this object, and will actually take at least a few months to finally come close enough to start mapping the surface. And so it will take a few months before we get better pictures. But for China, this is a really important mission because for them there's a lot of firsts. First asteroid sample return, first attempt to anchor to a small body, and first long-term exploration of a deep solar system beyond the moon. Something that has only been achieved by a handful of space agencies in the past. And so I'm definitely going to be following the results from this sample study quite closely, and we'll come back and discuss more of this once there are some additional results. But in the meantime, you can check out some of the previous videos about this subject in the description below. On that note, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support the channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
In September 1987, a 60-year-old botanist named Hugh Wilson stood on.
The Iranians thought they had the war won. They were in their celebration phase, thinking that they managed to pull a fast one over on the Donald. You know, they were, basically hanging facsimiles of him. They were calling for They were getting really comfortable, and everything changed literally today.